Hello everybody and welcome to the Batcolyte. Go ahead and tap the screen and share the live. We are just getting started and almost on time. But we will be taking guests, so make sure that if you do request up that you've got a belief in a god or gods, a higher power or something like that, and you're capable of questioning that belief. If that's you, if you have that capability and you hold some belief like that, well, then I think you're in the right place. And the live repost or add to your story, or if you want, just copy the link and send it to someone else who might be curious enough or courageous enough to question their beliefs. Dulo Forever asks, what do you believe in? Well, what I believe doesn't make too much difference to seeing if you can question your beliefs. Hello, Lion Lady. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? The Lion Lady going once. Going twice. Okay, well, if you meant to request up, just do exactly what you did before, but next time speak into the microphone. And if anybody else does have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or really anything like that, and you're capable of questioning that belief, then go ahead and request up. I'm not looking for a debate or an argument. I just want to know, if you can question, then what is it that you believe? And why do you believe it? I think I'm all set. Looks like the YouTube's running smoothly. I've got blueberry coffee. The studio is warm. What else could I need? I might be missing a little bit of context, but both sidesing says because ChatGPT told me I was right. Now I know both sidesing knows better, but is there no way an AI might tell you what you want to hear to placate you? What is Batcolyte? What a great question. I have no idea what a Batcolyte is. That's a made-up word you just decided that you were going to ask about. I'm not sure what a Batcolyte is. Now, if you change that R to a C, you'll have Batcolyte, which would be an acolyte of the celestial skeletal bat goddess. Of course, we all know the celestial skeletal bat goddess is, well, everything, right? Because we, in our universe, are just one membrane between her bony appendages unfurling in accordance with the Lambda CDM model of physics, otherwise known as the Big Bang. So a Batcolyte would be an acolyte to that goddess of eternal mystery. If she existed, if they existed. I don't know that either of them do. Sophia's Fave says, do I have to believe in a particular god or gods? I'm more agnostic than anything, but I have my own beliefs. Well, I don't demand anybody believe anything. I do ask that if you're going to request up here, you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or something like that. And, of course, have the ability to question your beliefs. Both sidesing. Batcolyte, it's what bats crave. I think you're thinking of Brondo. Oh, what a morning. I mean, it is morning for some, and I just woke up, so it's morning for me. Good morning, barfing toaster. I think we do have a request. We can go ahead and get started, I guess, if it all works out. If they load in. There we go. Hello, Janice. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Gosh, you really need my age?
Yep.
Is that a prerequisite?
Mm-hmm.
My age?
Mm-hmm.
I'm 67.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
I do believe in a supreme creator.
You say the supreme creator. Which supreme creator is that?
In
a supreme
not
creator.
the, in a supreme being with the which I also would say a supreme being creator of all it is.
You're moving your phone around a lot. It's hard to hear you. You keep getting muffled.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
But you're saying you believe in a being you call a supreme creator, so it's not one from any particular practice or doctrine. It's not one I could find in a book anywhere.
So, does that mean your understanding is limited to certain belief systems?
Did you hear the question I asked you? Can you respond to the question I asked you? Or
Please repeat it.
Yeah. Is your creator, supreme being, something from a particular doctrine or faith practice?
No religious dogma.
No religious dogma. You're still muffling yourself. You keep covering the microphone part of your phone.
Or maybe because I had headphones on. Is that better?
Maybe not. Right now it is.
Oh, thank you. I'm sorry for that.
Now there's an echo, though. So now I'm hearing myself back. So the headphones
I've taken my headphones off, so is that better?
No. Now there's an echo. The headphones were probably helping. You just kept covering the microphone.
Oh. Would you like me to put the headphones back in?
Yeah, it might work better, so I don't hear the
Okay.
echo.
Give me a moment, sweetheart.
Sure, Janice. And while Janice sorts out the headphone issue, thank you guys for tapping the screen up to 8,000 times. Appreciate all of you.
Okay, and is that okay?
Sure. So it makes it so I can't hear myself, so that does make it better. So you're saying... Yeah,
I love listening to you.
right, but I can't stand talking while I hear myself a second later. It's kind of distracting. So, you have a belief in a supreme creator. You say it's not from any religious dogma, right? It's
No,
not the Christian
not in
God.
my own understanding.
Mm-hmm. So when you say that there is a supreme creator, what is it that makes you believe there is such a being?
Because I have a belief in God, for want of a better word, as a description, which is more comfortable. But I also believe that all aspects and creations of God come across in all dimensions and all forms of reality throughout the whole of existence.
So why is it that you think there is a creator being, was the question I asked.
So, you could align the word God or creator also with science.
Great. Could you answer the question that I've asked you 3 times now?
Oh, gosh. Say it again, and then I'll be quite simple in my answer.
Why do you believe there is a creator being?
Because something doesn't come from nothing.
How do you know that?
Because there has to be something. Without nothing, there wouldn't be something, and vice versa. It's quantum physics.
Wow, quantum physics. What does quantum mean?
Quantum physics is the space between space.
Space
There's
between
something,
space.
There's something that is created from nothing.
Wow, so you're saying quantum physics is the space between space, the something created from nothing, and also something can't be created from nothing. It sounds like you're a little confused on what quantum physics means.
No.
So can we back up just a little bit?
I will ask you.
I'm not going to answer your questions, Janice.
No, you won't. What? No, because.
Janice, are you drunk?
No.
Okay. Well.
Are you drunk?
No, But I'm also not slurring my speech and talking about quantum physics in a way that doesn't make any sense.
That may be my particular northern accent from England, where I am from.
Sure, could be just a northern accent.
A North English accent.
Uh-huh. Sure, Janice. So, you say that you believe in a creator being because something can't come from nothing, and quantum physics says that thing.
There is something in the nothingness.
What is nothing?
I said, I've answered your question.
What is nothing?
I
You didn't answer that question.
I have answered your question.
Okay, Janice.
I
I'm gonna go ahead
said,
and move on.
within
I'd suggest that
nothingness,
you
there
drink
is
some water
something.
and
It's a
catch a nap. Maybe after some water and a nap, you'll feel a little better and be capable of having this conversation. But I don't think right now it's working. Whatever Janice is doing, I don't know. It's not happening up here. So far, Delilah, I've been okay. Been a little cold, but today we're warm enough. Not 100% sure what astral projection is, but when you come off that mute, maybe you can tell us what that means. I know that feeling, Anne. I know it well. Good timing, Cat. Sassy says it's basically traveling outside your body to another realm. But how do you get outside of your body? What does that even mean? What's going outside of the body? So many questions. But of course, I'd really like to see if anybody watching has a belief in a god or gods, a higher power or something like that. Because that would be what I want to question. I suppose I will question astral projection if that's what somebody believes and wants to bring up, but how do you verify it? How do you tell the difference between a projection and something just happening in your mind? And of course, I'm a little slow sometimes as a host because I didn't even notice that we hit the gift goal. So thank you, Thayu, and thank you, Saharina. Thank you, 96, Birdies, and Jazz. Appreciate all of you so much. I mean, sometimes I drop a guest who's clearly not ready for the conversation or capable. And I regret it right after, because at least then there'd be something to question. But I also know that questioning someone who's not really as ready as they might think, it often leads to just frustration, yelling, and eventually I'd prefer to avoid crash outs if we can. I'm not trying to make anybody crash out or start screaming or get angry. I really just want to know, really simply, if you can question your beliefs. And if you can, well then, what is it that you believe? Orlando, like so many, ask, what do you believe? What I believe shouldn't make any difference to seeing if you can question your beliefs. But there will be a time to ask me what I believe, usually towards the end of the live. I will put up a question the questioner. Not always, but sometimes. And that gives people the opportunity to put the questions to me. Lynn Renee McDonald says, I believe love is God. What is love? Love is energy. Fascinating. So what is energy? Both Sides Inc. says love is a battlefield. Love. I'm not going to sing it. I almost did. What is love? I stopped myself. It is the highest power. It is the highest magic. Energy is the highest magic, or the highest power. What is magic? What do you mean by power? I don't have a screen that says that, Cat. I did get a what the fuck is wrong with you ready, but you should see the others. They're better. But I could only fit one in the roll. Could I turn up the music a bit? I mean, I guess while we're waiting for a guest, we can have a little bit more loot. Let me make sure it's on the list. I don't know if it is. But if it's not, it will be. But what is it? What is it that is coming in many forms? Pizza also comes in many forms, but I can probably describe it as a baked bread product with sauce and cheese layered, like a sandwich, because it is a sandwich. So an open-faced sandwich with sauce and cheese. See, I could define it in some way or another. How do you define magic without just his magic sandwich? Just turn up your mic, not the music. Oh, well, fine. I don't know if I can turn the mic up. Will that get louder? Does that get... This volume knob's a little finicky. There we go. That should work. I'm a little louder. I mean, it works, Cat. That's why mods get caps. Magic was not on the list, so we'll fix that now. How it was not on the list is beyond me. But it is now. Yeah, the list of what the fucks is longer than the roll that I can keep readied for TikTok. I don't know exactly how many images it lets me keep ready, but okay, it lets me keep nearly 50 images readied, and I... slut. Okay, maybe I have too many backgrounds. Oh my. Hello, Nishu. Also, hello, Amore. And welcome in. Redhead, good to see you. And also, hello, birdies. And who else have I not said hello to? Mermaid Flippers. Hello, good to see you. Yeah, I could just go through the list while we wait, call everybody out. If there is nobody who believes in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, then I'm just going to say hello to everybody. Hello, Jesus Borjos. Is it Burgos or Borjos? Hello, Lance Goodwin, and call me A. Hello, Nuki. Hello, red flags and body bags. What a name. What a name. Hello, Goddess Honora and the Lion Lady. Welcome, Tia and Anki. Hello, April. Depth over delusion. Good to see you. Hello, Jen Roddering. Also, Angel. Good to see you. Hello, Tev and Limitless. Hello, Crystal J. Good to see you as always. Hello, Zena and Scooby. Hello, Wandering Luna. Pigeon. Also, hello to Kid Skywalker. And Zeno Pudre. I said hello to Nishu and Mermaid Flippers, but hello again, and Maleficent, and Bats, and Cat Navat, and Orlando, and Lynn. Also Barfing Toaster, and Morgan. Hello Sophia, Sassy Devil, Thayu. Also hello to 96, good to see you as always, and Jan. Gift goal earlier, but hello to all of you again. And Bone and Branch, good to see you. Hello. Aloha, yeah. I am very quiet. I'm looking away from the microphone to read the list. Sorry. I should center it better. There we go. Now it won't matter which way I turn my head, mostly. Both sides, and you sure you don't want to worry about the logistics of how a skeleton reads? How the vacuous sockets in my face are able to interpret any of the imagery around? How long do we think it'll be before a believer actually finds their way to the request button? I have seen a lot of the art on the Discord, Bat, so I should check to make sure that I know which one you're talking about. But oh, I see. Wow. Well, I didn't see that one. But why am I not surprised? Michael V is amazing. And if you want to know what I'm talking about, of course, you'd have to join the Discord link tree in my bio or in the Batcolyte's bio. Either one takes you there. You'd want to read the rules when you get there, of course, otherwise it might look a little lonely. But if you do read them and agree to them, then you should find out that you're not alone. And then you can find the spectral stage and see all the artwork that our community has shared. Zaya, I see you down there. I am waiting for a new believer to see if a believer with a belief can question their beliefs. Is it free to join the Discord? Absolutely. It is free. There are, of course, benefits to paying for different aspects of Discord, but none of that goes to me. That's all just improving your Discord experience, but it's a free app. Saharina, yes. I tend to use the Socratic method mostly. I use a few aspects of street epistemology and also just, well, genuine curiosity. but the method is kind of a guide. Maybe more than kind of. That's what's missing, Sebastian. Now that I've had my chili peppers, I can properly get spicy with all of the believers that are. Look at all the believers. No, we try not to get spicy. I don't see anybody really with the curiosity or the courage requesting up yet, although Zaya definitely has the courage. But if you do, if anybody has a belief in a god or gods or a higher power or really anything like that, then you can go ahead and request on up. If you can question that belief, I won't be looking for a debate. I'm not looking for some sesquipedalian exchange of pontifications that no one can understand but the two of us. I really just want to know, if you can question your beliefs, then what is it that you believe, and why do you believe it? Well, I appreciate that, Sebastian. We're already up to 19,000 likes, nearly 20K, which is, I think, pretty amazing, since I've only had but one guest and we got about 3 questions deep. Orlando says, I believe in Bigfoot. For real, I do. Well, okay, Orlando. I mean, I might question that if you think it's something you can question. Do you have other beliefs that cryptid that you believe exists? I suppose for you it would not be a cryptid. Unless, of course, you don't have any evidence. Is it just I said cryptid. Did it sound like encrypted? Bigfoot keeps getting seen in my area. Never met the gentleman, though, or commented on his feet. That's quite a belief there, 96. Did you actually learn to ride a unicycle, or is it something you're trying to do? Or you just expect that it would be? Trying poorly. I think I could ride a unicycle. But then again, I think most of us think we can do things until we actually are faced with it. like it would be difficult, but not impossible. I just wouldn't want to fall even once. That doesn't sound fun. You smell them coming, Sebastian. What do they smell like? Is there a particular odor that accompanies belief? I think the problem is I've been late for 3 days in a row, and so we're just now getting to the point where I usually start. So TikTok thinks that I'm busy, maybe, I guess. I don't know. All we can do is speculate until somebody with a belief in a god or gods, a higher power or something like that, comes scrolling through and finds the prompt curious enough for them to want to engage. Or more than likely, a drunk debater will stumble through and want to prove God. But if you are a drunk debater, then go ahead and tap the screen for me just a whole bunch and try to miss that request button while you do it. If you happen to be lucid and capable of questioning your beliefs, though, then I'd love it if you find that request button and make your way up here. I don't want to tear you down. I don't want to make you look like a fool. I'm not looking to burgle your God or destroy your faith. I just want to know if you can question your beliefs. And if you can, well then what is it that you believe? And why do you believe it?
Hi there.
Hello, Cezanne. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
32.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
Absolutely.
And what god do you believe in?
Here's the kicker. I don't think we actually have a name for it. Like, I'm more akin to the whole nameless, formless, but around or omnipresent type situation.
A nameless, formless omnipresence.
The reason why I feel that way is because I think there was a passage in the Bible that dictates God said, don't put no image on me. Don't put any form on me. It's limiting. So to have a name that is actually known actually denotes something of some kind of authority over it, almost as if though you made it or you had the authority to name it. So to sit there and say that I have a God and I know its name, I kind of just leave that as question mark, question mark, question mark. But I do believe in a God. I just feel like we don't know it that interpersonally, if that makes sense.
Why do you use the Bible in order to understand anything about it?
You know, I think it's just because it was my base, my first kind of like understanding of religion. I grew up Christian, so I think it's like kind of a good basis for my value system.
Are you saying then that you don't believe in the Christian God now, but you use that description or understanding of not putting a form on it from the Bible?
Oh, this is gnarly. That was an amazing question. Holy cow, you're really hitting me with them thinkers. Okay, so the argument people say is Jesus Christ isn't a person, but a title. I believe that Jesus Christ was a person, but I am very well aware that Jesus Christ is the Christos is an actual holding. It's a position. You know, with that being said, I feel the same kind of way. I would sit there and say that some people call Jesus God, but other people might sit there and say he's the Son of God, but God actually is the true Father, and Jesus is just the extension or descendant of him. I think it just gets complicated, so I try to keep it simple. Let me ask you this. What are your beliefs? Like, do you believe in a God yourself?
My beliefs don't make a difference to seeing if you can question yours.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that.
No, it's all right. So you're saying you believe Jesus existed?
Yes.
And that he had this title of Christos?
I believe there was a figure that was very prophetic and came down and was manifested as the avatar of the higher fatherly God presence, or I guess the equivalent would be big white beard and a white robe sitting over the clouds kind of situation, you know. But I would sit there and say I think it depends on what angle you hit at it, you know. That's the way I'll go about it.
What do you mean by that?
Like, okay, going back to what I said earlier, some people can look at Jesus Christ and be like, because he is of the same party, part of the Holy Trinity, Son of God, he is God himself, and say, although there is a Holy Trinity, there are three separate parts, and there's more of a identity to each side. I think it's more of like looking at if the cup is half full or half empty. Does that make sense?
No, not at all. Have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
Yeah. Not many times, I will admit, but yeah.
Do you believe all the stories from it to be true? The ones written as
No.
truths, not the parables?
I don't believe it to be true, only because at the very end of the Bible, it says, don't add or subtract anything from this book. The fact that that even has to be specified shows that it was attempted or has been done. Then we look at canonization. Someone actually said, I want this one, this one, this one in the Bible, and everything else can go. I don't think that's a proper way of verifying what God actually wanted out versus what serves your agenda.
So there are some stories you believe and some you don't, because...
Yes. Precisely.
How do you determine which ones are true and not?
Ooh, that's a good question. Honestly, it's kind of interesting. Every time I read my Bible, there's like a bit of a mix of kind of going with the heart and soul, but you still have to kind of be logical about it. Like, for instance, do you remember, I'm pretty sure we've all been to church of some kind or some kind of like religious gathering. and we asked that one forbidden question, like, who was God's dad? And you get something told like, you're not supposed to ask something like that. God was almighty, all being, and always there type situation. It's almost disrespectful. You know, it's kind of the energy some people give out. I'm not too sure if one could look at it like that because of the limited way the brain is and existence is. That's the way I'll say it.
What was the question I asked you?
Oh, shit. Oh, can I say that? I'm so sorry. I think you asked about what stories in the Bible that I believe and how do I actually validate that belief? Like, what about the different stories and what elements of that story allows me to accept that?
Do you believe this six-day creation?
I believe creation happened, and I believe it happened over a span of time. Some people sit there and say each day is 1,000 years or 1,000,000 years. Other people sit there and say it's legitimately a week. I try not to attack that, but if it were up to me, I believe in the six-day creation, yeah. Mm-hmm. I'm more led to believe that it happened in 7 days because I think the world is amazing.
And the Adam and Eve story, do you believe that as well?
I do. I also believe in the fall of Adam and Eve too, and a whole lot of uncanonized books. So this is what I'm sitting there saying. Like, you ask what kind of like situations when you read a story makes you believe one more than the other. Mm-hmm. I'm gonna sit there remembering back when I asked who was God's dad, or what happened. Why are they already in this situation? Never got that answer. But this book kind of answered all the way back then. In that way, I kind of get verification or some kind of following.
It answers something for you, and
Precisely.
You verify it because it feels like it answers something for you.
Absolutely.
Interesting. Have you read Genesis recently?
Not recently, but I am familiar.
And so you're familiar with the order of creation. Do you think that's true?
Ooh, wow. I actually do. And I think there's an actual code in that. Like,
there's a code in the order?
Yeah. Like, for instance, like when you want to think like I said, we have a very limited way of understanding the world around us versus an omnipotent being. Mm-hmm. However, like, he said, like, in the six-day creation story, you can't have light without dark. You know what I'm saying? And the way it even expressed that darkness was first and God was the actual, well, in the Christian sense, God was the actual genesis or start of light. From that on, contrast was made. And then it said, after that, what was it? Let there be light. There was light. Let there be matter. And then through that, there was kind of like a funnel effect.
I remember him saying, let there be matter.
I'm sorry, it's not like, that's not exactly the quote. I'm paraphrasing.
And then then he made the firmament to separate the waters from the waters, right?
Yeah. But then when you see that within the same statement,
what's the firmament?
The firmament is the sky and the seas, in my opinion.
The sky and the seas.
Yeah, like there's a picture.
What is separating? Like, what is the water being separated by sky and sea?
I think to be very vague, abstract, or not abstract, but different levels of heaven. Like, I've seen a picture where there's a dome over
different levels of heaven.
Yes.
And the sky and sea separate the different levels of heaven.
Well, I think heaven hits heaven hits higher than the seas and land, is what I would say. That's why they used to sit there and say the birds are in the heavens. Like, anything higher than us in theory has been recognized as the heavens. Isn't that true?
I don't know, Cessin. Why do you believe that?
Well, I'm not saying I believe it, but I mean, upon the very small amount of books I've read over my lifetime, I mean, there are very poetic analogies and references to the birds are in the heavens, the fish are in the sea, we are on land. I think it's just those kind of experiences through life kind of reinforces that belief or assumption, I should say. Because ultimately, every belief is an assumption based off of feeling or objective observation.
What shape is the Earth?
Oh, man. Oh, don't do me like this. Okay. Okay. The best thing I'm going to sit there and say about that, I don't even want to touch this. I'm going to get canceled if I say anything crazy. But I'm more adept on simulation theory. Like, have you ever played a video game that was like a sandbox, almost like Grand Theft Auto or Elden Ring?
Yes.
Well, I mean, the whole world of that video game is coded on that disk, but that does not make that disk as expansive as the world, you know? So same thing applies. I feel like we are running in a simulation, but it can continue because it's coded to, if that makes sense.
Inside of your simulation, is the Earth round or flat?
Everything in science says it's round, but like I said, my senses are limited. When I put a cup of water down on my table and I just see the water level out, I'm starting to think it's flat. You know what I'm saying? But like, I don't have one I like reside towards or not. I just like to watch the debate. I don't think I can answer that personally. I'm a 50-50 split with that one. I really am. Like, I'm more led to believe. And honestly, what is the possibility of it just constantly changes every so often? What if the
What do you
world
mean
is
changes?
okay? Like the crazy conspiracy theories talk about parallel universes split and Mandela effects and everything like that, right? So what if one part of humanity came from a flat world universe and another part of humanity came from a round world universe, and there was a convergence somewhere along the line?
And when they converge here, where we are, where you and I are having this conversation, which shape would the Earth be?
I wouldn't give it a shape. As to go back to my simulation theory, it's a potential.
It's a potential.
That's why I think no one has a proper understanding. Empirically, we're going to sit there and say it's round and oval. But from feeling and understanding and just limited senses, we're going to sit there and come down to the conclusion it's flat. Like, for instance, when we're flying up in airplanes, you don't see the curve of the world.
You don't think a limited perspective can still recognize the curvature of the Earth?
Yes, absolutely correct. Absolutely, yes. I feel like the only people that could know something like that would be like the astronauts that go up into space. But what gets me crazy is the fact that they always have to sign NDAs and they can't talk about it. So why keep a secret if you're not lying about something is the way I feel about it.
Fascinating. Have you ever been in a tall building?
Absolutely.
Can you see farther in the tall building than you can
in the walls? No. No, sir.
You can't see farther.
I mean, unless you see like out a window.
You didn't hear me.
Okay.
Finish the question, I guess. So, can you see farther from a tall building out a window than you can from the ground?
Yes, that's vantage
Why is
point.
that?
That vantage point. Actually, that's just vantage point advantage. I would think, right? Your highest
Vantage point advantage.
Yeah, I know. Not so eloquent with wording there. But yeah, you have a vantage point. You could see more area, more radius because you are over it, you know? But there is an actual point of ending.
There's a point of ending. What does that mean?
Like, for instance, You know how they sit there and say, the closer something is to you, the bigger it looks. And the further away it is from you, the smaller it looks. But there's a point in time where there's a disappearance, or there's just a complete horizontal line. In that manner, there's just a line. If it was curved, I feel like a lot more people would sit there and say the world is round. But even in a plane flying X thousands of feet, it still looks flat. So I think it's kind of a 50-50 argument. I think it's a very well debated argument from both sides.
Do you know what a satellite is?
I mean, I see them on the TV shows and whatnot like that. I know they could transmit signals that could help us send like cell phone signals and like ping cell phone towers and all that stuff. But I'm not too technologically and like knowledgeable about that. Enlighten me.
They fly in low Earth orbit, right? They go around the Earth.
See, I agree with that. That's what they say.
So how would a satellite?
With my O2 eyes.
So, do you know what Starlink is?
The name sounds familiar. Isn't that Elon Musk's thing or something like that?
Yeah, it's his global internet thing.
Yeah.
It's satellite internet.
Here's the thing. I know everything you're saying is legit.
You can look up in the sky and see the train of satellites.
Here's the thing. I'm not sitting there saying everything you're not saying is legit, but what I'm sitting there saying is there's a very limited amount of people that get the opportunity to go up even past airplane levels in quote unquote the heavens.
Sure.
What is there not to believe that we've never actually been there? We're just gonna sit there and say we've been and just sign this piece of paper. We could actually make more money this way. Or what is there to sit there and say that? Because I'm pretty sure you've seen those conspiracy theories when there's a mouse legitimately running on the satellite, but there should be no oxygen in space.
A mouse running on a satellite. What are you talking about?
There is a YouTube video that's trying to debunk that. Okay, so the main premise is the guy on the YouTube video comes on and basically states that NASA is lying and they're more set as to being a Hollywood-based situation versus a scientific one. They're just fronting as scientific. And his argument for this was this little 30-second snippet of what was a satellite supposedly orbiting space. However, there was a mouse that ran across the camera on top of the satellite. So then people on the internet started going, wait, how is a mouse running on the satellite if you're really in space? And I'm not sure that what the validity of the video is.
Right.
But it did raise all that. Yeah.
The validity of the video. So, because somebody put a YouTube video up, because people put YouTube videos up of mice running across cameras, you're saying then what space would be fake?
I would sit there and say that because people are putting videos up and because of the frequency of it, like if I saw it one time, okay, it's probably just a fluke. But if I'm seeing it every so often, like maybe every 3-5 years, there's another one and another one. I'm going to sit there and think to myself a couple of things. For one, no one's going to waste their energy and time unless there's something to gain from it by putting something out there. For two, why does this keep happening? And for three, I had to start going down that
because people get attention for starting rumors and creating theories and conspiracies. Does that not seem like a reason somebody might? Because it gives them attention
you're telling me that
for being in the know, for having some esoteric knowledge that no one else has.
That's awesome. So you're telling me basically that because of the exclusivity of that esoteric knowledge, it makes a person feel more elevated compared to normal or quote unquote normal people. So it's kind of like an ego boost.
Could
But the
that not
minute,
be a reason people do that?
well, let me ask you this: the minute you tell me that secret, doesn't that make me the same level you are?
No.
Because it's only knowledge that separates us in that instance. The only thing that's different in the fact that you have occultic understanding is you are knowledgeable of it and I am not. But if I come down to that same conclusion or find that same secret out, I think it's gonna, you know what I'm saying? You kind of get where I'm going with this?
How does it make you equivalent to the person who claims to have the secret information?
Honestly, it's gonna depend on if the information's even true. But if it is true, then you have a more finite, deeper understanding of the universe more than the average Joe. And I think that kind of goes hand in hand. Like there are certain things in many different spiritual and religious texts that kind of holds true in my opinion. Like in the Bible, I'm gonna probably butcher this, but basically two blind eyes ain't gonna drive us home. Like you could get mad at me and I could hit you and then you could hit me back. But if we're both hurt, we can't get nothing done. So maybe revenge isn't the best way to go. You see the same theme in many different instances.
What is that? What relevance
Knowledge is better
does
than
that?
wrong. Like,
What relevance does that have to
I think these are certain truths
conspiracies?
that are, well, I'm not saying conspiracies as to, in many religious texts, you see a very repetitive theme of certain ideologies, like what I just mentioned right now with revenge, or knowledge is better than brute strength. I'm not sitting there saying that all religions believe this, but there's a repeating theme of this same theory going down the line. So there has to be something to it. Why are we still holding on to it if not,
What does this have to do with the conspiracies you're claiming of flat Earth?
Basically belief, but going back to validation, I believe if something is like constant enough, going back to what I said about the whole YouTube videos,
is constant enough. If enough people, you're saying if enough people make videos, then it should be true.
Isn't that the world we live in today?
No, what does that even mean? Isn't that the world we live in?
Okay.
Why should something be true just because
How
people
many
make
news
videos?
stations?
Why? How does that mean it's true?
Oh, I'm not sitting there saying it's true at all. I ride right there with you, but I'm sitting there saying if every single news station shows the same story, you're going to automatically think, oh my God, this is actually happening and going on. That's the automatic assumption. No one ever actually critically thinks, wait, are all the news stations just trying to throw a message to the general public? Or is this actually a thing going on?
Well, I agree with you when it comes to things like the news station.
It's psychological manipulation.
Right. So local news stations owned by a single company or something like that, you should question like where the source of their information is. But I don't know what that has to do with what, like you're saying, that there's reason to believe that the Earth is flat.
It's just like like I said earlier. I know it's not a good example, but if I get a glass of water and I put that glass down on my table, that water line at the top, it's gonna be flat because it's on a flat surface.
How big is your glass compared to the surface of the Earth?
Yeah, you're right. I'm not gonna lie, it's pretty minuscule. You're not wrong. Like the ratio is big. However, now I expand on that same idea with flying in an airplane. And every time I've been in a plane, still flat as hell.
How high are the planes going?
Like what, at most 30,000, I think. I'm not too sure. I'm not a mathematician like that, or like an aerospace engineer or nothing like that. I don't know all that, but I'm guessing 30K feet.
How high up do you think you would have to go to see curvature? To like really just see it in front of you, plain as day.
you would definitely have to get out of Earth's orbit. For sure. If you're even close to the orbit of the Earth, you're not gonna see nothing. I don't think. Maybe you might see like a big round circle if you barely are out of it, but you need to be like just floating in like deep space, not deep space, but just not affected by the gravitational pull, in my opinion. However, enough videos have come out for me to start questioning why there are mice and wires and strings and bubbles in space. You know, why are all these astronauts having to sign NDAs?
What NDA are they signing? Where are you finding that?
Well, it's actually a very common thing. I mean, I looked it up, and quite honestly, they actually have to sign NDAs for many multiple things. I can't even tell you because it's so various. But
do you know the purpose of NDAs?
Basically, don't say anything about nothing about what we're doing. It's a Privacy Protection Act, in short.
Interesting.
And if you do, we're gonna come and sue the living bleep out of you for X amount of whatever you did, or intellectual property, or whatever you want to call it, you know? But I'm not like no lawyer. Like I said, please don't do me like that.
Do you think that, do you think it is that simple to keep a secret like a flat Earth? You think that you would just have to get the astronauts to sign NDAs and then they would just agree to be what? Paid actors?
I was about to say, I think these astronauts are paid. I've never seen a broke astronaut. That's what I'll say. I have yet to see a broke astronaut.
You've never seen a broke astronaut?
Yes. Like I don't really follow astronauts, but I have yet to see Neil Armstrong like on the road somewhere, just homeless. And I suspect there is something
fascinating
more going on. Like there has to be something. Maybe if not in truth of science, then so there's some kind of...
probably look into occurrences where astronauts had different incursions with the law and with or retired ones at least had different incursions with the law, and see if that actually happened, or if you're just going off of your lack of knowledge on a subject to assume that things are a certain way.
You're not allowed to say that because I have a limited perception. That's why I'm saying I couldn't tell you.
I'm sorry, I'm not allowed to say what? I'm not allowed to say what?
I have a limited perception in that matter. The last part of your statement, you sat there and said, maybe you should go and look into that because ultimately maybe it's your lack of knowledge of the topic that's making you feel that way and having to assume.
Right.
Versus me just...
You said you've never seen a broke astronaut.
I've never seen a broke astronaut.
I wonder if you've never looked into it before to see what happens to astronauts after they retire.
And this is the funniest part.
So I'm not asking you a question yet. So stop.
Oh, okay.
I'm done with you just monologuing random nonsense and showing that you can't critically think while you extol the virtues of critical thinking and bastardize what it even means. It's kind of annoying. Yeah, kind of bored at this point. So I was going to move back to see if you could actually question your beliefs, because it doesn't sound like you really do. It sounds like you kind of just watch videos and make assumptions.
Well, I don't have a defining factor on any of the questions you're asking me.
You don't have a defining factor on any.
Like I think you're looking for spearheaded. I'm either Republican or Democrat situation, and I'm telling you, I've seen both sides, and I see both.
I'm not looking for a spearheaded anything. I'm hearing you make random assumptions based on either ignorance or unverified information and run with it and just kind of spew forth ideas, whether you believe them or not, just to say them. I don't know. But it's not what this, I'm still talking. It's not what this live is about. I'm trying to see if you can question your beliefs. And so far, it doesn't seem like you're really there. So I was going to move us back to the Bible and see if you could at least question that.
Alrighty, shoot.
Mm-hmm. Does it matter to you if stories within the Bible contradict each other?
No, it was an isolated situation.
What was an isolated situation?
Each story in the Bible, like say a very similar situation happened in the Old Testament, New Testament, it's still a different scenario. I can't make the same thing happen the same way. It was one point in history. Same thing applies. It's gonna have to be looked at according to what had happened, if that makes any sense.
No. So does it matter to you if stories within the Bible contradict themselves within the same story, within the same book?
That would be yes. Yes. If two stories contradict each other, I understand that. But if there's a contradiction within the same story, I start to question the validity of it.
Earlier, before I asked you about the shape of the earth, I was asking you about the creation. And you said you want to believe that there's a 7-day creation.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. And that you want to believe that Adam and Eve were the first two humans.
I'm not going to sit there and say that because there's a book of Lilith out there. And that makes me question. It makes that belief a perspective point for me. But I'm not sure if I could follow that.
Are you aware of the contradiction between Genesis 1 and Genesis 2?
In one way, the way I see it, Genesis 1 is a summary of what it seems like Genesis 1 implies the 6-day creation story. No, wait, other way around. No, wait, no, I got it right. Yeah. The 6-day creation story is what Genesis 1 portrays, or the summary of it. And then it seems like it gets more into scope in Genesis 2, if that makes sense. That's the way I see it.
And if the orders were different between the two stories, with reasons given?
Well, there was never reason given in Genesis 1. It was just done.
It's just done. It was just done. Plants, animals, and people, right?
Yes.
And then in Genesis 2, it starts with a man.
Yes. I think it was a perspective point to actually come from heavenly situations of creation to actual living experience on earth. In my opinion.
What do you mean heavenly situations of creation? What does that mean?
Because like what you just said, from the creation of earth to plants to animals to people, it kind of went down the understanding of the world around us, and then it popped into human perception, or it arrived to that, is the way I kind of feel it.
What does that even mean?
Okay, so you made the world in a game. Then you made the NPCs for the game. Then you made the plants and the animals, and now you are you're making your character to play the game. It kind of seems that Genesis 2 funnels more into detail as to why that was done, when it arrives to human experience.
What do you mean why that was done? Like it says this. I'm confused. I'm not hearing why that was done. It says there were things made in a particular order in one chapter. And then the next chapter, it says that there is a different order. And
I believe that Genesis 1
gives reasons for each of the things to be in the order they're in, which is different from the first.
You're making the assumption it has to be in a specific order doing that, don't you think?
What do you mean?
So in Genesis 1, like we just earlier stated, it just happened and he just made. There was no reason for making. He was just in creation mode. In Genesis 2, he's legitimately sitting there saying, on the first day, I did this. On the second day, that. And it makes sense logically. Like, for instance, when he makes the waters and then separates the land from the waters, and then he makes vegetation after that, and then it kind of makes sense as to how that's how evolution or how physics would actually play out. But ultimately, at the end of it all, it's all revolving around human experience and expansion. And then that's where Adam and Eve come in on the seventh day. Or, well, God's seventh day was rest, but sixth was hot.
I
So
hear you speaking, but none of what you're saying makes any sense.
how? I'm not getting you, my guy. If you're sitting there and you're telling me we're just getting more specific about a summary,
How is it more
that's
specific if the order is changed? How is it more specific?
it's your point of focus. Just because you're
What do you mean
focusing.
point of focus?
Okay, let me say it. Maybe the best way I could say it would be like in a analogy or simile. You're taking a test. Some people like to start from 1 and work their way down chronologically. Maybe you start on 30 and work your way down 30 and then work your way back up to 1.
Okay, where does it say it's doing that in the Bible?
I'm saying it's not doing that, but what I'm sitting there
Okay,
saying
then what
is
the fuck are you saying?
that was
Why are you
whatever
just
point you want to focus
speaking to
on.
speak? Are you just
No,
speaking
whatever
to speak?
point
Then
they were
what are you
focusing
saying?
on. I'm sorry I'm pissing you off, my guy. I
You're
don't think
not
we're seeing eye
pissing
to
me
eye on
off.
this.
You're just not like you're not responding in any way that makes any coherent sense.
Okay,
What do you mean
legitimately,
point
this is
of
what I'm
focus?
saying.
It's the point of focus. How is the point of focus answering anything?
This is legitimately what I'm saying. They're saying right now.
Legitimately.
Numbers
What
from
is
1 to 100.
legitimately? What does the word legitimately mean?
Factual. Okay, let me ask you a question. Think of
I'm
1
not
through
going to
100.
answer your questions.
Oh, okay then.
You don't answer mine.
I'm trying to. You just don't like my answers, or I'm just
It's
not
not
being
that I don't
specific
like
enough.
your
Or
answers. Your answers don't make any sense. What does that mean, point of focus?
it up from page 1. It just means you started on the random page, but you're still reading the same book. That's what I'm trying to say.
Are you gonna get the story? Is it gonna make sense that way?
Back and circle through, then
Would it
yeah,
not be
it
more
might make sense when
efficient
you get
just to read
the
it?
ultimate
Would it not be
goal
more
is to get all
efficient
the
just to
data.
read it?
So, I mean, wait, what do you mean by that? Explain.
Would it not be more efficient just to read it in order and get the data?
I mean, you're not
Instead
wrong.
of
That'd be more
having to start
practical.
in the middle, right? So where in the Bible does it say that it's starting in the middle in one of these
I'm not saying
chapters?
it's saying the Bible's saying
Then
that. I'm saying
what is the
you could
actual
choose to
thing
start in the middle.
happening here? What is the actual thing happening here when it says that the man comes before the plants? What is it actually saying? How is that a shift of focus when it said in the previous chapter that the plants came first?
I never said this. The Bible said the plants came first. I think you're implying that.
Chapter 1,
Okay.
11,
Mm-hmm.
day 3. Is 3 before 6?
Okay. That's cool and all. That's awesome. And you're probably very much so right about that. But what I'm sitting there saying
So
is if
3
you
is
decided to
before. I'm
focus.
sorry, I asked you a question. Is 3 before 6?
Absolutely.
Thank you for actually answering a question. That's awesome that you were capable of doing that. Let's move on to the next question.
Well, you asked a question I actually believe in.
Right, so if 3 is before 6, right, then that's an order, right?
In
3
theory,
comes
yes.
before 6. And then when it says that before the plants he makes a man in the next chapter, but the man was made on day 6.
Okay, he
Is
might have
this saying now that 6 came before 3?
Yeah, I have no argument about that.
So if there is this contradiction within the text from one chapter to the next, then what does that mean about the truth of the two stories? Is one of them not true?
I believe the way how would I say this? I believe the way Genesis 1 and Genesis 2 blends together. I'm not too sure if I have a full understanding or knowledge to answer the question the way you would like. Just because in generalized and umbrella statements like God made form in like Genesis 1 versus God separated the seas from the water, that's just like what I was going back to, a point of
What is
focus. but I'm not sure if necessarily that would have been on day 1 or day 2 necessarily as to just what God did.
But it says what days things happen in the first chapter, right?
And day is a way of measuring the limitless amounts of time that our limited
Limitless
perception can
amounts of
understand.
time. Sure.
Because there's an infinity.
Oh, there's an infinity. Where does it say that?
Well, we've already had it's in existence. We're talking about it.
It's in
So in some way or
existence.
fashion, it exists.
Why?
At
You're
least
saying because,
at the bare
wait, I'm
minimum,
sorry,
we
are you
talk.
saying because we talk about something, then therefore it exists?
No, I think we're picking up on something that we're just are a
What do you
bigger
mean
or a
picking
smaller
up
part of.
on?
Oh, like your cell phone picking up on data. Like that's why it seems so
What?
I don't know how I would say it. Some people I guess would call it like natural or primal. Like if going back to a religious text again, there's a concept of afterlife, infinity, death, rebirth, just all of those things in general. Why does this same concept keep repeating if there's no truth to it? That's the way I feel about it. That's my reasoning for believing that.
Okay. I think we have to make it stop. Yeah.
Yeah, let's
We're
do
just
that.
gonna make it stop.
Let's
I
do that.
agree. Let's just make it stop. There you go, Kat. I don't know if you're paying attention if you're here. This moment of silence brought to you by What the Fuck Is Wrong With You? If you know what the fuck is wrong with you, maybe do something about it. Take a step back out into the cold. That'll wake us up. Thank you guys for 32,000 likes. Really appreciate all the tapping. Also, thank you so much to both Sidesing, Sassy Devil, to Bridget B, Heather's Descent, to Dash, 3 Pips, and Barfing Toaster. Thank you all so much for helping with the goal. I appreciate you. I don't know how many cans of worms were opened there, but I feel like there's worms everywhere. But if you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your belief, then go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to debate or argue. really just want to know if you can question your beliefs, then what is it that you believe? And why do you believe it?
Hello.
Hello. Hello, Christine. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yes, I'm 37.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
Well, my belief system is still very disjointed. I grew up in the Catholic Church as from birth, basically. And I moved away from the church when I was in my early 20s. And since then, I have kind of ping-ponged between atheism and agnosticism. But I do still have a strong viewpoint on the very much Orthodox Church, or the evangelical church, whatever you want to call it.
I'm sorry, you said you've ping-ponged between atheism and agnosticism.
Correct.
You say you're leaning towards the Orthodox Church. Is that what you said?
No, that's not what I said.
Okay,
Sorry,
I missed that last part when you mentioned the church.
Yeah. So I ping pong between atheism and agnosticism, but then at the same time I do have very strong opinions on the Orthodox Church.
You have strong opinions on it. What do you mean?
Correct.
You mean strong opinions like against or for?
Mostly against.
Okay. Why is it that you don't believe in a god or lack belief?
So it's not that I don't believe in a spiritual gospel has been interpreted in a way where men are the umbrella over women, and there's a level of control, and there's a level of narcissism.
So because of the patriarchy, the control, and the narcissism, that's why you don't follow a
Correct.
church. But you believe that there is, you said, a spiritual hierarchy.
Well, and that's
What
what I
does that
said
mean?
previous. That's what I said previously, is that I do kind of ping pong between the atheism and the agnosticism. My issue is that the Bible has been corrupted and
What is spiritual hierarchy?
bastardized by men.
What is spiritual hierarchy?
Spiritual hierarchy, do you mean in the agnosticism or the
Agnosticism, yes. What is it you mean? When you say that you believe in a spiritual hierarchy,
Okay.
I was
Yeah.
questioning
So,
you why you didn't believe in a God. So that was your
yeah.
response, was that you
Yeah,
believe
of
in a
course.
spiritual. So what is spiritual hierarchy?
So that is something that I cannot answer. And that is a reason why I do go between the two kind of belief systems, because I will gladly say, I don't know.
So you go between the two belief systems of agnosticism and atheism, because you will gladly say you don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Is that your answer to why you lack belief in a God? Because that's what I think of when I hear atheism. When you say agnosticism, are you saying that that's a different belief system? That's not a lack of belief, but that's also
No,
some
well, what?
belief that
No,
there's
well, what?
something.
No, well, what I'm saying is that I have understanding in the agnostic community, and I have understanding in the atheist community. I'm just still figuring out
Okay,
how to marry those two.
right. So my question still kind of stands, is why do you lack belief in a God? Why is it you don't believe?
Because I have learnt in my journey of experiencing agnostic and experiencing atheism is that
There's so much background audio, and there's like
no,
a sound that
there's
keeps
a
coming
lot,
through.
and so I could talk to you for the next 5 hours about why I think the way that I do. But I want to put it down to a single sentence. And that single sentence is, the only reason God was created was because men were jealous of women creating life. Women create life. We can agree on that.
We can agree on that. I'm not here to argue with you, and while I want to question,
No, I don't want to
what
argue with
sounds
you either.
so,
I'm
I'm
just
not
saying
done
that that is
speaking,
my
but I'm
that is my
speaking right now,
viewpoint,
so
darling.
I'm speaking. I'm going to finish speaking. I
Of
think
course.
here's the thing. I'm not here to argue with you. I want to question you. The background noise is absolutely dreadful. It sounds like you're not just on a highway, but you keep scraping the phone on the road as you go. What you're saying sounds meaningful and poignant, and yet at the same time assumptive, to say that all gods are created just because men are jealous of women creating life. I don't know that. I don't know if all gods exist for that reason, though I can understand why you would say some are promoted for that reason. But while I would love to question a belief like that, between the background audio and the fact that I still haven't heard the answer to the question, really, that I've been trying to ask, I do appreciate you coming up, Christine. Yeah, I don't feel like this is as much a conversation as it is just you airing your grievances, which I fully agree with to a point. But yeah, I just can't with the audio, and can't with not being, with not having a single question really directly answered. Yeah, 5 hours did sound dreadful, Bridget. That was why I decided to end the conversation, because we're not doing that. No. And I didn't feel like a single one of my questions had been answered except indirectly, roundabout, and I mean, maybe. I don't know. It could be an indirect answer, but try to manifest something better, Beth. Did you eat your manifest moon pickles? Putting the moon or pickles in the moonlight overnight, and then eating them the next day. That's how you manifest. It's not advised, by the way. Nick says, oh, you talk about pickles, but you won't talk about butter beans. Why would I talk about butter beans? Maybe no poor astronauts because they're paid a salary and a pension when they retire, and I'm sure there's hazard pay. There's probably several benefits they get. It wouldn't preclude them from spending that money and becoming, impoverished in some way or another. Doesn't prevent them from being irresponsible. It just sounded like something he'd never researched. But after this many guests, I have to start wondering if it is me, if I am the problem. I'm willing to consider that possibility. I'm impatient tonight. I don't think I'm any more or less patient than usual, but I am. Please. No, Sesame, that's not what I'm doing. Nope. It doesn't piss me off. It bored me. It was... It was a lot of... Yeah. Non-reasoning. Trying to sound like critical thinking. Oh, Sesame. That is not it. Too bad. Too bad you weren't paying attention. It has nothing to do with my ability to validate what you're saying, or my method. Yep, you're missing something. Quite a bit. I would say quite a bit. Bilan on YouTube says this is like being a spider waiting in the web. No, I'm not a spider. I'm just a skeleton sitting in the cold, questioning those that think they can question their beliefs to see if they can. If you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, then go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to debate you or argue. I really just want to know, if you can question, then what is it that you believe? And why do you believe it? Hello, Witchy. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm 21, sir.
What year were you born?
2004.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Yes, sir. I'm pagan, which kind of follows into the belief of the Greek gods.
Follows into the belief of the Greek gods. What do you mean by that?
So pagan is the oldest existing religions. It actually existed way before Christianity, Hinduism, any of those religions existed. Christmas as well as Halloween.
I'm sorry, what
and-
is paganism?
So paganism is the belief in multiple gods. Traditionally more of the Greek gods such as Persephone, Hades, Zeus, as well as the other 12 higher gods that are within the Greek gods. Forgive me for not remembering all of them, but it's a belief historically proven.
Are you sure that's what paganism means?
Yes, sir.
Where did you get that definition?
Through history, sir.
I'm sorry, where?
Through several documentations as well as the Satanic Bible, sir.
The Satanic Bible gave you a definition of paganism as
Yes,
being
sir,
a
because the
belief.
Satanic Bible follows under the paganism as well as the atheistic
Okay,
religion.
so I wasn't quite finished speaking. I had more to that
Well, you
question
asked me a
before
question,
you.
so
I
I'm
wasn't done asking the question. The question hadn't finished. So
I
if this is the
apologize.
kind of conversation that you're here for, to just kind of speak over and make assertions that don't get questioned, then you're in the wrong place. I'm not here for a debate or an argument. I would like to finish my questions, though.
Yeah, go for it. I apologize.
What does the word pagan mean?
So the word paganism is a specific religion regarding to not only one god, but multiple gods or superiors, I'd say. And it relates very, very closely to humanitism, as well as
What is
there's a little-
humanitism?
humanism, what is right for humans, what is ethical, and what is, well, humanitarian.
Humanitarian.
And I would like
So,
to ask you, like, yeah,
are you sure you're not thinking of humanism?
what do you think humanism is? Like, just to rebuttal that. Not to,
Why
I'm
are
sorry,
you
not to
rebutting
rebuttal,
a
but just to ask.
question? Why are you rebutting questions? Are you just here
Again,
to
that's,
debate, Witchy?
again,
Because I
that's
think
why
you're
I
in the wrong
rephrase,
place.
just to kind of hear
I
your
think I'm
answer.
going to go ahead and move on. I think you should look up the words you're using. I'm just bored with childish nonsense. Does anybody actually know what the fuck they're talking about anymore? She is a child. She's 21. That makes her an adult. If you're old enough to drink, you're old enough to know humanitism isn't a word. It feels like I'm being trolled. It doesn't feel like these are serious guests. Sesame may have been the most serious of them, which is really frightening. Yeah, I think they're supposed to be dill pickles bats, but I mean, if you're leaving them out under a full moon, I don't know how you're going to accomplish that tonight. I mean, do they have to be full moon pickles to be manifestation pickles? Maybe that's what it is. I didn't eat any moon pickles. Where is fancy bread? In the heart or in the head? That's true, 96. Amore. No, no, no. We don't need me drinking and telling people not to be drunk on a panel. That wouldn't be. No. It wouldn't be fair or honest, and it probably wouldn't be very fun. It's definitely me being impatient. I think that's what it is. Humanitism. I'm just not showing enough humanitism. That's what it is. Yeah, Greek mythos, the Satanic Bible, the whole wildness of all of it. And it's all pagan under the branch of pagan atheism or whatever. Or did she put atheism in paganism? I didn't even get to use the what the fuck is pagan. Oops. Forgot all about it. All words that aren't Christian, right? Does it make science paganism?
Hello,
Hello.
is this
Hello,
beliefs
just
on
music.
religion?
Well, I need your age first.
I'm 18,
What year were you born?
2003. No, I'm kidding.
That's too
I'm
bad you
18.
can't do. Well, it's too bad you had to lie and can't do math. None of that math worked out. None of that. I'm 18, 2003, 19. Nope, nope, none of that worked. I think it's time for a blueberry smoothie. I've been sipping on this coffee. I do want a blueberry muffin. That would be amazing, Sebastian. Yeah, it felt like smoothie time to me. But I do need to thank Grandpa No Pivot, Orin, Barfing Toaster, Everlasting Godstopper, and 96 for helping with the goal. Appreciate all of you. Bats says that Thrayle needs a P.O. box. Yes, I do. I definitely do. Imagine the look on my face when I go to hell. Yeah. Really encouraging everyone to want to hear your message and catching all them flies with that honey. I don't know if the devil fears me, Dark Knight, but Satan did crash out on the panel yesterday. He was a whole philosopher with a whole lot of feelings. Good morning, Noctis. Hope you're doing well. You say that, Tam, but we've seen all the directions it can go. If you have a belief in gods, a higher power, I forgot about anything like. I forgot I had a button for that. I never use it. Here, let's do it. If you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning that belief, then go ahead and request on up. Yeah, that does sound weird. It's It's right next to where I rest my hand. I forgot the button was there and I pushed it. Long story short, right, I thought it was creative Dark Knight, and then I tried it, and it just sounds, I don't know, out of place. It's like the other one I have there. What the fuck? It just sounds off. I don't have what the fuck is wrong with PMAR's background because I don't want to single anybody out. While Adrian has a poignant and thoughtful comment, we do ask that you be respectful in chat. Hey, Symbol. How are you doing?
I'm really good. How are you?
I'm doing okay.
Are you sure? You seem very frustrated.
It's been a night so far. I've had 4, 5 conversations, all of them very circular and frustrating.
Well, you know what I had happen today?
What's that?
Well, the Wonton Wonder of Darkness, she came to dinner at my house, and she took all the wontons that we made. All of them. I didn't realize it until now, and I'm just so depressed.
The Wonton Wonder of Darkness.
Yes, she is now my nemesis. How dare she take all the snacks?
I feel like there's something to be questioned there.
Have you ever had cream cheese wontons? They're so good.
Yes, I love them.
And the chili sauce is gone. I was really, when I saw the chili sauce was gone, yeah.
So,
Yes.
much as I appreciate the detour and getting me to think about something much more humorous and delightful, I would love a cream cheese wonton right now. And the chili sauce does sound perfect. But since I don't have that, and apparently you don't either, did Did you request up to talk about the prom?
No, I
Or
just
just
wanted
to
to say
lighten my
hi.
mood? Okay, well, I appreciate you so much. I do.
Bye.
Thank you, Symbol. W is for symbol in chat. Direct, honest, answered questions. And we know that she can question her beliefs. But also, now I'm thinking about cream cheese wontons. All I've got is a blueberry smoothie. I think I'm going to enjoy that, though. Zebulon over on YouTube is guessing now that it's going to be blueberry waffles for breakfast. If I can't find cream cheese wontons, which probably won't since I'm frozen in still, yeah, blueberry waffles sounds great, and I've got all the stuff to make it. Dancing in duality, that is a great question. They have been few and far between. Last night and the night before were mostly atheists, so there were a couple of believers. The two believers that three that I've questioned so far, because one was agnostic and the other I don't think we got anywhere with. They weren't, well, I mean, you saw. We all saw. Thank you, Insomnia, for the 9 star. I really appreciate that. Symbol says maybe a god does not exist. How could a god let my wontons be taken? That's a great question. If wontons and if wontons and chili sauce existed, like if they just appeared, apparated in front of you, would you then believe in a god? Or could it be some other thing manifesting wontons for you? And if there was anything like wrong with them, if they weren't perfect, would that mean that God is just somehow limited? see I'm canceled now for being wontonophobic, because some wontons might not live up to expectations. But what about when you have a wonton and the cream cheese is all out of it? Like they just didn't put enough, or somehow it seeped out in the cooking. I mean, if they're fried wontons, then it's in the grease. You never get it. So it's just an empty wonton. Would that wonton be wanting? It's what I do, Symbol. I question certainties, and the certainty that no wonton could ever be left wanting, I think is a certainty worthy of questioning. DJ09 says I want off this ride. I mean, we could always invite back up the flat earther, or we're gonna sit here talking about wontons until a believer with a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that is capable of questioning and finds their way up here. And of course, a notion of wonton is a sandwich. Absolutely. If soup existed, Symbol, cereal would be soup, but the problem, of course, is that soup is a sandwich. I think Zebulon is trying to say that a wonton isn't a sandwich, it's a fried pie, but a fried pie would also be a sandwich. And a fried pie is technically just a calzone, and calzones are still sandwiches. chart. I'm avoiding the chart for now because I'd rather see if there's a believer out there with the ability to question that belief. And I think the chart scares them off. Are we pickling sandwiches? I didn't plan on pickling any sandwiches, but a pickle is also a sandwich. Are we all hearing the coyotes, or is it just me? Hello, Mr. Man. Can I get your age for TikTok too?
Hello, my name is Bob, and I fucking hate niggers. Oh, how I hate them.
Interesting choice there. That's an interesting choice you've made. It's an unfortunate choice. Unfortunate. That's what that was. I was really hopeful that Bob had more interesting things to say, but see what I mean, too? It can always go in any different direction. We can hope it gets better. One way to help is, of course, if we all tap the screen, share the live. We did tap it up to 50,000 likes, which is really amazing. I appreciate all of you guys. And did I already like We'll do that again there. And you too can share the live by clicking the crooked little arrow down there at the bottom of the screen and picking any of those options to share the live out to someone who you think might be beliefs. Symbol says that she believes tacos are better than sandwiches. Unfortunately, Symbol, tacos are sandwiches. So you're just saying that sandwiches are better than sandwiches. And, I mean, maybe. I need to break out the chart. I didn't think I was gonna, but let's see. It won't let me pull up the chart. It's not in the reel of 50 here. Let's see, I can pull it up over here. Yeah, it doesn't fit in the screen right. Almost fits. Close enough. This is just for your edification, Symbol. So, as you can see, somebody sent me a chart when I basically proven that pizza was a sandwich, trying to show me that I was wrong, that it was a toast. But clearly, you can see from the chart here that, well, it was wrong, and my corrections clarify that, well, all of them are sandwiches, except for soup, of course, which doesn't exist, except as a transitive state of sandwich. Soup in a bowl is a sandwich. Soup in a ladle is a sandwich. Soup pouring from a ladle to a bowl, all of that is. Well, so I had to clarify with it. That even though sandwich was correctly labeled, it didn't. Okay, the point would be lost there. Everything needs to be sandwich. And a salad, technically, if this chart had actually shown a salad, then you would see it's clearly like a sandwich, more like a layered cake. Yeah. But this all, of course, stems from the clear and unified understanding that everything that is layered or can be described as layered would be a sandwich. And since everything is layered or can be described as layered, then of course everything is sandwich. But now that we've cleared that up, of course, we can put the chart away until it's needed again. Z-Witch says, what is a skeleton's favorite sandwich? I don't know. What is a skeleton's favorite sandwich? The McRib. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, it's a decent sandwich. It's a little overpriced for cafeteria pork patty. DJ09 says, if we pull back the layers of reality, we would observe sandwich. We might also observe that each of those layers are themselves layered, and therefore sandwich. I don't think I can say the name on TikTok of a particular secret menu item or supposedly secret menu item at that Golden Arch fast food place, but if you take their dollar double burger and their dollar chicken, well, what used to be dollar, and you put the chicken sandwich inside of the double. There's a word for that, but still the point is not a sandwich within a sandwich still a sandwich? Yeah, that's not the name I was told, Sea-Witch. I'm surprised you can hear the clock over all the other sounds in the studio. Where are the gods and aliens and energy people? Well, they're either hiding or they're doing what they always do and not existing. It's the soul, gotta be. Any sandwich believers? I mean, is acceptance of sandwich a belief? Or is it simply a categorization? A recognition of a categorization that exists by nature of the meaning of the word. I don't know about major philosophy insomnia, but it is, I mean, it is all encompassing, the sandwich. And I'm not the first person to recognize it. Though my particular articulation of it is mine, I found it later that other people had come to similar conclusions. it's a slow night. When I get all the way through my blueberry smoothie and haven't questioned a single belief since I started it. Not a one. I mean, we got Paul. Hello, Paul. How are you?
Good. Can I just put on my headset? I didn't mean to go up, but I'm happy to go up. 1 second.
Yeah, go for it. And while Paul gets his headset, everybody remember to tap the screen and share the live. Appreciate everybody for getting us up to 57,000 likes. That's amazing. Witty says, guess who's going to see Iron Lung this Friday? I imagine a couple of people, probably a few. Maybe a lot. Maybe, are you? Is that what you meant? Cat in the Vat says that Tyler has a question. Well, that's good. Congratulations, Tyler. I'm open to hearing Tyler's question. Paul, if you're trying to unmute, if you're back, the little microphone button, or if you click on your picture, should give you an option to unmute. There you go.
Okay, you said you were open to hearing this question, but you haven't heard the question yet.
Oh no.
The question is, how tall of a cliff could you jump off into noodles? Like, instead of water, there's like 20 feet of noodles.
Well, if it's 20 feet of noodles with like rocks underneath.
Well, I don't. Well, but the noodles are gonna slow you down eventually, like, you know.
Right.
Eventually,
Right.
you get to terminal velocity, you know, and water becomes like cement, you know, at about like 110 feet or something. Yeah, that's about what it is. The water. But
So, like,
This
noodles,
information will
like,
come
are
in
they
handy
more
one day.
absorbent? Or
It might be handy one day. Are the noodles cooked?
yes, the noodles are cooked.
yeah, they're cooked.
Are they in liquid?
Noodles in liquid, or the noodles are the liquid?
It's just a bowl of noodles.
It's
They
just.
don't- I mean, it's got water in it.
It's just noodles.
It's just noodles, like.
That's
He wants to know how tall can you jump off of into the noodles before you get hurt?
like, would you jump?
40 feet, 60 feet, how high? I wouldn't jump at all. I won't jump off a cliff into water, and I definitely wouldn't jump into noodles.
I have something for you, Kat. It seems peripheral, somewhat relevant.
You know what's about to happen. Polly wants to know what flavor are the noodles.
I don't know. I mean,
He doesn't.
Like high dive, you know, lower dive.
This is what you got. Hold on. That's actually my question that I ask people who are just absolutely off their fucking rocker.
I just don't know if I'll jump off a cliff like 60 feet into water, and it's a little like intense, you know, it gets your heart going. But I don't know if I do it in the noodles. I don't know.
Imagine
Okay.
you just slip into the noodles, you'd end up surrounded by noodles. That'd be pretty gross.
Right. I'm worried about if I'd be able to breathe in the noodles.
Oh,
Are the noodles?
I don't.
Are they giant noodles or are they like regular sized noodles?
Are they giant noodles or are they just a bunch of regular sized noodles?
The ones, you know, you get like, yeah, normal size.
Normal sized noodles. Where did we get all these noodles?
I mean, we just ordered a shit ton on, you know, Walmart.com and they delivered them. And they expand. They're like the dinosaurs in the, you know.
Well, if they're expanding, then they're not regular sized, right? Now they're like pool noodles.
They're like the little washcloths that you drop in the water. Yeah. Z says my vivid imagination is overwhelmed by pasta. I love Z. She's great. So sorry, but there was actually nothing going on, so I'm not sorry about this interruption.
Well, Paul's here. We got Paul. But we've questioned
Paul
Paul
teacupped,
before.
or is like Paul here?
Paul's
He's teacupped for me. Oh, my shit's just fucked up. I see.
Yeah.
Unsurprising.
No, Paul's there. And we've spoken to Paul once or twice before about his beliefs, and he's asked a few questions and questioned Rav the other day. But if you can just remind me real quick, Paul, for your age.
41.
41. I know it was right around there. And you have a belief in the God, correct?
The Christian God.
And we've spoken a bit about creation. We've spoken a bit about your understandings of that and how they might not quite align the verbatim word of the Bible there.
Yeah, if there was any section of the Bible I wasn't going to take literally, the first part would be Genesis. Yeah. It's probably... sorry, go on.
Is there a second part? A part that is like second most questioned?
Thinking. Well, okay, in the book of Job, people talk to each other in long passages of poetry. So I don't think in reality there were people talking to each other in poetry. But I think Job is based on real events. I think it was just recorded. It was turned into a poem when it was recorded.
Who would have recorded the events of Job?
I don't know. Some say it's the oldest book in the Bible, so maybe Job and his friends talked to somebody who was a scribe. Maybe the story got passed down a couple of generations, got embellished. I'm not sure.
Why do you think the story of Job would be based on true events?
Yeah, look, there is a category of people who think it might just be a story that's in the Bible. Why do I think it's based on true events? I feel like it's an important message to mankind about the nature of God, and it must have happened. I don't know. How can I explain it? If it was made up, then it would just be the opinion of the people who wrote it. I think it's what is in Job.
Is there any particular part that indicates to you that it must be true?
Well, so what we learn about God is that he doesn't have to answer our questions, and so that message that was passed down, I don't feel like it would be fair if somebody just said, "Uh, I think I think this, and therefore I'm going to write it down." I feel like it's something. It's a crucial part of God's character we're learning, so it must be based on reality.
Thank you, Shell. Appreciate the bonfire. So because it's a crucial part of God's character, then it must be based on reality.
Yeah, if someone had just come up with it off the top of their head, it's hard to see. Like, I know the prophets are divinely inspired, but it would be strange for God to say, "Write this story about me," and that will tell people who I am. I think it would make more sense if it was a real event that was recorded. Sure, it's been passed down a few generations, it's been turned into poetry, but the essentials are there.
What essentials?
So again, God isn't like, because Job sort of wants to, throughout the text, he wants to start a court case with God to prove his innocence and to find out why he's suffering. And then we learn from God that he is greater than we are, and we are not owed any answers from him.
If he is greater than we are and we are not owed any answers, then why are there any other stories in the Bible at all?
So Job, yeah, why are there any other stories in the Bible at all? Job wanted to know why he was suffering, and God would tell him. But at other times, God chooses people like Moses and David and Solomon to work with them. Job is a unique case where he wants to know why he's suffering. And I don't know why in Job God doesn't give him answers, and why in other parts of the Bible God seems to be the one
Well, what
directing
answer would he
things.
give him?
Yeah, well, I suppose he could tell Job about the bet sort of at the start of the book.
How do you think Job would take that answer, to hear that he was the fodder of a bet for God and Satan?
He'd either
Thank you,
be
Katie.
very upset. Sorry. He'd either be very upset, or he would
My fault, I have a
I
little
think
bit of a
Job.
lag.
Oh, sorry. I think Job would, considering how righteous he would probably be happy to prove the devil wrong, and to have, because his lesson as well stands the test of time. Like, and it's interesting as well. Job ends uh, with Job being vindicated before his friends. So even though he had all these questions for God and he was suffering and he wanted to know why, um, even though he has all these questions, even though God doesn't answer them, he still rebukes his friends who say it's his fault. So God respected Job, and Job respected God. Well, I don't know if respect is the right word on God's part, but yeah. Oh, it's just me.
I'm still here.
Oh, well, good.
Yeah, you're never really alone. My TikTok app glitched out on me.
Ah.
So, what sense does it make for God to direct actions against someone who is devoted to him, as Job?
Yeah. Well, the devil, or it's not so much the devil; it's the accuser in Job. The accuser is saying that Job only loves God because of all the blessings he's been given, and his lesson that we learned from reading the book stands today, that we should love God regardless of whether we're blessed or whether we're not blessed. In fact, in the New Testament, it says we're going to suffer for being Christians. Not that I've suffered a great deal, but yeah. So trust God even when things are going rough.
Is that really the lesson from Job? Trust God even when things are going wrong? Because if you keep trusting God, then God can win the bet and you might get replacements for your family.
Yeah, that's one of the strangest. Well, it's definitely it seems immoral. Job's family dies, and then it's all better again because he gets more sons and more daughters. It looks like at the start of the book, because his children just go to feasts every day, so it does look like there's a little bit of because Job is praying for them every day, so perhaps there's something there. But yeah, look, I don't know. We don't know if Job's family were believers or not, um, and not that that would excuse it, I suppose. Um, yeah, you're
It
right.
isn't.
He doesn't get his family back. Yes,
Yeah.
sorry. Oh,
No, it's all right.
go ahead.
That's all right. It is interesting that you'd go to Job next. I did ask for what was kind of the number two doubt after Genesis. Um, what is your biggest question or doubt about Job?
Yeah. Um, to be honest, I don't have a great many doubts. One thing I find hard is the book is filled with long passages of his friends saying, if you trust God, you'll be okay. And you read these long passages only at the end for his friends to be rebuked. I wonder why they're in there at all. Like, if because what they're saying seems to be good, even though they're accusing Job of wrongdoing. What they're saying about God seems to be good, and yet at the end they get rebuked. So I guess I wonder what's the point of all that.
Um, strangely enough, I might actually have an idea as to why that is.
I'm all ears.
They assume to speak for God.
Yes.
By saying it's why, that assuming the reason and telling Job it's because of what he's done.
Yeah, it shows that even in Job's time, God doesn't just reply to people willy-nilly. Like, I've never heard the voice of God in my life. And so naturally, like you said, they're speaking on God's behalf.
I wonder why any of this would seem any more true than any other child story, parable meant to teach a moral lesson.
Right. Let me think. I don't know. I like the Book of Job, but that doesn't mean much. What it tells us, I like that it's sort of, because it's like other parts of the Bible when God says, "As high as the heavens are above the earth, so are my ways above your ways." We don't get to judge God. I mean, Job did anyway, and he was forgiven. So when we suffer, I think Job acknowledges that we're going to ask questions of God, and we're going to be a little bit unruly, but ultimately we don't get answers all the time, and we just have to live with that.
Do you think that is the message, is that we don't get answers all the time, and throughout the Bible, is that the message?
I guess that is what I would say the message is that God isn't, he doesn't have to answer, he doesn't have to be accountable to us when something goes wrong.
Doesn't that seem like a way of just kind of making the supposed God here more unquestionable, more unreachable and untestable?
I don't know. At the end of Job, God does show up, and I think one of the translations for how Job responds to God, I think he says, "I melt," or something like that. So it's like, I guess, just being acknowledged by God, being loved by God. Like God does eventually break through. So that's the hope that we have, is that God isn't necessarily just unreachable, but he can come into our lives, and we can feel.
And if we ask him any
presence.
questions, he'll tell us that his ways are beyond ours, and he shaped the cosmos, and so we can just get over our questions, our petty mortal questions, right? Like, why take away the family and replace them with another?
Job isn't rebuked at the end, and he does ask God a lot of questions. So there's a hope there that...
Are his questions answered?
No, certainly not.
Really quickly, I'm gonna talk past you, but I gotta make sure that I think Noctis, Shell, Inksomnia, Paul, you, Bridget B, Jace, 96, and Polly for helping with the goal. Appreciate all of you so much. Can you think of any reason why the Book of Job might exist if it weren't true?
Okay, so hypothetically, if it wasn't true.
Thank you, Shell.
I guess, I mean, if there was like an organized religion that had written it down, it could just be to dismiss questions. Just sort of appeal to the book and say, you know, like, God isn't accountable to you. So yeah, I guess like it could, but the thing is, I don't think there was a really big organized religion at that time. So yeah.
What religion would there have been at the time?
Okay, so what's that? Oh gosh, Zoroastrianism might be one, or unless that comes on the scene later. I know that the towns that the Israelites slaughter everyone in, they did child sacrifice to like Molech and stuff. So, oh, sorry, that unaliving. And what's that? The myth, the Epic of Gilgamesh. So that's another one that would have been around at that time.
Have you ever looked into the origins of the Book of Job specifically?
No, I haven't. Not the origins. I know it's the oldest book, but other than that, I don't know a lot.
Is there any mention in Job of Moses or the law or the Torah?
No, none.
Or Adam?
I wonder how it got the Jewish Bible.
Is there any mention of Adam or Eve or sin or...
No. And in Job, what are the how do they refer to God? I don't think it's Yahweh. So is it El or Elohim?
El.
El, right. Well, obviously the story got circulated in the Jewish environment eventually, and perhaps they thought, I do wonder, how did that book get into the Hebrew Testament? I don't know. But I'm glad it's there. I take comfort from that book. And I
If
like
it were
that
about...
God. Oh, yes.
Sorry, if it were about another God from another tradition, would you still take comfort in it?
Well, this is something I wonder because, like, in Islam, they believe in one God as well, but not a Trinitarian God. It's like I wonder if they're worshiping the same God but with different rules, or uh, it's certainly not the case. But like maybe the idea that there is one God was something that was passed around in other cultures, and maybe they're not, because they're calling him El, not Yahweh,
Mhm.
but maybe there was other cultures that knew a little bit about God.
Do you believe that your God has a divine council?
That's right. That's in Job as well. Well, the Bible constantly talks about angels, so God does have angels, so perhaps they were in the divine council. Um, and I know that in other parts of the Bible, it sort of talks about God sitting amongst other gods. So these are probably, gosh, yeah, I wonder about that. Like, are there other spiritual beings that are like God but not God, or did God create the entire divine council himself? Um, yeah, interesting.
Who does God make the bet with?
The accuser.
The accuser. What does that mean?
Well, so the standard interpretation is that it's Satan. Um, I guess the idea is that whoever it is, he accuses mortals before God.
Mortals of what?
Not loving him, not not following his commands. But I think in Job in particular, it's because Job worships God and prays that he's almost ridiculously righteous. So yeah, the accuser had to go at him and said the only reason Job serves you, because God calls him my servant Job. So the only reason that he's serving God, the accuser says, is that it's in his best interest.
So, someone in God's council.
Yeah, yeah. He, what is it like? He says, where you come from, and he says, "Or from going to and fro around or across the earth and walking around it." So it seems like he's not a fixed member of the council, but he obviously he wanders the earth, so he knows what's going on the earth.
So he's accusing mortals of being righteous or not righteous uh, while he wanders the earth.
Yeah, he sort of says to God, well, in Job's case, he says, it's because God looks after you that you love him. But he might like, because I think the title accuser might be in the New Testament as well. And like the idea that like people might be struggling with a sin, and the accuser, I suppose, would say, this person isn't worthy of your forgiveness. And also that the guilt that they have, if they can't get rid of it, then the people themselves might go, oh, I'm not, I can't be saved, things like that.
So do you think that this accuser is Satan, devil?
I do think so.
Why?
Well, so there's not a lot about the devil in the Bible, but I know that the general story, and I know there's only like a few bits in the prophets that talk about like the morning star, but the general story, which I haven't really looked into, is that God created Satan, and then there was war in heaven, and Satan turned against God, as did a third of all the angels.
So was Job
And
before that or after that?
after that, I think.
So Job is after the war in heaven. Satan has turned against God. And yet in Job, does he defy God?
Uh, in Job, does Satan defy God? Um, he's trying to get under God's skin. He's sort of saying, because God says, God is the one who brings up Job. He says, "Have you seen my servant Job?" So he seems bitter about that, and God lets him have his way.
So God brings up Job to brag about him. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, that does, like, that's one way of putting it. But certainly, God is happy with Job, and he's pleased by him.
And the accuser says what?
There's something about you've put a fence around him and all his possessions, and then later on, God says he's still serving me, and he says, "Oh, skin for skin. If you let me strike his body, then I will. Then he'll turn against you and curse you." And yeah. Um, and I remember Job's wife as well tells him to curse God and die. Understandably so. Like, she would have, in that patriarchal era, she would have been relying on Job to get by. So it would have been very hard for her to see her husband being righteous after suffering so much and losing everything.
Does the accuser character, does he tell any lies?
Yeah, he doesn't lie. He just says, like, he's wrong, but I don't think, like, I think the accuser really thought he was right, and God proved him wrong. So I don't know if you could say the accuser is lying.
So he was mistaken about Job turning on God.
That'd be my take, yeah.
Does it matter to you if this story is about your God and Satan, or about another God and his prosecutor?
Well, since this is possibly pre-Moses, I think that it could be people who had some understanding of God, but and so they would have, because they refer to God as El, but I think the idea is that he is at the very least the supreme God, if he's not the only God. So as long as they're getting at the same thing, like they're sort of saying, we believe that there is one God, yeah, then I guess I don't mind too much if it comes from a culture that doesn't know the Moses religion.
Have you ever looked into El to find out more about that God?
No, but I should.
Are you familiar with the Canaanites?
They come up in the Bible a lot. I think they're people in the Promised Land, aren't they?
Would it matter to you if would it matter to you if this god El was a separate god worshipped by different people with different rules and characteristics, and it was merged into the Bible for stories like Job?
Um, I feel like, cause yeah, okay. So would it matter? Would it matter?
For you,
I don't like it.
it's just one God, though. You're saying all of them are the same.
Yeah, I feel like it's God by a different name.
Do you think Odin is your god by a different name?
No, no.
Do you feel like Zeus is your god by a different name?
No. But even in the Psalms, they use the word El sometimes, I think.
Could that not be a way of merging cultures together?
Yeah, could be. Could be. But it's not so bad
if two cultures both have separate gods, different myths, different stories, and then merge as one, and then put those gods together and call them one. What does that say about the existence of the gods in the first place?
I think the stories that are being told are, like I said, I always thought Job was about real events. So I feel like something extraordinary happened to a man, and people thought it was worth recording. Eventually, it became a sort of a legend, and it was written in poetry. But I'm sure that, well, I'm not. I can't be sure, but I believe that it must have been something that really happened. So, if
Why
it's
must
another
have?
culture, must have.
Why must have? Yeah, why? You say it must have been something that really happened. Why? Are the labors of Hercules something that must have happened?
Right, because other cultures had their own stories as well. That is, well, honestly, when I look at other cultures, like the Greeks and the pantheon of gods they have, I do wonder if, like, because magic is in the Old Testament, like when they throw down Moses' staff, it swallows up the staffs of the other magicians who turn their staffs into snakes. So I wonder if other religions had some sort of something going on where it was more than just a story.
Why?
Why?
Why would it be more than just a story? Could these not be a series of sort of one-upsmanship carried out through fable? My god's bigger than your god. Its snake will eat your snake. A kind of posturing using mythology.
Yeah. I mean, I suppose that's another possibility if you're looking at it with a critical eye, is you have to ask that question, I suppose. So yeah, it's a possibility.
if you were to find that the Bible were just myths and fables, morality stories, wrapped up in a package, all edited to fit together, would that make you doubt the existence of a God, or just the messages transmitted by men?
I think it would, to be honest. The Bible is like the foundation of my faith, and it's the foundation of everyone's faith at my church. So if the Bible was shown to be just a collection of fables, that would be pretty devastating.
When you say it would be devastating, would finding that out change the way that you live your life?
The main thing that it would change is my need to talk to others. Like, I don't enjoy evangelism sometimes. It's like something that I don't feel I'm qualified to do, but I have to. And then that like, I probably keep all the morality that I got from the Bible. I think the 10 Commandments are just common sense. That's why it's so good that they're all written down. And I like the New Testament morality as well, so I would follow that. But certainly, I don't think I'd feel the need to evangelize.
Mm-hmm. You said you think the 10...
You're right. Not like have no other gods before me. That's a little bit. You have to be religious to take that as something. And the Sabbath keeps. So you're right. It's not all common sense. But murder, steal, lie, false testimony in particular. Yeah, coveting isn't good.
What does coveting mean?
Wanting something that you haven't got that somebody else has. And it's funny, in Ecclesiastes, he says all progress, I'm not quoting it word for word, but all progress comes from man's envy of his neighbor. So I wonder about that.
There are there are codes of justice and law in the Bible that prescribe how people should act and what should and shouldn't be done. Do you think that all of them have merit?
I know that we don't follow the Old Testament law to there's like 600 and something commandments, and some of them have changed drastically. Like the Sabbath is, people usually acknowledge that is. Actually, I'm going off track. What was your question?
Do you think that there's merit to those 613 laws?
Not all of them, and certainly not today. Yeah. It's strange, like, the laws seem to be for a different time. Yeah.
It's almost like they were for a certain people group in a certain time, and even then, they're a bit questionable, aren't they?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I would know what laws you're talking about.
So, if the morality in the Bible can be questioned and the origins of the stories and even the identity of the god are all questionable. What is it that makes you really want to believe in it?
I really believe that the morality that the church teaches today, the Christian church, it can lead to a very pleasing and happy life.
Mhm.
And secondly,
Which Christian church?
I like Anglican can mean different things. There are some Anglican churches where the priests wear robes and they burn incense. We're called Low Church Anglicans, so we just follow the Bible, and there's less ceremony. Yeah.
So the Anglican Church teaches the morality that you find helpful.
Yeah.
But other churches, do
Like,
they teach the same morality?
I have been to some other churches. Most churches are pretty good, but for example, like there are some Jehovah's Witnesses who show up. They believe that blood is sacred, so they don't allow blood transfusions. Um, Gosh, what else? They don't believe in the Trinity. I get it. The Trinity is not an easy thing to swallow, but it's just making the best of different parts of the Bible. When you match them all together, that's the best you can get. But
So
also, they
if
won't even fight in wars.
mhm. You say the Trinity is just the best you can get when you mix different parts of the Bible, is that possibly because they're telling different stories about different gods? Could that not make more sense than trying to make a single God have three aspects that are wholly apart from each other and wholly one?
Well, in Genesis, it's interesting. God says, "Let us," for some reason, instead of "let I will."
In
Instead of saying "I
Genesis,
will," he says, "Yeah."
almost
And
as if he were amongst a council of gods.
that is another way to look at it. But could also be a
Whereas
Trinitarian.
which God is mentioned in the one where it says "let us"? Is that
Are you
Yahweh
gonna tell
or
me it's
El?
good point? I'm guessing it's L, right? You're gonna tell me it's L.
I'm asking if you know.
Don't know. Don't know. It's been a while since I went to Bible college, so I don't remember. I didn't finish Bible college either. I only did one semester.
I think it is El or Eliam in Genesis 1, and then it is Yahweh in Genesis 2.
Yeah. Because I was just thinking, because God walks in the garden in the cool of the evening. If it were El, you would expect him to be walking with a host of other people. So, yeah.
It's Elohim, I think. I'd have to look at the Hebrew to be sure, but I'm fairly certain it isn't Yahweh, because I think Yahweh's first appearance is Genesis 2.
Okay. So maybe it was something the priests put into the Bible later from stories that have been passed down.
But if El is this other Canaanite god, and Yahweh is this Israelite god, and they were somehow merged into one to form the God of the Bible, some of them give these rules, and some of them are attributed for different stories. um, how can you know which of them is your God?
I think the stories that made it into the Bible were passed down for a reason, and I think maybe when it's like talking about El, these are more ancient ideas that came before God revealing Himself to Moses. So they're obviously, it is a patchwork, the Old Testament, of different things. Um, and I think some scholars can say this writer was this part, this writer was this part. Yeah. Sorry, did I not really answer your question?
Well, you are saying it's a patchwork. Different writers wrote different things. I'm wondering how, if these different writers are writing different things about different gods, how is it you know that the reason they were all included in the Bible um, is that they were about that God and not because they helped push an agenda or pad out a story?
The Old Testament is a Hebrew book, so it had to get the approval of the Hebrew priests or whoever wrote the Bible. And I just don't think they would have put something in if they didn't have a good reason to.
When was the Jewish Bible canonized?
So some people say it was in Ezra or Nehemiah's time. There's also the idea that the first 5 book Bible were written by Moses, but then some people say, why does Moses talk about himself in the third person? And so then some people say maybe Joshua started. Yeah, I don't think we know for sure where, like, there's different theories. Like, some people reckon the Bible was compiled again in Ezra and Nehemiah's time. We don't know for sure. These are tough questions.
Do you know when you said during which time?
So um, Ezra and Nehemiah both talk about another temple being built, and then there's a bit where they find the law in a scroll. I can't remember where they find it, if it's inside the ark or something, but they all
Do you know when that
commit
was?
themselves to the law.
Nehemiah,
No,
do you?
no. Maybe it wasn't very old. If that's the case, it would only be like 800 or 600 years old or something like that.
800 or 600 years old.
Oh no!
You mean
Sorry.
older
What I
than
mean is
Jesus, than older than
yeah, that's
BC.
yeah, that's what I meant.
So, as far as I understand, the Torah was likely canonized around the 5th century BC.
Yeah. Okay.
And that would have been the first of the Hebrew scriptures to be sort of fixed.
Okay.
So that would be 500 years before Jesus, right?
That's one theory. We don't know for sure, but I know that's one of the theories.
If that were the case, if it were somewhere around 500 years before Jesus, when would that mean Moses was?
Well, I mean, it's one thing for it all to be written down, but it's another thing for when the events of the Bible actually took place. Um, the Hebrew religion, as far as I know, really starts with Abraham and goes from there.
And when would that be?
Uh, that it's like, what is it, 2,000 years old or something? I can't remember. Sorry, not. I keep forgetting. So that would be 4,000 years old because there's 2,000 years after
So
Jesus.
the first scriptures, the Torah, were canonized in 1,500 years after the events.
Okay, that's
Is
a
that
theory, but
what you're saying? I'm asking.
oh, if it's true that it wasn't written until Ezra and Nehemiah's time, that would be the case. That like the events they're talking about would be very old. But I suspect that they were writing things down before Ezra and Nehemiah.
How could you verify that?
Oh, you can't, like, things that are so old, like, you just can't. Like, these days people don't even know if Socrates existed. Some people say he's just a mouthpiece for Plato. Um, I like to think there was a Socrates. Um, I not just like to, that's what I think. Maybe Plato is became sort of aware of his stories and decided that he would. I'm getting off track, but yeah, I, I I feel like people write down things that are important. They don't just make it up. At least not until fiction was sort of. I think fiction is a more recent invention.
Why do you think fiction is recent?
Because even the myth of Gilgamesh, um, I feel like it's got to be based on something or somebody. Um, Writing things that like the author knows it's false and the readers know it's false, but they read it anyway. I don't know if that really is what ancient cultures were doing, but I know I could be way off on this, but that's sort of what I think. A lot of the Old Testament is like, why would people fictionalize it? Like you've got these long genealogies where so and so begat so and so and so and so begat so and so. Also, the history of Israel in the Old Testament, they make a lot of mistakes. David breaks the laws and commits adultery. They keep following different gods, and kings lead their people astray. It just seems like if you're going to write a fictional story about a a people and their god, you would write something more positive than what is actually in the Hebrew scriptures.
You say that because it's unflattering, that it should somehow be taken more seriously.
Yeah, I think I kind of meant what I said. I think you got me right. That was sort of what I was thinking.
So, because Zeus isn't an adulterer, should we believe then that Hercules existed?
Well, I don't know that adultery. Well, I suppose Greeks had their own laws around marriage, but I have I have no idea. Like a lot of Greeks didn't even believe in their own religion, as far as I remember. I forget where I got that from, but yeah, like oh gosh, but what do you need to read to be familiar with Greek culture? The Iliad and the Odyssey?
There's a bit more than that.
I'm more familiar with the philosophers stuff. I've heard of Heraclitus and Plato and that.
Is it possible that that they took their gods just as seriously as anyone else of the region or the time, and that was kind of how everyone took them, the way you see the Greeks as not having
There
taken
must have
them
been some
seriously.
people who believed it, but yeah. I mean, like in the New Testament, Paul goes somewhere in Greece and he starts a riot. And they're all going, "Great is Artemis of the Ephesians." So obviously there were people who believed it. So you're right. Yes, there were definitely people who believed it. But again, I think that other cultures may have had strange things happen. I don't think that's unique to the Bible.
Do
Maybe
you
there
think
really
that the
was.
strange things happening might be myths, stories of larger than life events to explain more mundane occurrences, big fish stories?
No, I don't think so.
You don't think people back then told big fish stories? Nobody exaggerated anything.
Oh, look, I mean, we were just talking about Job and that got exaggerated into poetry. I think there's some kernel of truth behind them.
A kernel of truth. Could the genealogies be best guesses to verify the lineage of a king?
So we're talking, well,
A king at the time of the writing, not a future king. Or a king that had just passed, even.
I suppose it's possible.
I wonder if you looked into more of the Old Testament origins, what you would find as far as kernels of truth, and if there would, if it could be that some of it is histories or political commentaries with myths laced in for dramatic effect.
It's possible. I kind of like with all these things. I just don't know how we're supposed to know everything. Like all we have is what's written down. There's not a there's archaeology, and I know that there isn't much when it comes to verifying Hebrew. Like I know that they found Jewish culture in Egypt. I was reading a book on Judaism, and there were Jews living in Egypt who were, but like then there also I remember hearing there was a ring, a signet ring, for a king that was found. So the archaeology is another way we can find these sort of things.
I wonder if archaeology actually aligns with the Bible, or if there are just some conveniences.
Well, go on.
Some things like a certain king existing. Does that verify that the king interacted with a god, or that the lineage was direct from some divinely created being?
I think like if you're gonna be a skeptic, you can be like you don't have to believe the miracles, but sometimes the archaeology is interesting. Like there's a bit in I can't remember what book of the Bible it's in. I think it's Isaiah or something where the city is besieged by the Assyrian in the siege, and eventually some people walk outside the city and they find the Assyrian army all lying on the ground, struck dead, and they raid the encampment, and that king and his campaign against Jerusalem. There's archaeological evidence where it talks about it, but the evidence, the archaeology they found, it says that they destroyed the Jews. So it could be that both sides had their own stories about what happened. Maybe the Assyrians didn't want to write that they were defeated, or maybe the Jews. I guess as a skeptic, the Jews would perhaps not have been saved by God, and maybe something else happened. I don't know.
Hmm. Yeah, I don't have an answer for you on that, Paul. I would definitely look deeper into it, see what they find. Um, could it be in that case, or that both sides perceived a victory? And if that were the case, then what does that say of God's supposed perception in the book?
Well, I don't think both can be the same. Either the Assyrians won and conquered the city, or they were conquered by somebody else or something else. I don't think both sides would have perceived a victory, but who knows? I mean, that's not beyond the realm of possibility, but seems better to say that if a city was besieged, either it fell or it didn't.
That raises some questions, Paul. I would really like to see where the questions about the origins and history of the Old Testament would go. With Rav is up here. I know you got to question him a little bit the other night. But I think for now, I don't have too many more questions for you. I do hope, of course, that you keep asking questions and bring back more answers for me to question.
Thank you very much for having me on.
Appreciate you, Paul. And of course, as always, big W's in the chat for Paul. Paul can question his beliefs. He's still holding them firmly, but there's questions there, and I don't want to push too hard all at once. I think we end up in some very interesting rabbit holes, but yeah, I wonder how much that Bible authorship or the history and how it compares might change Paul's questions. It has been a quiet night, but I am still taking guests. If you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or really anything like that, and you're capable of questioning that belief, then go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to debate or argue. I'm not trying to burble to know. If you can question it, then what is it that you believe? And why do you believe it? Hello, Naomi. Did you mean to request up? I'm gonna guess not. You can, of course, request again if you did, but, yeah, sounded like sleeping to me. Hello, King. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? King going once. Going twice. Okay. And that'll be the last ghost. So, and if you've got a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, well then, go ahead and request up. I'm not here to debate or argue. I just want to know if you can question your beliefs. And if you can, then what is it that you believe and why? It's getting cold in the studio again. Did this spellcaster who went for a pee come back yesterday? No, they did not. They never, manifested. Hello, Michael V. Good to see you. Is that what's going on, Polly? Have I been cursed with no believers to question? I think it's the mermaid. I think people are afraid of mermaids, especially out of water. It's just unnatural. Why is the mermaid floating? Oh, see, that's what happens. I comment on how it's all the mermaid's fault, and Philly shows up. Mm-hmm. Well, either somebody cursed me or all the believers are afraid of mermaids. That's what I was speculating, Philly. I mean, I wasn't speculating that somebody cursed me. It was just a thought thrown out to me. Braden says mermaids are majestic. I mean, can a thing that doesn't exist be majestic? With mermaids, is it blasphemy or blasphemy? Oh, I don't mind letting a bad pun just sit in the air like that. I can understand that mindset, pros and pedals. I definitely get lost staring at some of these backgrounds. I had a different idea for the what the fuck is wrong with you background. We ended up with, where is it? This one right here. And I liked it because it goes straight from, like it's almost seamless. But everybody opens their mouth all at once, and there's something unsettling about that. Yeah, it's a little bit. But the alien barely moves. And the Yeti. I'm surprised he doesn't scream. Well, the other option I have is much worse, and I'm thinking of adding it just to see. It's pretty weird. That is a fun fact there, Sebastian. I wonder if I should be getting a poem ready. Is that what this means? Are we there? Seems a little early. It is early for the poem. But I think the believers are afraid of mermaids. It's at all about what we do here that's scary or upsetting, right? So the only logical explanation for there not being any believers has to be that they're afraid of mermaids. No rapture, Michael V. I haven't had any questioners up here except Kat came up to tell me well, to ask me a question about noodles. And Symbol came up to relay the tragedy of her wontons. Yeah, nobody's questioning their beliefs and to be around, which is fine, I guess, when we're absent a belief to question. Oops. Hello, Moosh. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Hey, I'm 35.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
I'll get there. Give me just a second, sorry.
was waiting for you to tell me your age for TikTok TOS.
I'm 35.
35. Do you have
Yeah,
a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
Yeah, definitely.
Which
I
god
also
do you believe in?
I don't have a religious God. I just have I believe in God.
What does that mean?
It means that I don't think that I'm here by accident. I think that everything is connected simultaneously through this pattern, if you will, numbers A, B, C, 1, 2, 3, that
Pretty sure 3 of those were letters.
well, yeah, 100%, but they're also they're also kind of like world. Anyway, so
Okay,
I
so
believe
you believe there's some kind of connection, you're saying.
100%.
What do you mean by connection?
I think there's a connection to everything all at once, all at the same time, every
What
single
do you mean
moment.
by connection?
Like I'm speaking right now to you, and this may have some sort of understanding or value to you, whether it does or not. I'm speaking, and you understand what I'm saying, so that's cool.
You are speaking. I haven't verified that I understand what you're saying yet.
Mostly ish.
Are you sure?
No, I don't think you understand what I'm saying. Okay, so I believe that we are all simultaneously existing upon I was like upon. That sounds like a really cool like pond that has koi fish and shit in it. Anyway, sorry, you're sleepy now.
Are you with us, or are you somewhere else?
I'm right here.
Okay.
Did I leave?
So, when you say everything is connected, what do you mean by connected?
Like we're like a spider web. Like there's nothing that separates any of us.
What would be the filament in this spider web?
What does filament mean?
What is the string?
Oh, it's like the. It's interesting because the string has the vibration that we all.
What is a vibration?
The vibration. Shit. I guess whatever. Okay, I have it. This is how I'm gonna describe it. I have a spider that lives in my house, and she lives above my plants, and she eats all the little bugs that fall into her spider web. Sometimes, okay, I don't know if this has anything to do with anything, but I open the window, and sometimes her spider web goes away, but yet she builds it again, and then she like is still there. I love her so much. Anyway, maybe that has nothing to do with what you were saying. Oh, the vibration. That's what you're saying. Okay, so the vibration is probably just like anything that it's like a song. It's like a song, right? Where it's kind of like bing, bing, boom, 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 boom. It's like our internal song.
You're saying a vibration is like a song.
Yeah, it's like a song. It's like an internal like beep, beep, beep. It's a song, right? don't know. What would you describe a vibration like?
I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. So
What
I
the
don't.
fuck? Then why? Okay, so
Are you?
or are you
Are you just?
asking me because you want me to describe what you think?
I'm asking you so that you can see if you can question your beliefs. Can you do that?
Yeah. Okay. So
What does that mean?
what does a vibration mean?
No,
It's
what does questioning your own beliefs mean?
questioning my own beliefs. Okay. I think questioning my own beliefs means that I absolutely know nothing and that I have a moment to be quiet and figure out something different. I don't know.
And you're saying you believe that there is a connection like a spider's web that vibrates between all of everything.
Yeah.
What do you mean by connection like a spider's web? What is actually connected?
Our consciousness,
What is consciousness?
our, under- our understanding of our what is our consciousness? Our is it our I don't know, dude. Our like willingness to be vulnerable in the state of other people's brains.
Consciousness is the willingness to be vulnerable in the state of other people's brains.
Yeah.
Does it feel like it made sense when you said it or when I said it?
Both.
It made sense.
It did make
Willingness
sense.
to be vulnerable in the state of other people's brains.
Yeah, that's consciousness.
So someone else being vulnerable is them being conscious.
Yeah.
Or is it?
We're both being vulnerable at the same time.
How?
By not fuck. Maybe just like not not shit. Repeat the question.
Moosh, are you a little too elevated for this?
Yes and no. Yes and no. I really wish I wasn't, but also like yes and no. I should probably go to bed.
I think another time we could have a great conversation, but I hope that you sleep well and drink some water.
Okay, drink water and sleep well. Okay.
Thank you for coming up and answering my questions. I hope we get to talk again.
I hope so too. Thank you.
Take care, Moosh. Normally I don't I don't pull the plug for elevation, but I think there's a certain level when there's a vulnerability in someone else's brain, and I'm conscious of it. I did like her too. I appreciated the attempt. I really did. suppose she might have fun having that kind of conversation on the Discord and Linktree in my bio or in the Batcolyte's bio. Either. Oh, make sure that you read the rules when you get there, of course, because otherwise it might look a little lonely. Hello, Melissa. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Okay. Hello, Lucas. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Hello, sorry for the noise. I'm on the bus right now.
I see. Yeah, it's a lot of background noise there. And it also looks like you're losing signal, Lucas. Tell you what, when you get to your destination, if you find somewhere quiet, then we might be able to have a conversation, but I'm not sure that we all want to audibly ride the bus with you right now. And I'm back, and nobody even noticed I was gone, so I didn't have to say I'm back. But it was getting cold, so I had to throw on a hoodie. Now we can take a guest. And if you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning that belief, then go ahead and request on up. Amy says, oh, we noticed. You mean I haven't conditioned you all with long pauses so that I can step away and not be noticed? Damn. Chancellor says, I felt your presence was missing. Justice says, I don't request up, not to embarrass you. Sure. Very very concerned about being embarrassed. I don't know that I will answer it at the moment, but you go for it. Justice says you know too much of what you only see. Oh, okay. Poetic, but what do you mean? Well, that's already a wild question to start with. Let's see if I can read that all out. You've got, if humans are all here by God to experience different lives of free will, doesn't this mean God is fragmented and cannot unify because of human disagreement? So why are we here? Those are some big questions Craig hits, but also kind of have some pretty big assumptions in there. If humans are all here by God to experience different lives of free will, that's already assuming that we're here by God, that there's free will, that that's the purpose. Then saying, doesn't this mean God is fragmented? That assumes that God created us by fragmenting itself, which some do, and cannot unify because of human disagreement. There's some smaller assumptions there. Cannot assumes that humans will always disagree, which seems likely, but how can you say that it will always be? Created us in his image with free will. If we have soul, it came from God. This fragmented, I mean, if you're Christian, if you believe that, so that would be a question for a Christian who believes in fragmented God souls. But keep asking those questions, crickets. Hello, Russ. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I'm 54.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Yes, I used to think of it differently, but I still call it Christ. But I recently, well, anyway, just to get cut to the chase, is that humanity has a shared consciousness, and that's who I call Christ. But it's coming back. It's coming back now. All species on this planet have a shared consciousness.
What is consciousness?
A group consciousness, like when fish swim in a school and they'll like dart around as one. That's not an individual fishes making decisions. That's the bodiless consciousness. And like when
what is
birds
consciousness?
Fly, wow. You know, that would be a good conversation. I don't know how to explain it. I suppose.
If you're not sure how to explain what consciousness
awareness
on
of
its
self. I know there's a self-awareness test. I mean, but the definition for consciousness, I think, is amorphous right now, isn't it? I don't think it's a settled term.
Can you tell me what a settled term is?
Well, I don't really subscribe to consensus science, but I guess there has to be a some kind of group. I guess what is it? What are we going to break it into variables? Is it acknowledgement? There's self-awareness would have to be in there, but then your id and your ego would have to be in there.
Why?
Because I think it's in me. I'm just kind of inventorying in my head, I guess.
Mm-hmm. So consciousness is whatever matches what you have.
No, because I believe that there's a larger consciousness, obviously. So there's a lot that this is, well, and we're here to experience limitation anyway. So
How did you determine that?
no, it's what we're here for. I mean, that's what
You say it's what we're here for. How did you
Yeah.
determine our purpose was limitation?
This reality's purpose is limitation because we're immortal, be spirits.
How did you determine that? I mean, knowing through resonance.
There's universal truths.
Can you
Because
tell
this
me the
universe-
difference between knowing something through resonance and making shit up in your head?
Yeah, no, absolutely. This reality was created with the God's voice, the base frequency. So everything in this universe is of ether at different frequencies.
I'm sorry, you're just saying things there. You said this reality is made up by the God's voice and that it's an ether.
Oh, yeah, it's a vibration.
These are words you're saying, but what
No,
you
it's a
actually
vibration.
I'm not done asking the question. You're going to have to let me finish.
All right.
So, how is it that you have determined that there is a God and that it's a voice created and that there is ether?
Because when people are starting to wake up and we're all going to evolve as a species. And I woke up. I was given a vision. People are going to start, I think you might have noticed the reports of people seeing things that we're going to start seeing in a higher spectrum of light. So we'll start to be able to see the dimension ahead of us, the fourth dimension, and the one behind us, the second dimension.
Russ, why did you request up here?
Because you said to challenge my beliefs. I was wanting you to challenge them.
Did I say challenge your belief, or did I say can you question your beliefs?
I would like you to question my belief because this is a very serious matter that I would like you to talk me out of.
You'd like me to talk you out of one?
Well, nobody can, but I also wanted to give you some good news. And that
So you're not
as
actually
returning.
here to question your beliefs. You're here to preach.
I was hoping you would give me a good reason for why.
If anybody does have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power or anything like that, go ahead and request on up. At 59 years old, I would hope that you know how to critically think and question your assumptions, especially shit that you made up in your head. I'm happy to be alone. You know what, Kat? Considering all the alternatives except maybe Moosh. Moosh was just elevated. But maybe, yeah, considering the alternatives, I don't mind the silence and the solitude. Kind of sucks that I'm not getting to question a believer with a rational capability. But otherwise, I'm just platforming unwellness. That's not fun. Nobody needs your sermon, Russ. If you're actually capable of questioning your beliefs, you can request up. But I'm not interested in being sermonized to, and I'm not interested in listening to just say things that no one can talk you out of, to quote you. Nobody gives a shit about your certainties that you have absolutely no justification for. Nobody. Oh, did my volume go down? I mean, the music's still there. Maybe I'm drowning myself out with it. Every time I adjust this knob, I regret it because it goes too quiet. It's too loud. Nobody knows what's going on. Now you can. Yeah, you can hear me, but barely. Let's see. There's a sweet spot on this knob that makes it work, and I think that's it. I think that's the loudest it gets. Hello, Salvador. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Sure, 31. But is everyone here?
It's just you and me.
Batcolyte.
What's higher power or anything like that?
Yeah.
Which god do you believe in?
I believe in the most holy God. Like if I was in a session on D&D, you could say I was like a paladin who believed in the sun god. I believe in the god, I guess, that brings light.
You believe in the god that brings light.
Correct.
Is this a particular god from any faith doctrine or scripture?
I mean, I think sometimes it could be linked to Abrahamic Christian God. Just depends on what you mean, because it's like, you know, I also know about Gnosticism and about the demiurge. So, like, you know, I like to believe that I don't believe in a false god.
You know about Gnosticism?
Somewhat.
Do you believe that? Do you believe that things were created by a god that didn't, or a god thing that didn't know better, and that there's really a bigger god?
I think there's a possibility that.
You think there's a possibility of that?
Correct.
Is that an actual belief, or is that just a thought you entertain from time to time?
No, I think I believe that. Yeah.
Do you believe in it as Gnosticism describes it, or do you just believe in...
I believe that, although I'd like to believe in the God of Light, that there is probably like some mischief going on. Well, because that's what I can see. I mean, maybe it's a God of sound, but I believe in the God of Light.
Because you see light?
So. Yeah. I also hear sound, so it's possible.
Do you actually believe in this God, or are you just trolling?
No, I believe in that God.
And you believe that your God is a God of light that creates light?
Creates light.
I'm sorry, why would it be a God of light?
I mean, yeah, that creates light. Yeah, that would be someone who is a God of light who creates light. I don't know. To be honest. I don't know.
So you're a paladin for a God of light, but you...
Well, I'm not. I'm not actually.
Oh. So why would you consider yourself a paladin?
That was mostly a joke.
Oh, I see. So you're not a fervent warrior for your God of light.
I'm not a bulwark of the light, no. I just believe it. You know, I'm not.
What does that mean to believe it?
So someone who has accepted it.
So you accept as a truth that there is a God of light?
From what I've seen, yeah.
From what you've seen, what of what you've seen indicates that there's a God of light?
Well, it's more so what I've seen that has proved to me that life is not simple.
What
I guess I get to choose what the God is, right?
if you choose whatever you believe, if you think that beliefs are chosen.
If crazy stuff happens to me and I get to choose who I believe in, I mean, that's the whole thing, right? I get to choose what the real God is.
Do you feel like you get to choose your beliefs?
A little bit, yeah.
So you can choose to believe whatever you want.
And whatever that happens to be will become the God.
Why? Why will it become?
Because I chose it.
Why will it become the God?
Because gods are depending on the power that we give them. If there's no one who believes in them.
Your belief is that gods only exist if people give them power.
Of course, yeah.
Where did you get that idea from?
I guess multiple ways, but I choose to believe that.
Why?
Because it's like, if no one believes in the gods, how does the God exist? If I choose to believe in the God exists.
So, who believed in your God that supposedly created light and
It just has to be me.
Who believed in your God that supposedly created light and life before it created light?
Like some Christian people.
So Christians, people, believed in your God before it created light and life?
Yeah.
How did people believe in your God before there was life?
So you're asking what came first, the chicken or the egg?
No, I'm not asking.
So what came first, belief or the thing to believe in? Maybe both at the same time. There was someone who believed in the God of light. Whatever.
Get better. Like your troll sucks, your dialogue style sucks. Everything about that conversation just sucked. It really just did. It just sucked.
I navigated away from my TikTok for a moment, but you dropped him right as I was coming back to type in the chat, fuck the fuck off. Like, I was literally like opening TikTok back up, literally just to type that. I don't even have to do it now.
I can only imagine that this is happening on purpose. Like, people are just the trolls have the courage or whatever to question. Yep, I said whatever.
God. Yeah, this has been a wild couple nights.
Tonight has literally, like, I've had 2 guests where I didn't think of putting the "what the fuck is wrong with you" up.
Did you make my clip earlier?
Oh no, I couldn't get TikTok to let me make a clip because it's acting up.
Of course it wouldn't. Fuck it. We love
Remind me
TikTok.
after the live. Hello, Mr. Pringle. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I am 21.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
Yes, I do, as currently I am considered a Christian.
As currently you are considered a Christian.
Yes.
So do you, well, have you read the Bible?
No, okay, so to reframe that, yeah, I try to.
Do you believe the stories in the Bible to be true and literal?
Well, there has been aspects to be true and aspects to be lessons. There are parables in there.
Do you believe the 6-day creation?
6-day creation.
Mm-hmm.
It's, I believe, to be a more of a vague, whatchamacallit, language. You know what I'm saying?
No, I don't know what you're saying. You're saying that the first chapter of Genesis is vague.
No, because what I mean by like vague language, for an example, in the Bible it says a day in heaven's like 1,000 years, right? It's not stating it is
Where
1,000
does it
years.
where does it say that these are days in heaven?
What's up?
Genesis 1.
I'm just giving you an explanation of
An
vague
explanation
language.
for vague language.
Yeah.
I see. So is that what you mean, that Genesis 1 that says things were created in a particular order on particular days, that's vague?
Yeah, it states in vague language.
Can you give me an example of vague language from Genesis 1 instead of later in the book?
Yep, hold on.
And while he does that, thank you guys for tapping us up to, what are we up to, 87,000. That's awesome. Appreciate all of the taps, all the shares. And if I didn't already, thank you guys for helping with the gift goal. Well, definitely gotta thank you, Amy on the fly, also Donna B, Shell, Polly, Braden, Timothy, Paul, Cat DeWitch, and Danny Grax. Thank you all so much.
All right.
I do appreciate you.
Right. So
what was vague in Genesis 1?
in the beginning, the first word, it's a construct states at the beginning of, right? And it can be like similar language in like Hebrew phrasing, like in like Jeremiah 26:1. But the whole
But
thing
I'm
would be
asking about Genesis, though. So
right. But
Genesis,
I'm just giving reference.
the beginning is vague, is what you're saying.
Yeah, in the beginning, yeah, but it's implying at the beginning of, right? So that's can be considered. That's my question. That's what I mean by vague language.
So that's what you mean by vague.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Kat.
I was just gonna ask about the in the beginning, like if we're starting in the beginning, does it say, like, what translation are you using?
NIV, English.
Does that one say in the beginning?
Yeah.
Yeah. NIV says in the beginning.
Yeah.
But the only one that doesn't, one of the only ones that doesn't,
and like
the NRSVUE, which is a more direct translation.
Yeah, and yeah.
Do you know what that one says? The more direct translation?
In the beginning. Hold on. Yeah, it's Genesis 1, in the beginning God created the heavens and the earth.
Right, but a more direct translation of the Hebrew is when God began to create. The earth was formless and void. Correct, Thrayle? That's what it says. That's just from memory. would that change the way you interpret like with the different lines? Because I feel like those are saying two very different things, you know.
Yeah. Right. Because so that's why I imply these to be like lessons. Like, oh, okay, I get you. Because like, if I were to explain, okay, to people like the most way that they can understand, right? And so obviously, since people back then are not as smart as currently today,
Wait, whoa, where'd you get that?
no, it's just fact.
Just because they didn't have the science that we have today makes them.
I'm not saying they're dumb completely. I'm just stating that only the nobles back then were schooled and stuff like that, but the common people were not. Well, most of them were just, never went to school. The majority of people back then didn't know how to read or write.
I'm gonna get it off on questioning that. If just so you go, Thrayle.
So, you believe the order of creation, the six days.
As a parable.
As a parable. What do you mean a parable?
Parable. Hold on. Let me fact check myself.
What do you? Are we questioning Google's beliefs or yours?
Yeah. So it's just. Yeah. So I was using it right. Yeah. So a parable is just like a simple story.
Okay.
Or, yeah.
A simple story.
Yeah.
Like, is there a purpose behind the story?
Yeah. Parables were mostly used for like moral or like spiritual lessons.
So what's the moral or spiritual lesson of Genesis 1?
Creation.
What about it?
Yeah, because
what about
people are gonna ask for a spiritual or moral guide is that they're gonna ask like, oh, where did everything come from? Right. Since this is not a moral, this is more of a spiritual lesson.
Okay. So since people are going to ask where did everything come from?
Yeah.
The answer provided by the Word of God is 6 days in a particular order.
You can frame it like that, yeah.
Is that answer true or false?
Since I am not God, I'm just gonna say yes. The order, it surprisingly matches up with most of everything that conspired.
What?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Even I was
You're
surprised.
please repeat what you just said. Sorry, you said it comports with most of what you've.
Right. So what I mean that it surprisingly fits the scientific creation of how the Earth was made and stuff like that. It's just word weirded.
How does the 6-day creation match the creation of the Earth according to science, or origins of the Earth?
Right. So the only thing I don't agree on the matter is that the Earth came before the sun, but the explanation just might have been like explaining the Earth before the sun. If you know, like I'm explaining the creation.
Where does your understanding of like any of this come from?
What's up?
Where does this understanding of how the Earth come from, other than the Bible? You said it like matches up. Matches up to what?
Oh, to science.
What
I said
science?
most. I didn't say all. I just said most.
What science?
The science of creation, like how the Earth was made, the Big Bang, stuff like that. I'm not saying like, oh,
God, like the Big Bang verbatim. It's more like a, you know how God said like there'll be light, like that can imply it to be like a Big Bang.
And when he made the vegetation on Earth, the Earth itself, and whatever firmament is, all before the sun, does that comport with science?
No, that's why I stated most, because also when it comes to the firmament, that's also vague language too.
What is firmament?
The firmament, it's basically, think of it like a dome separating what the Bible says the sea from the earth, stuff like that. So
Dome separating the sea from the earth.
Do you think there's a dome of water above us?
no, I'm just stating that he's trying to use very simple language for people to understand. Because
So why is it so hard to understand?
Because people back then did not know Earth was a globe.
Yes, they did.
Oh, yeah, but only the Greeks, if I remembered. But the people who he was talking to that was uneducated, they didn't know. So
the people he was talking to didn't know.
Yeah, but the nobles did.
So the people who was talking to.
Yeah.
Who?
What do you mean?
The people. You said the people he was talking to. Who was he? Who is he?
Who is he?
Oh, are you playing the? Oh, my apologies. Yeah, I'm just saying in general when he was like when Jesus was like pastoring and stuff like that.
Where did Jesus come from?
What do you mean?
We were talking about the Old Testament.
We're talking about Genesis.
Yeah.
Who is he in Genesis? Who's the he that's speaking to the people?
No. I sorry.
Oh.
I got ahead of myself. Right. So for Genesis, he wasn't speaking to anyone. He was just God.
Okay.
So
Genesis 1 is God not speaking to anybody.
No, it's speaking of the God. God was speaking His word out to life. That's
God was speaking His word out to life in Genesis.
How did it get written down on a piece of paper then?
Written down on a piece of paper. I believe everything was explained in Abraham, because God gave Abraham visions and stuff like that, and told him what to write.
Everything was explained.
That's what was
Abraham.
believed.
Who wrote Genesis?
I believe Abraham.
Oh, good God.
Wow.
Yeah, so it was traditionally in the Torah.
What is the Torah?
It's a Jewish manuscript.
Abraham is traditionally in the Torah. Are you saying he
Who wrote the Torah?
Oh, who wrote the Torah? Hold on. Because I am not too knowledgeable on the Torah, so I'm just going to look it up.
Do you know what the Torah is?
Yeah, it's a Jewish manuscript.
It's the first 5 books of the Bible.
Yeah, so it says Moses wrote the Torah.
Right. So if the Torah is the first 5 books of the Bible, who wrote Genesis?
So that would imply Genesis. Legit, I'm as knowledgeable as you are of the authors, because, like you said before...
No, that's not true.
Are you sure about that? You're currently Googling what the Torah is.
No, I am.
How are you as sure as Kat is about authorship if you're currently Googling what the Torah even is?
Because I'm not Jewish.
Neither am I. But I did just tell you what the Torah is.
No, yeah, I told you the Torah was a Jewish manuscript. I just
not too knowledgeable on what
He
the
told
Torah.
me what the Torah is, Thrayle. No.
Yo, what's all these assumptions of, dude?
Well, so you said that the Torah was a Jewish manuscript, and I told you, like, in detail what the Torah is. The Torah is the first 5 books of the Bible.
Yeah, I didn't disagree with you.
So if it says that Moses wrote the Torah, who wrote Genesis?
Yeah, that's my question. I don't know.
Oh my fucking god.
Yeah, so do you see why? I
Yeah,
would state
we
that.
can definitely see that.
Right.
Do you know where Genesis is located in the Bible? Like which book it is?
It's in the very first book of Genesis.
So Genesis is in the first book of Genesis.
Yeah, I can just look at my Bible right now, if you want.
So Genesis is the first
Genesis
book.
is the first book of the Bible, and the Torah is the first 5 books of the Bible, and Moses wrote the Torah, then who wrote Genesis?
It says anonymous sources, so.
Fuck off. Fuck me. God damn.
It's not just me. I made sure it's not just me.
Hey, Thrayle.
It's
I don't know if I could have made it any clearer.
well. It says here it's anonymous sources.
God damn.
It says here on my Google, because I'm Googling, instead of answering questions, instead of thinking things through.
I don't think that's right, bud. I don't think you do. I think you know far less. Jesus Christ. This is what we've done all night? This is what we've been doing all night?
All night. Literally all night. Well, it was about an hour where I talked to Paul. That was pleasant.
Oh, that was pleasant, I'm sure, yeah.
Mhm.
Well, it's been a really fun night.
Yo.
Hello, CCCP. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Sure, 25.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm a Christian. Yeah.
And have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
Nah, not at all.
Why not?
I don't know. That's a good question. Cool too.
Does it matter to you if the Bible is true or not?
I mean, that's kind of general. I mean, it's a collection of authors, right? And there's like tons of contradictions in the Bible, so you kind of have to look at it with a lot of nuance. And truth is a very, very, I don't know, it's a loaded term, I'd say. So I wouldn't say it's like necessarily true or necessarily false, but you know, I think it's the message and the intent that we should focus on.
So, in short, the answer is no. It doesn't matter if it's true or not, as long as the message and the intent are understood.
Well, if we're talking about whatever that, you know, has happened or occurred in the Bible, like for a lot of things, like it depends on like you side with, really. and most theologians agree that like a lot of stories, like especially in Genesis and the flood,
Oh yeah, the YouTube suffered on that too, so let's see if we can get that back up.
I think that the bad guests aren't just us. Just FYI, I was listening to Trust but Verify earlier, and he early dropped somebody, no, like of his own, like it wasn't a poll, or you know, it was like he was like 5.
Yeah.
And he doesn't do that.
Oh no, CCP thinks no. It did crash. The app did crash. Everybody watching knows that the app stalled out pretty much the entire time you were here. I dropped you because you couldn't shut up long enough to let me finish a question, so you couldn't engage. But the whole app did crash. So you go ahead and take your condescending attitude somewhere else. He wasn't making apologetics. The 500 witnesses that are in the Bible. The Bible. Yeah, you were making apologetics. You couldn't answer where the 500 witnesses were. Because you'd only heard somebody else use it as a reason to believe and not ever questioned it yourself.
Who are the 500 witnesses?
That's a great question. What 500 witnesses? Yeah, he's just rage baiting
Usually
to
when you
get
have
back up. That's
witnesses,
not how it works. You don't get rage baiting.
not here.
Guess what rage baiting gets you? Somewhere the fuck else.
Oh, Chalk and Cheese got muted again.
Uh-oh.
Dang it. What the heck?
He was pissing me off. I gave him like 5 chances.
Yeah, the 500 in one of Paul's letters. That 500 independent witness attestations, apparently, Paul. But even Paul knows better.
Mm-hmm.
I say even Paul. Paul knows better.
Yeah, don't do Paulie that. Paul's not that guy.
TikTok should win an award for app with the most scrubs.
You guys have never been on stereo. That sucks.
I think it's a ghost, so... Yep, that was a ghost. Did Paul know anything at all, though? Well, I mean, the Paul in this room knew stuff. He knows stuff. The Paul that wrote the letters, I don't know what he knew, or if he even existed.
And if he did, I think he was eating the moldy bread. That's the conclusion that I'm.
Moldy bread?
Yes.
No, that's the second time I've heard you refer to that in the span of 24 hours.
That is the most reasonable conclusion I can come to for the whole road to Damascus incident. So there's a certain type of mold that would grow on the bread, and this certain type of mold is also used to make a certain substance that may induce things like meeting Jesus on the road to Damascus. Very possible. I think Paul was partaking in too much moldy bread. I think that was the thing.
It's almost time for a new cup of blueberry coffee.
Yeah.
It's almost that time.
We're only 5K away from breaking 100K.
I was really upset when we had a guest that went to Dunkin' yesterday and then didn't get blueberry coffee. That was upsetting.
It's not
Clearly didn't get the memo.
I've never had Dunkin' Donuts blueberry.
That was the first blueberry coffee I ever had, and it was really, really good, actually.
It's okay. As a Dunkin' connoisseur, since everyone knows New England runs on Dunkin'.
One of my teachers my senior year of high school came to school with it every morning. She always had a cup of blueberry coffee, which is why I even knew it existed and started drinking it.
It's so good.
It was really good because the Dunkin' had just opened in our town, literally that year. It was so new and novel and exciting.
Hello, Lewis. Can I get your age for TikTok? Oh, guess not. say it's better than other blueberry coffees, Mira, I'm gonna have to try it now just to verify that claim, because the one I get, well, cheap and nondescript, is pretty fucking good. So, if I can get it to work, I do have. Let me see if it'll work. Maybe not. Nope. Oh, that's bad.
That's always what we want to hear. Oh, that's bad. And Thrayle says, oh, that's bad. That's certainly a sign that good things are happening.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I love the way you say things like that, though. You're always so matter of fact about it. It's like, oh, that's bad. Thanks, Sarah. No explanation, nothing, but very matter of fact.
You didn't ask for any of that.
Well, mostly the reason I don't ask anymore is because I know he'll tell me if he wants to tell me, and if I, it's not going to make a difference if I ask him or not.
That may be the truth. Maybe.
If you want to tell me, you'll tell me whether I ask or not. And if you don't want to tell me, doesn't matter if I ask or not. So,
Yes, baby, I'm still on. I'm always on. At least this time of day. Always on to see if anybody's got a belief in a god or anything like that and is capable of questioning that belief. But, oh no, that's getting less and less likely. It's gonna have to wait till after the live. My computer ran out of space while I was trying to fix the new. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
I've just been sitting here yapping away at you with a fucking battery warning.
Yep. We didn't hear a word you said.
It's okay though. It doesn't matter. It's not big. It's whatever.
Thrayle, can I tell you about the ghost that turned my music box on? How do you know it was a ghost, Azure? Could anything else be responsible besides a ghost? What the fuck computer? What the fuck technology? What the fuck life? Zilim says, why the fuck you whispering? You creepy as hell for that. Well, thank you so much for noticing. I imagine if I was whispering, it might sound a little bit more like this. And it might not be as audible. People might not even hear it. It would probably not be a very entertaining live. Yeah, see, people are already scrolling away. So I shouldn't do that.
Oh, this is like, I don't.
The live is energy harvesting. What the fuck is energy?
How are we harvesting it? Because, like, if we're harvesting energy, dog, like, I'm still exhausted. What are we doing?
You don't present any truth or beneficial information. You just parasite. I just want you to know there, Shalom Balam, that caps are for mute or for mods, so that's why you got muted. But you can try again. Yeah, see, you did it again. Now we got to do it longer. Yeah, caps are for mods, and calm down.
Hello. Hello. Hi.
So creative.
Hello, Thought. Can I get your age for TikTok? TOS. Couldn't quite hear you there.
21.
21? What year were you born?
born 2005.
What month?
I'm sorry, can you hear me?
Yeah, you said you were born 2005. What month? Just out of curiosity.
July.
Do we need to like revamp math? Is that what needs to happen here?
If you were born in July of 2005, you'd be 20
Mhm.
years old,
Mhm.
not 21.
Mhm. Just had to start my wood stove over from almost complete coals, and it's very cold in here. But if you have a belief in a god, God's higher power, or something else like that, and you think you can question that belief, request up to the panel, and we will have a conversation about that.
Are we about to go the whole live without questioning a believer besides, well, I mean, Paul. Paul counts, you know what? I keep trying to make Paul not count, but Paul totally counts.
Paul
We at least
definitely.
have one believer. And Moosh, I mean, whatever Moosh believed, that was, yeah, elevated. I know, Azure. We've had a lot of people request up, but you've seen what happens. I have done the live where literally nothing but trolls.
Part of the business, I suppose.
It was not fun.
'96 brings up a good point. Is trolling in lives the new prank phone call?
Yes. Yes, it is. It's like pranking a radio show. They find some enjoyment in it, except, of course, they usually use an account that has some way to trace them back, so it's kind of silly to do that. Not that I would, the audience, though. I mean, everybody can see your name and your profile. Hey there, Shane. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I'm 30.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
I feel like I have a belief in a higher power out of desperation.
You have a belief in a higher power out of desperation. How does
Yeah.
desperation make a higher power exist?
It doesn't make it exist. It's just a thing in my mind, kind of a fear of the unknown, and a desperate need to have an answer for that.
Why do you have a fear of the unknown? What's scary about not knowing?
I guess just because personally I haven't accepted uncertainty as a part of life, and uncertainty maybe because I have a strong sense of the need to control.
You haven't accepted uncertainty as a part of life. What does that mean?
Well, I feel like life is pretty uncertain. I mean, we have things that are guided by laws of physics and guided by social I don't know what the word is, but either way, uh, things are still like uncertain. You know, everything is changing. If that made sense. That probably didn't make sense, but
What was the question I asked you?
I'm sorry, sir, I don't remember.
You've said that you believe in a higher power because it comforts you from your fear of not knowing. Is that accurate?
Yeah.
Is it the only reason why you believe there is a higher power is to provide yourself comfort?
Yeah, because when I started believing in a higher power, I kind of like was broken from solipsism. I realized that like I wasn't the one truly in control of things. Which is probably a deeper issue, you know, that I have to like discuss with a therapist, but like on a grand scale, uh, it made me feel like there was a good force that was controlling things and I could relax.
What do you mean broken from solipsism?
I'm sorry, it didn't come through clear. What did you say?
Sorry, that was my fault. What do you mean broken from solipsism?
I don't know how to say it on TikTok without you getting banned, but I had used substances that are like plant medicines.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
They rhyme with
Nope, you're fine. Nope,
rhymedelics.
nope, nope, yeah, nope. You're good. Okay,
Yeah,
keep going.
so um and one time, sorry, you asked how, I'm sorry, what was your question again? I'm sorry.
I said, what do you mean broken from solipsism?
So I had started to come to this belief that like my mind and my thoughts and my perception of the world were the only things that were real.
Mm-hmm. That's what
Um,
solipsism is.
and when I had realized that there was a higher power, it kind of interrupted that and said, "Hold on, you're being a little arrogant. Um, the world isn't just yours. Uh,
Right, but what I'm
obviously."
asking is, why did the idea that nothing outside of your own mind existed, like, why was this quote unquote breaking you?
Um, I guess because at the time it like relinquished a little bit of um, undue responsibility that I had felt, um, and that like there was a greater force making things happen.
Right, I'm not asking about the higher power. I'm asking about why you were having a negative reaction to the solipsistic thought pattern.
Oh, okay. Um, so
Like, what about the idea that only your mind exists was like causing you distress? Is what I'm asking.
it caused me distress because it felt as though um, my life had kind of become a movie, and like each choice that I made, even if it was well intentioned, ended up with negative consequences. Um, and it was only in my own mind, like I felt like my mind was a catalyst for negative things to happen, and if that's the only thing that was real, then it was just a negative egregore almost, like. And
So
to the
you
I
were creating. So the idea was a lot of negative things were happening in your life, and then you had this solipsistic thought, and and it felt like you were creating the negative circumstances for yourself, and you had no way out of it. Is that accurate?
Yeah, because at the time I had been court ordered to go to AA, and before that I had no intention of believing in higher power, but AA's whole thing is like a
Mm-hmm.
higher power will keep you sober.
What is your higher power?
Um,
Like, how would you describe it in AA?
well, so I'm not in AA anymore, but a higher power to me would be uh something that loves and tailors to each person individually, um, no matter who they are. It just shows itself as love to that person, and um, through that, it kind of interconnects everybody because, like, we're obviously all here in reality. Um, it's like
Real quick,
it's
this is an
sure.
important question. How important is this belief to your recovery?
Um, it was important when I was in recovery from alcohol. I've been through a couple of other recoveries. Um, but from alcohol, that one was pretty important.
Are you still sober from alcohol? Sorry, that's not like you don't have to answer that, but I'm just trying to I'm trying to gauge um like how tied into your recovery the belief in the higher power is.
Right. I mean, I drink here and there just kind of on a whim, and when I do drink, I tend to um not stop. But
Mm-hmm.
I forget about the higher power when I do.
Does the
So,
higher power help bring you back to sobriety?
no, I feel like if I remembered it,
Mm-hmm.
then perhaps it would. But otherwise, no.
Why do you think that perhaps it would if you remembered it?
I feel like I would not have to feel like I had to like punish myself. Um,
I have something to say, and this is also really important. And from one person that's in recovery to another, it's okay to fuck up sometimes, and like beating yourself up about it makes it worse. So try not to.
and I appreciate you saying that, and I understand it intellectually, and
But it's hard to put into practice. I get it.
and I feel like life has dealt me so much shit that um putting in effort to make things better just kind of, I don't know how to say it. Um, it's like it's like a sunk cost fallacy or something. I don't know.
Mm.
But
Hey Shane,
what's up?
do you think that maybe if you did something like, I don't know, wrote yourself a sticky note or and put it on the refrigerator or something like that, um, about the higher power next time you were going to drink, that would remind you about it? Do you think that would help you come out of it?
No, because I'm an asshole, and I would see it and I'd be like, shut the fuck up, sticky note. I'm gonna drink right now. I don't care.
It's fair. It's a fair statement. I only asked because you said earlier if you remembered the higher power, it might help you with it. But
That's
I
fair.
that's
That's fair.
that it, your answer was also fair. I get it. Uh,
As because I feel like substances, even though they're a detriment to your life, they're also a lesson.
they are
Um,
that, yeah.
and especially what I mentioned earlier, the
Hmm.
schmicadelics, but that's a whole different topic. But
How did that send you into solipsism? Just curious.
so um, I had done schmicadelics for a few months, building up a tolerance to them, and then I like began doing heroic doses,
Hmm.
and I feel like because of those trips, um, I can't remember the exact details, but um, those trips were so powerful, and my recognition of the fact that I could handle such high doses made me start to feel like my mind was what was real.
That's extremely interesting. Um,
And then when I realized that there was a power greater than myself, greater than my mind,
When did you
that
realize that? Or how did you realize that is probably a better question, sorry.
um so this was years ago, so the details are a little foggy, but I kind of realized one day, just thinking about it, like, if I don't have to be the mind that's completely real, that like everything popped into existence when my mind did, if there's another mind that's running things, then that's good. Because like my mind running things would probably really mess things up. If there's another mind that's running things, and from the human consensus that this mind is good, I'm like, okay, that's cool. And then it's actually really funny. Along my path, I ended up being convinced to believe in Jesus or whatever, and I had dropped Lucy, and I said the sinner's prayer or whatever, and like asked Jesus to come into my heart as I was coming up on that. And that was like, when I had that trip, like there was a very loving energy that flowed completely through my being. And like I was listening to music too, and like the music, like the visuals I was having from the music were like very fucking awesome. And I
So
know that
is your higher power like in line with Jesus, or is it Jesus, or
at this point I don't I don't really know. I don't really
that's
know.
a great answer. Great answer.
I don't really know, and it's what's been kind of messing me up, and it gets me emotional because like I feel like all of these humans have such diverse experiences in life and go through so much stuff. Like like the human experience is so heavy but so beautiful, and it's just it's so much. I don't know.
It's a lot. It absolutely is. Um,
I'm sorry.
why are you sorry? No, I have like this has been such an enjoyable conversation. Like, I, I don't be sorry. Um,
Oh, okay. Okay.
you are doing great and honest and very receptive to questions. So that's amazing. Um,
Is altering your mind your higher power?
there it is. That's
See, and I was waiting. That's so fucking wild, dude. Thrayle always asks the best questions, dude. Thrayle always
I'm
asks the
going to
best
give
questions.
96 the credit for that one.
I don't know who 96 is,
He
but
worded it
at the same,
differently, but
in the comment. It was a comment. Thrail just kind of cleaned it up a little bit. Um,
oh, okay,
96
but
does ask good questions, so he gets.
yes, I think altering my mind is my higher power because when my mind becomes altered, I'm no longer myself, and that's like I've had
Are
so many experiences that were just impromptu.
have you
Um,
ever considered that instead of being no longer yourself, you are just exploring different parts of yourself?
yes, and I think that um, that kind of ties into yourself. That I think that makes each each person like we're way bigger than we realize that we are, which is kind of like a woo-woo statement or whatever, but like I think altering your consciousness, which um consciousness, we tend to believe we understand, but like I
You
don't know.
know,
I don't want to go into that, but go ahead. Sorry.
exploring parts of yourself and parts of your mind that you don't usually come in contact with consciously, like with awareness, um, is really overwhelming and scary, right? Um,
Yeah, but it's fucking beautiful at the same time.
yeah, it's great, and you get to know yourself really well. Um, and I hear that, right? This is what I'm hearing from you. So, is do you think of this higher power as like an actual being, or is this more of a concept of of what that thing that we just talked about right there?
Hmm. Um.
I could see
Um.
how I can see like I I understand how that type of experience that we just described could feel like as awe-inspiring as like what people would classify God to feel like. If that does that make sense?
Yeah, for sure. Um. I just feel like if I can kind of give like an idea that I've developed, like I think that concepts like love, I'll just start with that. Um, I think that concepts like love, um, are existent in a realm or a something that's like beyond us, but it's real, but it expresses itself through humans, if that makes sense. Like, they say like a flow state when musicians are creating music, they almost they go into a flow state, and I feel like the flow state is like the music already exists in another realm. It's just being translated through that person.
Exists in another realm.
Yes, and
Are you
Thrayle, I
sure they're
can't,
not?
I,
Are you sure they're not? Are you sure that they're not using their training, intuition, their understanding of music, whether intentionally or not, to create something that feels a way to them?
no, I'm sure that they are. I'm definitely sure that they are.
Then how
Um,
is the music somewhere else if they're creating it from their own experience?
um, I think that, uh, it's the effect that it has on the listener and the producer. Um, it's because I've had songs that
Is the effect that
have
it
made.
has, yes, the effect that it has a result of it being from some other realm? Or could it be that it is familiar to those people because it follows the same kinds of principles that other songs of that genre do? What makes it
It
otherworldly?
could be. It could be. Yeah, it could be because uh, like when it comes to mine, I think of EDM, like electric music. I learned that a lot of EDM is based off of like old folk music. So I could see what you're saying. Like it could just be, yeah, it could entirely be human. That's 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 a cool question.
What would change if it was for you?
If it was just human,
Mm-hmm.
um, for me, with a lot of the experiences I've been through, um, I would feel relieved, 'cause I tend to delve into this fear of hell and blah blah blah. So like, I mean, all
So
aspects of. Go ahead. Sorry.
I just want to like, I have spent a lot of time exploring this in the same way that you have, right? Um, a lot of time inside my brain in the places that we don't usually visit, and I've had a lot of like I can relate a lot to the things that you are describing, right? Um, and part of the reason I've spent so much time doing this is because I desperately wanted to understand what was like what it was. Was there something like supernatural? Was there something like that going on? And I have come to the conclusion that it has all taken place within my mind. Not that my mind is the only thing that exists, um, but that's not entirely true. But
See,
but
there it is, right there. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
no, it's okay. I just felt like it was disingenuous for me to say it like that. But
I
I don't
appreciate
even think
it.
that my own I don't even think that my own mind exists. So like I take it like one step farther. Anyway, I think that these experiences have been completely uh like there is nothing supernatural going on that has caused this is what I'm trying to convey. Like that it has truly all happened within my mind and it is all just a human thing, you know. Um and I'm okay with that. But but I understand where you're coming from a lot. Um, like so much, and I just I'm trying to come up with a question, but I don't have one right now. I just wanted to give you that perspective to think about.
And I think that I've we kind of found some like common ground. Um, Especially with it just being human, like the
Okay.
possibilities of just being human are so limitless. It's crazy that you really don't need a supernatural explanation for it. But I guess just at the time I didn't know how to cope with it, so I had um attributed attributed it to something that was like a master puppeteer or
Yeah, absolutely. That makes sense.
something, you know.
So, Shane, if your higher power doesn't exist, or if there's some reason to believe that it doesn't, what what does that change about the way you live your life?
Fuck. Damn. God damn it.
And you can thank Shell for that question.
Thank you, Shell, for turning my brain into mush. God damn it. Fuck, dude. 'Cause I love you guys. Sorry. Just had to say that.
Oh, you
Uh,
have been a reprieve from a terrible night, so like we're happy to have you.
okay. All right.
Definitely.
See, that's what I love about your guys's whatever you're doing. It's just open. That's what I love about it. It's open. But Thrayle, I'm sorry.
I love my whatever I'm doing.
Huh?
I said I also love my whatever I'm doing.
Yeah, and I love everything about
So
you. You're a skeleton, and you speak to people uh unassumingly because you're a skeleton. How
So
the
good.
fuck?
while sipping blueberry coffee.
Mm-hmm.
I've never tried blueberry coffee. I kind of want to try it. But
More
anyway,
clarification on where it
Highly
goes
recommend.
after he consumes it, but
Thrayle, what was the question that really just kind of turned my brain to mush? I'm sorry. What was it?
What would you do if you found reason to believe your higher power doesn't exist? What would it change for you?
I feel like it would take me back to before I really ever believed that there was a higher power, and it would ground me very deeply in reality and let life not feel like a movie and more like this is my experience. Like shared, like it would help me appreciate other people around me more. Like
This sounds
it
like
would,
a positive thing.
it's trust me, because I've been, I don't want to like trauma dump or like give a whole whatever, but like I had an experience with like a Christian group, and they were like, "Oh hey, guess what? God uses demons to fucking chastise you." And that's
Hmm.
um um
Are
yeah,
you
my bro
struggling with the fear?
I've struggled with the fear for about 8 years now after I left that group. Which I people tell me that I'm commendable for leaving the group. But the fear is very strong. Um, the fear is absolutely strong because the only thing that's absolute in this life is death, and none of us know what happens. So when I was
Do you have
desperate and at a vulnerable point, that group was there. Here's the answers. But that's why I've been trying to find, that's why I try to question my shit. You know what I
you
mean?
do a good
Sorry.
job? No, you're good. You do a good job. You have done a fantastic job. Um, is the fear what is holding you, like, is that the thing that is tying you to this belief?
Yes, which is, and I realize like if I'm gonna believe it out of fear, then it's not even genuine. Like that's that's kind of pathetic. I mean, not to be so harsh on myself, but like honestly, like if I'm gonna be tied to a belief because of fear, that's
Yeah, that kind of
not.
sucks.
It sucks, and it's not ethical either.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what I hated about organized religion too. Before I even started believing in stuff, I was like, these people just want to be good because they want to go to heaven. And then I turned, it's crazy. It's like I turned into the person that I hate. It's so fucking weird, dude. It's so weird.
What did
Oh,
you think that did for you? Like, uh, that paradigm shift, I guess.
I heard, what did I heard? I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I don't want to make you repeat yourself, but can you?
Absolutely, that's fine. Like, what did that, what did that change do for you?
At first it was very relieving because like I felt accepted and like things were gonna be okay. Um, and then I got involved with like a group because I had felt like I had like negative things connected to me. Like went to this group and they started like teaching me the whole uh demons chastise you because God sends them to you. Um, and I just lost my train of thought because like this conversation. I I joined this live thinking that this was gonna be kind of simple, but it's like really making my brain fucking turn over, and it's
So,
great.
It's a
Shane,
big thought experiment, my friend.
it is. I like want to take a moment to say one, anytime that you like feel like that's enough, like just like tell us and that's fine and you can come back anytime too. And two, Thrayle up here, he has this Discord server that you can also come hang out and talk to us all about these things in at any time.
Right. And so I kind of feel like that's a introduction to kind of an outro.
Or I wasn't trying to push you out the door. I was just telling you that like if you feel like you have reached the limit, just let us like anytime, just let us know because that's totally fine. It's a lot. We know it's a lot. We do it. We've done it, and we've all
Do it
hit a limit before.
today.
Yeah, we have
Right.
all hit
And
our limits, and there's no problem with that.
oh, okay. And Philared actually, Philared's so amazing. She she got me connected to the Discord, which I haven't used because I suck at reaching out. But I am connected to the Discord um 'cause like I feel like I have to fix my shit by myself. Uh,
You don't.
Not ever.
you
There's like where if you look in the Discord, there's almost always somebody sitting in that voice chat, and you can always go in there.
oh, but that's okay. All right. All right. All right, cool. I'm not gonna argue with it. It my feelings about it are like alarm bells, but I
Like
I
to the
get it.
point where you can literally just drop into the
There's
voice
people in
chat.
there right now.
Mm-hmm.
Is there?
Right now.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
and you can literally just
I
go in
won't
there
say
and sit
who.
in there and say nothing. Like sometimes we all just go in. Like
You can
there have
just
been times where
lurk.
every single yeah,
Yep.
you can just go sit in there and lurk, and nobody's gonna say anything. Like nobody's gonna be
So
bothered by
shit.
it. It's just yeah.
They might
If you
say
just want to
hello,
listen,
and that's
yeah.
it.
If you just want to listen to our chit chat, or like sometimes there's like 8 of us sitting in there and music playing and nobody's saying anything.
That sounds so fucking chill. Holy shit. Okay, cool.
It gets a lot more chill when you get to the Discord.
Yeah, because I know here is like a, and I'm not trying to say like Thrayle is like an overlord of like you're gonna question
This
your
is
shit,
this is a
but like
dictatorship. We've established.
This is 100% a dictatorship.
I did get them to vote for it, though.
no,
They voted for a dictatorship twice.
I would vote for I would vote for a skeleton that can make you squirm any day. If
Voting for
that's
the
a,
dictatorship that we already have.
and Thrayle, dude, I've seen people say it before, like Thrayle, quit talking. There's ovaries in the chat or whatever. That goes both ways, bro. Your fucking voice is you got a good one on you, sir. Sorry,
His parents made it for him.
Yeah, I didn't do it, but I appreciate you, Shane.
you're you're welcome. You're welcome. You're welcome. But yeah, okay.
I appreciate
Come hang
you
out
being
with
up
us
here.
sometime.
We do have a couple in queue, so I think we are going to move on. So
All
maybe
right, thank
intro
you.
to an outro was a good call, but I appreciate you, Shane. I hope that you do take care, and I hope we see you in the Discord.
Yes, sir. Adios.
Take care. And W's for Shane. He's definitely capable of questioning his
Big
beliefs.
W for Shane.
Big W for Shane. That was so good. That was what we needed. Oh,
That was the reset right there.
you guys feel better? Because I feel better.
I feel so much better.
That was better. We have a few in queue. I don't know who was ghost or not, and I don't know who was first. But that one's a ghost. We can take that.
I am just fucking like raining down with an iron fist. P Mars just got it too. I was like, no, we're not doing it. It was too good. We're not ruining it.
Nope.
He already came in earlier and asked. He said something. Imagine Thrayle's face when he finds himself in hell, which I think is funny because it's a skeleton. Oh, we had a guest for just a moment. And then they're gone.
Like they were never here. Because they weren't really. Also, Shane, I'll raise you your had to pee the whole time to I have been trying to get a splinter out of the bottom of my toe the entire time we were having that conversation, and I don't think anybody noticed. So W me.
I mean,
Did you get the splinter out?
did you get it?
Fuck no, I haven't gotten it. That fucking thing is
Mhm.
so little and it's in there. Oh, fucking A.
Might need a needle or a pin.
I'd say keep digging for the W, but be careful.
God, that sounds terrible.
Okay. Hello, Maven. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Maven. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yeah. Can you hear me? I'm 39.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
Yeah, I'm a Christian.
And have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
Yes.
And do you believe the stories from the Bible to be true and literal?
Yeah.
So you believe that everything was created in 6 days, and that Adam and Eve were the first humans?
No, I believe that Adam was the first human.
I see. So you believe Adam was the first human, and that everything was created in 6 days?
Yeah. 6 literal days.
Why do you believe that?
Yeah, because I believe that God is powerful enough to create the whole world, the heavens and the earth in 6 literal days.
You believe God is powerful enough, so you therefore believe it happened?
That's not why I believe it happened. I believe it happened because of the revelation of God, natural and special revelation.
Natural and special revelation, what does that mean?
So natural revelation is how the world is constructed,
What
how
do you mean
my
by
mind
constructed?
works,
What do you mean by constructed?
how it is, like
How
how
it
it is.
is. Why do you say
Yeah.
constructed?
How it's, yeah, because to me it appears to be designed, it appears to be set up in a
What
way
does
that I
design
can
mean?
comprehend. Design means
Sorry.
it has intention, and
Sorry, I didn't
it
mean to
means
interrupt you.
it is
I think
intentional
there's a
and
delay.
yeah, there might be a delay. It means that it is intentional and intelligible.
Intentional and intelligible. How are you able to see intention in a rock, for instance?
Intention in a rock, like this whole thing is just one big rock, right? The earth. So it is the intention is for it to be stable.
The intention is for it to be stable.
To be
Oh,
established so that it cannot move.
so that it can't move. Can I ask what shape this big rock Earth is?
What do you mean by shape?
What shape is the Earth?
Like, is it a circle? Is it a square? Or what type of shape?
Is it a circle or a sphere or a square or a trapezoid or a donut?
No, the earth is where I'm standing on, right? So when I look at it, when I observe it, it appears to be a topographical plane with high points and low points.
And if you were to get farther away from it and look back to it, what shape do you expect you would see?
Like if I go into the sky.
Yeah.
The earth will remain the same. The horizon will rise to eye level. No matter how high I get, the horizon will rise to eye level.
Horizon will rise to eye level, and you'll never
Yeah, I
see
will
anything
be able to see
farther.
further. Yeah, I will be able to see further the higher I get.
Why would you be able to see further the higher you get?
Because that's the way the world is constructed. It's viewer central, so
because the way the world is constructed.
Yeah,
Maven,
that's how it is.
when you say the way the world is constructed, that the higher you go, the farther you'll see, that somehow answers the question I've been trying to ask you, which is if you were to go all the way out, you think the farther you go, no matter how far you go, the horizon will just rise to meet your eyes, that you'll never see a shape of the earth.
No, because when you're talking about the earth, and when I'm talking about the earth, we're talking about two different things. When I talk about the earth, I mean the ground on which we are standing right now, which is in the water and out of the water.
What do you mean in the water and out of the water? What does that mean?
Like the earth is surrounded by water, on which I stand, like on
What
this
do you mean
plane
the
of
earth is
existence where I am.
by water?
Like the earth where I'm standing is surrounded by water, like almost completely.
The earth where you are standing is surrounded by water. Are you saying you're on an island?
No, I'm on a continent.
I see. So you're on a continent, and because the continent is surrounded by water, that earth is surrounded by water. Do you think?
No,
Do you think that the
where I'm
do you think that the world we are on is a globe or is it a flat plane?
It's a flat plane.
Why do you believe that the earth is a flat plane?
Because of my observations and my experiences, and other reasons also. Because
Can you tell me what observations and experiences indicate to you that the entire earth is a flat plane?
what do you mean by the entire? I have not observed the entire earth, obviously. So, but from
Then
where I'm standing,
why would you think that it is a flat plane?
because of my observations. So from where I'm standing, when I look, like I can look around me 360 degrees, and it is just like I'm standing on top of the earth.
It's like you're standing on top of the earth.
Yeah, there is no curvature that I see.
And you don't think that there's any point at which you would go up and see curvature?
No.
Why?
Yeah, because it is impossible for the earth to be round.
How is it impossible?
Because it will mean that some people are not standing upright. They are standing at impossible angles, right?
What do you mean impossible angles?
Relative to me, if I'm standing on top of the earth, people on the
Why
other
are
side
you
of
the center of
this
what's a
supposed,
possible angle or not possible?
because I'm
What?
standing upright right now. So if the
You're
earth was a
standing
globe,
upright
then
in
people
relation
who are
to where you are.
Then people who are on the opposite side of the globe relative to where I am will be at another impossible angle, right?
Impossible relative to you.
No, relative to where I'm standing. Because
Relative
I'm
to
standing
you.
on top of the earth and I'm standing upright.
Because you're standing on the earth and you're standing upright.
Yeah.
So you decide that, therefore, anybody else standing on the earth upright must be on a flat plane with you and not on a globe.
Yeah, they should also be standing upright. They cannot be standing at other impossible angles. That is not upright.
How did you determine that that was not possible?
Yeah, because If the Earth was a globe, the people on the other side of the globe, relative to me, will fall off. Right?
Why would they fall off? Where would they fall to?
Fall into, I don't know,
Why would they fall?
because
What
they
sense
are
does
not
that make?
exerting because they are not exerting a downward force.
Maven, what do you mean downward?
Then down would be relative.
Maven, when you drop something, where does
It will not be specific.
When you
It goes
drop
down
something, where
because
does
down
it?
is
Does it go
it goes
down,
down
or does
because
it go
down
towards the earth?
it goes down. It goes down because
goes
down
towards
is a
the earth.
specific direction, right?
Does it go towards the earth?
When I drop it, yeah, it goes down towards the earth. Yeah.
What is down? What does down mean?
Down is a specific direction as opposed to up.
Specific direction opposed to up. So how do you describe
As
that
opposed to up.
specific? How do you describe that specific direction?
Wait, I'm getting a call, right?
Okay, Maven. Maven's getting a call.
Interesting.
Mad to be mad, says Thrayle. Stop trolling him. What do you mean?
I'm curious
Is it
how
trolling to ask him what down means?
I'm curious how the sun and moon work in this scenario, and if we don't know where we fall, I just.
I think his
Goodbye.
maybe his call told him that he was embarrassing himself. We got a flat earther and Cat ran.
I know. Probably got eaten by the whole Wi-Fi. But if you haven't been eaten by your whole Wi-Fi, you have a belief in a god, God's higher power, or something else like that, and you can question that belief.
This is probably the most disturbing background.
No. Why is this always me?
Well, I made the "What the fuck is wrong with you" one.
Oh, hell
it
yeah.
it just doesn't scream loud enough, right? It just looks like we're all kind of screaming.
Hold on, it hasn't loaded on my end yet. It still says live paused.
That should fix it. No, still didn't fix it. Okay.
There we go.
Yeah, the open mouths are just kind of weird, right?
Yeah, it's like... It's not even like an anger. It's not...
It's just
their
like open
mouths
up and
are
say,
stupid.
"Oh," just
Yeah.
"Oh." It's not expressing very much. It's kind of boring.
Bigfoot in the back, stoic. Is that what the fuck is this? I don't even understand what's happening here.
I made something wrong with all of them.
Ah, I see. Okay. Horrifying. Sir, just because I am conscious does not mean you can go outside right now. No. The sun's not even up yet.
There's just very many atrocities happening on the screen right now. And
The fish man is bizarre. Did Bigfoot shave his face? Is that what's wrong with him?
I think so. And I mean Satan.
Looks like he's wearing like a guru. I don't even know what that would be called. It's not a sari, but
It has the Michael V seal of approval. Appreciate that, Michael.
Witty, I think you got it right. I think that's Satan and Jesus blended into one.
I will have to put this up on the Discord, yes.
Gift goals? What do you mean?
Yeah, we went through 2 of them before I got a chance to thank everybody, so let me make sure that I do. Definitely gotta thank Shell96 and KD for helping with the last gift goal. And also, make sure that I go way back and thank Dash, Amy on the Fly, and 96, as well as Polly, for helping with the other goal. Thank you guys so much. Really do appreciate you.
I'm surprised you don't have Waldo in these backgrounds.
I'm trying not to use like licensed characters.
Licensed content. Yeah, I guess that makes sense.
I had to change Thor. It kept wanting to give me Marvel Thor.
Mm-hmm.
Had to make him an old man.
I wonder if that's why he kind of looks like Odin. They just blended the two.
A little bit. Keep both eyes, give him a hammer, and it's Thor. Hello, don't speak. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Oh, sorry guys, I didn't know I'm 40. I'm just a listener. I didn't know.
No worries. I'll set you back down. Appreciate you so much.
Thank you, brother.
Absolutely.
Very apt name.
Big W's for don't speak.
Because he don't speak. He lurk in the comments. But if you do speak and have a belief in a god, God's higher power, or something else like that, and you can question that belief, come up on the panel. Let's chat. Let's talk about it. Let's explore.
One of us was going to have to do that segue. I'm glad it was you.
Sometimes I feel like you just need a break. Oh, don't give me that crown, Michael. I don't think that belongs to me.
I think Philly probably does do the smoothest segues.
Absolutely. I still have to firm up the ending of my segues. The ending of my segues are trash.
Did Yoda mean Yoda stuff?
It's time to kick ass and chew bubblegum, and I'm fresh out of gum. Sorry, I think I pressed the button by accident. Thank you for
No
having
worries,
me. You
Yoda.
did amazing service. Thank you.
I appreciate you.
Hi, bye, Yoda.
Keep roasting those theists. In every sense of the word.
I'll set you back down. I appreciate you, Yoda.
We're
Take
better
care.
off without him. Thank you, mate. Oh, good.
Big W's for Yoda.
Hell yeah. W's Yoda. Freaking love this place. 96, they're laid like a clutch, like octopus.
Sirens. Is that what you mean?
Yeah, do mermaids lay eggs or human birth is what 96 asked. And since our our propensity for speaking about mermaids on this live, I figured I'd just answer. That's a much better analogy, like sharks, Azure.
I wonder what else mermaids and sharks have in common. Azure is a mermaid biologist. Okay.
I see. You're a marine cryptobiologist. Got it. Does that, are you just like, would that mean you just specialize in mermaids? Or would you, if you were a marine cryptobiologist, would you also know things about like kraken or kelpies?
A whole class on kraken biology. Only one.
At marine cryptobiology school? What school did you go to? Was it Loch Ness University? I'll be quiet now, I'm sorry.
Which is a real and true place that exists as a Azure.
Yes, definitely. Sure. I'm sorry.
I think this may be like as common as what the fuck are you talking about?
It's gonna be, yeah, for sure. I'm probably gonna get this one more than the other one. Oh, Azure went to Bermuda Triangle University. That makes so much sense. It's no wonder they only had one class on kraken biology.
Are krakens more of a Pacific kind of?
Stop. Stop. Ridiculous.
The only downside to this background is it's not very welcoming, is it? What the fuck is wrong with you? Be respectful.
Yeah, right. Also, like the bone structure of Thrale's face is a little funky. I don't know. It looks
It's like the teeth are missing from the bottom, so
right.
that he can make the
Yeah.
grimacy face without. Yeah, I'm gonna have to change that facial expression.
It honestly, looking at it, the way that it was rendered, it looks like face paint as opposed to like an actual skull. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Oh my god, you complain so much.
Christie or Cricket says, my father was a world religion professor with a degree in quantum physics. I'm trying to understand your points. What points?
Points.
Did I make points?
I don't know what points you could have been making.
Azure is just going unquestioned in the comments about Loch Ness University and Kelpie
Well, yeah.
research.
Obviously, she would be unquestioned about Loch Ness. She went to Bermuda Triangle University. They're the rival schools. She's just gonna sit in the comments and talk shit the entire time. That's all she's gonna do. She's just gonna be spreading misinformation about Loch Ness University. That's all.
Mad to be mad is mad about the globe, apparently.
Interesting. I mean, sort of. Kind of. But not for the reason you think.
Chaotic says, what are your beliefs? Well, Chaotic, whenever I swap the panel over to question the questioner, then I'll be happy to answer. But as for now, I don't see what my beliefs do in the realm of helping you question yours. Mad to be mad says, can anyone explain how waters stick on a ball? Waters stick on a ball.
Ever seen slow motion of a ball with water on it? That's how.
Waters stick on a ball.
Water stick on a ball.
I put A. One of the articles was A. Or the article, and there's no.
Yes, it has really been this dry.
BRCH says, Thrayle is just a normal guy, but I'm not going to out him. He got his influence from Joe, from you. What?
I wonder what that means.
I have no idea. I am just a normal guy.
Just a normal skeleton. And if you have a skeleton and a belief in a god, God's higher power, or something else like that, and can question that belief, request up. Nailed it.
He got his influence from Joe, from you, means that his exes have restraining orders. Interesting. Well, that would be a outright lie. Interesting choice.
I mean, even if they did, that's okay. It'd be like that sometimes. Pretty sure this isn't a search for them.
They say you would know because you keep moving, or you wouldn't know because you keep moving apartments. I don't have an apartment.
Neither do I, so.
You don't even know who you're talking about or who you're talking to, and it's really sad. Yeah, my wife would definitely have something to say about that. So
I think my fiance would also have something to say about that.
BRCH, I hope you enjoyed your time in the live. I think it's nigh. Well, just for you, though. I mean, everybody else gets to stay.
I happen to like my cackle, thank you. Aw, are we targeting me because I'm a woman? Because that's how you perceive me? Aw.
Well, they are mad to be mad.
Is valid. I get it. True to their name, I suppose. Thank you, friends, for the gifts. Exactly, Azure. That's the point. There is no... What? No way. Are you... Interesting. Green's not your color, mad to be mad.
Hello, comma, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yep, can I get your age?
It's 31.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Yeah, I do. I'm a Muslim.
And have you read your Quran from beginning to end?
No, not from the beginning to the end.
Why not from the beginning to the end?
I don't know. I don't just do it. And there is, like, I'm gonna shock you now, that there is no proof that God exists or Muhammad was a prophet or any of that, right? Like, it's not convincing at all. It's 1% convincing. Like there is, like, how can I say it? It's more logical to be an atheist more than to be a Muslim or any religion, to follow any religion. But the idea of belonging to community and you get my point? Like,
So for
and
you,
not to be
you
rejected is very crucial to me. Go ahead.
I see. So for you, the reason why you are Muslim is because community, because of social acceptance.
Yeah, because of social acceptance, exactly. And to be like, don't you agree that people who believe have more like they're more calmer? Like, you get my point? They're more secure. I don't know. Like, they feel I feel sometimes, even if it's a lie to some people, but they calmer than the other. Like,
I don't know that they're calmer. I encounter people with religious beliefs every night who are not calm at all and seem incapable of it.
You know what? I get maybe you're right, but for people who raised and born as a in an ideology just like the Islam or Jewish, for example, which is more strict than Christianity, and from the Middle East, just like myself from Jordan, it's different. You get my point? It's different. It's completely different. Like you're born and raised into traditions, into religion, some religious like culture, and to get out of it, it's gonna take you like it's hard. It's really hard.
I can absolutely understand.
Hmm.
If you're in a culture where it's stigmatized or looked down upon to not believe, why you might act as though you believe to fit the mold, to keep a low profile, as it were. But does that mean you actually believe that the God is there?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Like to be honest, I wish like I don't know. I don't know. Like maybe I'm a blind Muslim, as they say. I'm a blind believer. Like I know it's not, but I would follow it. I would go. I would go with it. I would believe. I would try to believe in it just to fit in.
Does it concern you what would happen if you didn't believe it?
No, but you know what's the thing is that what's the part that it's like it's unresting to me, that like sometimes yes, those kind of ideas that I don't believe, I don't, there's no God, etc., etc. It does make sense, especially that I've read some stuff. But the thing is, when you encounter some hardships in life, right? Exams, health issues, etc., etc., etc. That's the only way to run to go for. You get my point? Like we say, inshallah, for example. Oh my gosh, inshallah, hopefully, may Allah, blah blah blah, whatever, those kind of stuff. Like I don't know. You just say it. I don't know. Yeah, you get my point. That's the first thing that comes to my mind when I face a hardship. So I don't know.
Am I right in remembering you saying specifically that atheism is a more logical?
Yeah.
What do you mean by more logical? Like what do you mean by logical in that sense?
Like there is no proof to the existence of soul, right? Like there is no what are we from mud? Doesn't make any sense, right? There are more evidences to the theory, to the evolution theory, and more than ever, more than the gravity theory, by the way. Like you get, like for example, the whole three Abrahamic religions. The Jewish came with Shabbat Shalom, blah blah blah, believe in Moses and my God. Christianity came with Jesus and Sunday as the the day for pray, whatever. Yeah, Sunday, and believe in me or you will not go, you will not get into heaven or whatever. And Islam came with a Friday and believe in me and in Muhammad. There is no common ground for any of those, right? And you feel like each one has its own, I don't know, it's not even an update. Like the main pillar of all of those religions is different, so it doesn't. No way. And some of the idea, Morgan, that drives me crazy. Okay, my name is Zaid. I'm from Jordan. I've born into a Muslim country, a Muslim belief. What about the people who born like Michelle from Italy? Okay, I didn't choose my name. I didn't choose my religion. You get my point? This is an idea. Oh my gosh, you know what? Okay, what if I've born into a Chinese family and I've been Buddhism? I've been Buddhi. Huh? I would be defended the same way. Oh my gosh, I wouldn't know anything about Islam. So that's the thing. That's what drives me crazy. But
if you had to assign percentages, how much of your like remaining Islam is belief versus belonging, would you say?
Oh my gosh, belonging is 100%. Remaining stuff is no, I don't think so. It's I don't know, if maybe 10%. But what's the thing is, the crazy part is, Morgan, is that whenever you lie to yourself, the more that you lie to yourself, the more that you will believe in it. You get my point?
Mm-hmm.
No, I know myself. If I keep on lying, like I'm this, I'm that, God, even if the proof says the opposite, I'm gonna believe in it, right? And trust me, like Morgan, it's for us, like for example, you need to marry a Muslim, for example. I wouldn't marry someone like the culture is different, right? Like it's like it's gonna show up if you are different.
Mm-hmm.
Kama, I'd like you to meet my friend Tavium. Good morning, Tav.
Hey,
Well,
Tav.
afternoon, I guess.
Afternoon it is. Hi, Morgan and Koma. Do you have a name I can call you?
Hey, Zaid.
كيف الحال زيد?
Hello, Habibi. Thank you. Hi, you speak Arabic?
Oh yeah, I'm an Arab. I live
Good.
in North Africa.
Oh, mashallah, very good.
So you said there's nothing belonging, just I mean there's nothing left in faith, just belonging. That's it.
Yeah, for me, for myself, right?
Why do you think that you still hold on even though you don't
No,
believe
I
in
say that just the social community, family, stuff like that, right?
Mhm.
Like the cons of confessing that I'm this or I don't believe in this is much greater than the pros of it, right? I would sacrifice the truth to get into to have the family that I want, to fit in the community that I want.
Okay, that's fair. I do the same.
Yeah,
في
exactly.
العادة أنا نقول أنا معتزلة لو تعرف المعتزلة. I'm sorry guys if I spoke in Arabic. It just
No, I know I've heard of it by the way, but I don't know what does it mean, Mu'tazila.
Mu'tazila is a sect. Okay, that it basically only takes whatever that is makes sense or logical. It doesn't go by the hadith and some rulings of the Quran doesn't
Is it
apply.
for Al-Razi the same thing Razi followed or Ibn Hayyan?
No, Razi ibn Hayyan كانوا Ash'ari. They were
Okay.
actually they were against Mu'tazila.
I think they were atheists by the way. They were not the Ash'ari.
Yeah, they were definitely deists. Not not really believing. What the fuck was I saying? If you want to look more about the Mu'tazila, look for Qadi ibn Jabbar. Maybe modern people, Muhammad Rida on TikTok, he'll help you.
Yeah.
And if you just want to feel like you belong to a community or something, the Arab ex-Muslim community or a religious community is really big on TikTok.
The thing is, Tavium, the thing is, I'm not gonna lie, right? It's something as well, like you need to understand. Like, since I had those ideas, and it's okay, I lived with it. I met, for example, I would mention it because it's an important part of everyone's life, right? I met with a girlfriend, for example, from the Middle East, right? My girlfriend. She was atheist from the get-go, right? The thing is, and I wasn't. I was virgin, like, for my whole life, right? Like, I would used to pray and everything. The idea, I know past relationships is okay, people need to live, etc., 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 and this is okay. If you are an atheist, there is nothing that prevented you from doing like having a relationship, having sexual relationship, etc., etc., etc. The thing is, it never, like, it's been always haunting me, right? Like, I broke up with her just because I don't know if maybe it's insecurity, but I would have said, like, oh my gosh, I don't like this culture, like, I don't want it, right? Like, no, I want someone from my culture, etc., 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 who had the same values, blah 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 blah. Who, like, you get my point? And I mentioned it only because it's a very important part of life.
Wait, so you're talking about you want someone from the Islamic culture?
Yeah, who had the same values, who doesn't go to the bars every freaking Sunday and those kind of stupid stuff. I know a lot of people, a lot of Muslims do it, but I mean, like, from the same culture, like, you can find if you're, like, smart about it.
Okay, so is it really culture, or is it some beliefs that you still haven't deconstructed? Like, for an example, purity culture or something like that.
What's the difference?
The difference is, well, if it's a cultural thing, you're just trying to fit into the community around you. If it's something you still haven't deconstructed, it's maybe something you'd like to work on, or something you're trying to work on, or something like that. It's not like it wouldn't be helpful to you in your life or to any partner that you have in the future to be a bit, I don't want to say judgmental, but to be on that side. You know
I know it's not good. I know that. I know, but it is how it is, right? I know it's not good. I really know that. You know what's the problem, Tavium? The problem is, I'm not gonna lie. This also an idea I had. If I want to, I'm also as well like mentioning it just for the sake. It's an important part of someone's life, especially my age, right? Like I'm 31st, and this is a step I'm taking. And by the way, this is I think the major step. That's what's holding me of becoming an unbeliever. By the way, it's when you choose a partner of life, an atheist. Which kind of values he hold? Like, and the Muslim woman or a Muslim man, he will have the family, blah blah blah, Allah, whatever, etc., etc., that will hold him for life, right? It's a very very strong bond, very strong, even if it's a lie. But it's a very strong. I know it's a lie. Maybe she doesn't know. It's okay. It gives him more control, right? I'm sorry, it sounds selfish, but it is how it is. But an atheist will choose like what best for her, right? It's gonna choose what's best for her, even
So
after.
basically, you're saying, I'm sorry, Carmel, I just had to cut you off.
Go ahead, go ahead.
You're basically saying you want a Muslim woman so you can control her more?
Yeah, it's not controlling in a bad way, right? Controlling in a building a family way. You get my point? You get my point, right? That's what I meant. It's not about I'm a bad or I'm gonna
Do you think,
the life.
do you think a family, wait, do you think a family would be built better on modern beliefs or on ancient beliefs?
Modern
Some
beliefs
400
with
years ago from the
modern
Middle East.
modern beliefs with our values, not with the stupid values that we see it
You
right
can have
these days.
someone, you can, wait, let me just talk. You can have someone that shares your value and your worldview. Like me and my wife, we're both atheists, okay? We both live in a Muslim country. We both share the exact same values and we both are our own separate, different person. She's a
That's
good woman,
good for
I'm a
you.
good man. We're good people. We hang out. We love each other. We're like best friends. There is no control. You don't have to have control to have similar values.
Good for you. Maybe I had a bad experience. The good for you though. I agree with you 100% of what you're saying. I agree with you. I didn't meet that person yet. Maybe maybe I'm still into the recovery phase since I did the one who initiated the breakup just because of this reason. I wasn't open about it. What was the reason behind it? Yani, and this is the reason, the real reason. Like I don't know. Like I felt it's unfair for me to live with someone who lived her own life, which is I'm not against it because it was her own things, right? She lived life, I didn't live life, right? She was an atheist from the get-go and she lived it, but I wasn't. So I felt it was unfair for myself.
Okay. Zed.
Go ahead.
You're. It sounds to me like you're holding on to a lot of baggage from your beliefs, purity,
right,
culture,
yeah.
issues, as Tavid pointed out. And I'm wondering if that's something that you recognize might be detrimental to future relationships, even if the person shares your values or these supposed values.
Yeah, I know. 100% I agree. It is. You're asking if it's gonna be?
Yeah, if it would be detrimental, even if you had a Muslim
detrimental.
woman.
What does it mean, Tavium?
مشكلة أو عقبة.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, 100% I agree. 100%. If she doesn't share the same values and
even if she does share the same values, do you see how the values of sort of traditional Islamic culture might be detrimental for that relationship?
Yeah, I know I'm gonna get there. I know that is gonna be a problem. I know that I know it's gonna be like it's so different. I know that. But I don't know. I understand. 100% I agree with what you're saying. Like I hope I can find someone in middle, like an atheist with the same values. or what? There is no traditional woman anymore. What the hell?
Do you feel like you are an atheist?
I do believe that
underneath the social surface.
Yeah. I do. Underneath that, I do believe. I wouldn't confess it to the world, but I do believe that sometimes. It doesn't make any freaking sense because. But the thing is,
Listen, my advice would be if it doesn't make any sense, sit with it for a bit, write it down, meditate on it, whatever your rituals.
You know what's the problem, Tavium? You know what's the You know, the other problem is, Tavium, and I said it once again, like when you face any hardships, like for example, I have exams, boards, exams, etc., etc., a lot of stuff, right?
Oh, you're a
Whenever you,
doctor.
huh? Say it
You're a
again, Habibi.
doctor?
Yeah, I am preparing for my steps.
Well, it's same here.
Yeah, I will tell you in the US.
No, I'm in Libya, but I'm trying to.
Yeah, I'm in the US. I work at Mayo. Anyways, let me finish. I'm gonna get to it. So, Tavium, the thing is, whenever you face hardships, oh my gosh, because I'm away from Allah? Is it Allah making it difficult for me? People are from an Islamic belief or who believe they are very successful. They pass. How the fuck they do it? Like oh my gosh, it feels like it comes natural. Is it because of Allah? What the hell?
Okay, so I want to ask you, when have you let's say, moved away from the faith?
Huh? Last 2 years from TikTok. Actually, I didn't know about anything about religion.
You're still
In the Mekhad phase, in the
yeah, still early. Yes.
Yeah, 2 years.
Okay, so I would say, sit down with your thoughts, try to untangle them. You might not have any time for it because, believe me, I know what the steps and the exams and the fucking everything goes. But try to sit down with yourself in your own time. And it sounds to me like you have some untangled mess that needs to be straightened out. And I feel like I have a lot of these, but you just have to sit down sometimes. If you need any help, you can shoot me a DM. You can go on Dr. Hassan Isa. You can come here.
I watch his lives from time to time.
But, you know, thoughts usually, when an entire shift in a worldview as big as this one, especially something like Islam that goes way too deep and even into your underwears and stuff, needs time to be deconstructed. So don't jump the gun on anything and take it slowly, take your time, sit with yourself, untangle your thoughts. That's my advice.
Yeah, that's the plan.
It's also perfectly okay just to take a step back and pause a deconstruction if it's becoming too much.
Yeah, I agree. Thank you for having me, and good morning to everyone.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you for answering the questions openly and sharing this little piece of your deconstruction journey with us.
Appreciate it,
keep
man.
asking questions.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Take
If you
care.
need some Arabic lives just as good as this one, I would recommend Dr. Hassan Isa.
I watch his lives from time to time. By the way, I think I met you somewhere in Lilith, or her name is Sawan. I think.
He's talking about Nova, guys, and hell.
Oh
I know, yeah. My name used to be Zaid al-Urduni, but I don't know if you remember.
Oh, I think, yep, we might have met there. Sure.
We did, yeah. Anyway, so thank you guys. Take care. Bye.
Appreciate you, Zaid.
Bye.
That was a really cool conversation.
Yeah, it was. Big W's for Zaid in the comments. We have another punctuation mark in the queue. I don't know if they're still there, but they had a lot of interesting things to say earlier in the comments, and I wonder if they... No, they don't still exist. Of course not.
Womp.
Thrayl's been gifting good conversations left and right.
Honestly, Tav, big W's for you. Great line of questioning. Also, for anybody listening who may be Muslim and deconstructing, follow Tav, because Tav usually ends up in those places anyways.
I just got out of an exam. Like, literally, I'm still in the car.
How do you feel about it?
That went amazing. I did to it what the Romans did to Jesus. Shouldn't have said that.
I mean, it works though, which is what makes it funny.
True.
Well, it was excellent timing on your part. I'm glad it worked out. Appreciate you showing up.
Thank you.
I showed him the tab symbol, and he came.
Tabium this. Two lightsabers colliding in the sky.
Lightsabers.
You know, the picture I have right now is a PFP. Is cropped, but if you get, he got the.
Oh, have you not seen this yet?
I haven't. No.
The very legally distinct laser knives on the image.
True. So my profile picture is cropped, but if you get the full one, there's Ahsoka right behind me, fighting with Darth Vader.
That's dope.
That is dope. But I've lost the original picture, so.
Womp.
Oh, we have somebody arguing about the legitimacy of other people's beliefs in the comments.
Well, look who it is.
Right. Why is mad to be mad so mad at everybody? Just for being.
Mad to be mad.
They know everything about everything, apparently. And no one else knows anything at all.
Mm.
Can't claim to be anything that Mad to be Mad thinks they know anything about.
Would you say you're more in the dark side of the Force or the light side?
Neither.
The fuck is Force?
Shut up, Thrayle.
I always end up getting Gray Jedi whenever I do like any of the tests or quizzes or anything.
The gray
There's
side is
tests
actually
and quizzes.
Mm-hmm.
So, I'm gonna geek out for a minute, but there's no gray side. It's usually called the Jedi. There's a comma in between. It's people who control both light and dark side. They have the logical side and the emotional side under control, and they balance it. They're very powerful. They can carve out moons and shit.
Mm-hmm.
I love that comic. That is amazing comic.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and then I usually either get a white lightsaber or a purple one.
I'd say I'm more on the dark side. Not because it's evil or edgy or cool. Just because sometimes I
No,
get
definitely not. Definitely not because it's evil, edgy, or cool.
No, never. Nope.
Isn't the Jedi is like the ultimate form of mastering the Force, right? Is something like
both
that.
sides of the Force.
Yeah.
Yeah. Both sides of the Force. They don't master the light or the dark side. They master both.
Mm-hmm.
They're so fucking cool.
Makes sense.
I think they were eradicated in the first war.
I believe so. That sounds right. And if you believe that the color of your lightsaber says something about your personality, and you have a belief in a god, God's higher power, or something else like that, and you can question that belief, request up.
That was amazing. That's a good segue.
Got it.
Well done, Padawan.
One more advice to the Muslims deconstructing. Don't use your main or personal account.
Yeah, that's important. Like, really important.
Getting sunny out. Less cold.
It's -2 right now.
I think it's about 20 here. Getting back to my natural habitat.
I'm gonna say if it's
In
20.
Fahrenheit, In Fahrenheit, it's 23 here, but that's still cold. Celsius, it is -5.
Gross.
Mm.
You get that clip? Yesterday's clip, the man's clip.
TikTok wouldn't let me make a clip this morning, so I'll try again tomorrow. I was having some trouble, it kept kicking me out.
It was also accurate.
I'm just gonna have to download the whole live. But it's
Tav, it's negative 18 Celsius here.
God damn.
Mm.
The coldest I got this week was around 5. Almost started snowing.
How are you?
Hello, Ali.
Oh, I'm great.
Doing all right.
Brother from Syria.
I see. Okay. Well, I'm
You're
sorry,
from Syria.
Ali, but
No, brother, I'm not from Syria.
I'm not from Syria.
I understand you're from Syria.
Thank you so much, gracias.
Yeah, I don't think that you're gonna enjoy the conversation that we're having here, Ali. So I am gonna go ahead and set you back down.
Brother from Syria, I need a gift, please. I need a gift.
I understand.
You from Syria, I need a gift, please.
Okay.
I understand, Ali, but this live is about questioning beliefs, and I don't think you would like the way that we're questioning beliefs here. But I understand that you're in need of gifts, and there's probably a live where that will go over very well. I feel, for me at least, it would be disrespectful to have the discussions we do next to somebody who
Hello to everyone.
doesn't understand.
Hi, Finch. I just gotta say 2 things and then I gotta drop. So most of the people that ask for donation are either former, like, used to be members of the Black Flag Nation, or are currently trying to rebuild it. So I wouldn't recommend it. Even though they're playing on your heartstrings, I would recommend them. The second thing is, my friends are here and I gotta go. Yep. My friends are here and I gotta go. Love you guys. Take care. Bye.
Appreciate you, Tab.
Bye.
Hello, Finch. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yeah, I'm 39.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
I do not have belief in a god as a creature. I just believe in energies and spiritualism. Like a spiritual side of things.
You said energies and spiritualism. What does spiritual mean?
Well, like we do lots of like ghost huntings and things like that, speaking to spirits, and basically learning about it all for the last couple of good years now. So I'm trying to grow basically by learning everything about spiritual, about where it comes from, what it does, where it moves on.
What is a spirit?
It can be an entity, it can be somebody passing away. Basically part of us.
What do you mean by someone passing away? What there is a spirit?
Basically like a soul. Wandering souls around.
When you say soul, what is it you're referring to? I'm not trying to be rude about this, I promise.
Well, it's basically I don't know how to explain, to be honest. I just think as a
appreciate
part
that
of
answer.
everything living, I think everything living has its own energy and in a way its own soul. So after any living thing departs, basically they would leave that we sort of like energy behind what they had.
Energy.
Energy,
If I
yeah.
ask you what
All
energy
of those
is,
spiritual things.
what would you say
Basically,
energy is?
sorry. Energy, it could be like a. It could include everything. It could include aura. It could include in general energy. It could include like what people call souls, spirits. So
You say it could include those things.
yes.
What is an aura?
Well, aura is energy as well.
So these are all different words that to you mean energy.
Well, sort of. Yeah, I put them all together, but
And energy to you is referencing spirits, souls, auras.
I
These
just don't
different
know how to
words.
explain it all properly.
That's
From the
fair.
way I see.
Are you saying that there's something lingering after someone dies? That there's a piece of some kind of them,
Yes.
and that piece of them you're referring to it as the energy, the soul, the spirit.
Yes.
Why would you think that there's any kind of thing, piece of them left?
Well, because it's not all of them, isn't it? Their body's gone, so whatever is left, the spirit, energy, or whatever anyone wants to refer to them.
What makes a body go?
What makes sorry? Sir?
What makes a body, like a human body, what makes it go? What makes it move?
Our anatomy.
What was that?
The flesh, bones, everything, muscles,
Mm-hmm.
everything that makes us alive.
Everything
Like
that makes
everyone
us
else.
alive. So if we just have flesh, bones, and muscles,
Is that a macaw in the background?
Oh no, that's hooded crow.
I'm so sorry to derail. I just kept hearing it and it was distracting and I had to know.
No, sorry, no, he's sitting right next to me.
what is it that makes a person move? Do you know?
Whenever you put question like that, I don't really know how to answer, but it's just amazing me.
If you were a car, what would be your fuel?
Oh well, if you ask like that, yeah, well then for a human or living thing, the fuel is like food would they eat, but it's not like it would make.
It's not what?
Sorry.
You said it's not like, and then you kind of trailed off.
Oh, sorry. It's not only thing which is making us go. You know, like move or depending what sort of, because like people is different. Some people is born like being all good, and others born with certain disabilities and things like that. So it's hard to really explain it. for me personally, how it all works, because like certain source which could fuel up normal person, like certain people, it wouldn't be doing it for them.
Because there's something about the system, the machine, that is their body isn't working.
Yeah.
What about any of that indicates that there's a soul? If everything is, food intake and that fuels a body to go, what about that implies that there's some other energy when a body
Well,
dies?
every living thing has energy, regardless of how they were or what life they had. So only things which technically wouldn't have it would be like empty things, but whatever is living, they're not empty. So regardless of how it is, they would still have their own good sort of energy.
They would still have some other energy.
Yes.
Where does that?
They're personal. Everybody has its personal one.
A personal energy.
Yeah. Like your energy would be completely different from mine and everyone else's.
How have you determined that there is a personal energy?
Well, because everybody has its own energy. Everybody feels
Are you
different.
talking about personality?
No, it's not. It's whenever you're standing next to a person and you can just feel it.
What are you feeling, and where are you feeling it?
Well, from some people, it's friendly and nice and warm, cozy energy. From another, it's sort of be aware. From different ones, it could be curious energy or angry energy. So it's just something.
So energy is like warning systems and emotions.
You could call that as well.
Is that energy, or is that your personal instinct reacting to something about a person?
No, I don't think so. I think energies, it is individual, but it's not like if you're a good person you will have a good energy in a way. It's you can be a good person, but yet you can have really curious energy, or completely irrelevant or really like weird energy or anything else. So I don't think it's to do with specifically personality. It's just that energy which is there, which sort of it's part of you, but it's more than personality in my opinion.
Do you hold to a specific spiritual practice, or is it more of a I guess a lifestyle?
In what way? What do you mean?
Like, do you have any kind of like organized practices to your belief?
Like organized practices, like as we go somewhere to do something specific, or in what way you mean? If
traditions, rituals, places you go frequently, any
Oh,
like similarly to like Christianity, how they they go to church on Sunday and they have specific days of the week that they do things,
Yeah.
and yeah.
No, I wouldn't have that. It's more like curiosity and more like trying to read the books, trying to study, trying to sort of understand it. we would go time to times, like to abandoned places and try to communicate with spirits and things like that, and see if we can get any energy sort of there or spiritual and things like that. But it's not something like you said, like going somewhere or anything.
Have you always held this belief?
I was curious since I'm a child, yeah.
Was this a belief you were raised with or something that you came
No.
to understand?
I wasn't raised with it. I was just curious about it.
Really quickly, I'm going to make sure I thank Shell, Claire, 96, and Cat DeWidge for helping with the previous goal. Thank you guys so much. Really appreciate you.
If I might ask, was there a belief that you were raised in as a child?
My family believed in God, and they went to the church and everything. So, but we were not religious. It wasn't something that we would sit every day with the Bible, but it was just overall what my family did. They would go on Sundays to the church and on Easter and things like that.
Mm-hmm.
So I would say yeah, probably, but I don't know. It never felt right to me. If it makes sense. I'm not offending anybody, I hope.
No. What made spirituality more appealing than organized religion? Like, what drew you to spirituality outside of what you were raised in?
Well, probably, I don't know, it just made more sense that everything around us must have a certain energy. It's not like somebody is controlling it, like one person controlling it.
Mm.
Everything is on Earth with its own sort of pattern, but yet I do believe that there would be some main source of that big energy. But I don't know, it's just the specifically books and churches, it just didn't swing for me. We learned different religions in a school. So basically, as we know, lots of different cultures has its own beliefs. So if there is no one specific one for whole world to cover, so it just didn't seem right for me personally in a way.
How do you know what kind of energy or connection or contact you're experiencing?
In what way? Like positive, negative, or?
In the sense of, I suppose, like ghost hunting or encountering the spirits of your spirituality.
Well, probably just in their feeling, I would say. Like it's something that you sense. I would say that would be the main thing. When you even go out and everything, and you're just in a park or you're somewhere in nature, you would feel that energy from everything. It wouldn't be just people, it wouldn't be just animals, it's just in general from everything around you. So it would be just like a wee sensation, would you feel?
Sorry about that.
I'm not great describing things, I'm sorry.
No. You're fine. You're totally fine. Do you believe that those energies like ask anything of you, or like what?
Sorry.
No. Go ahead.
No, I don't think there's like they're asking. They're just existing. They're just there. You can feel them. If we're speaking about certain departed energies, yes, you could feel that maybe not specifically they would ask of me, but they would have their own emotional background behind it, which could lead to think that maybe they're angry, or maybe they would like something, or and I think that's more like on a feeling, on an intuition thing, what you feel. But I don't know. No, I wouldn't say that they're specifically asking for anything.
How do you decide when intuition is reliable?
Well, I learned for years the mere fact that if you feel something, like your inner gut, that's what I would say, intuition, that would be the main right thing. So, but that is just from the experience, because there's lots of times when I would have my inner gut for something, like don't do this, but I would still go and do it, and it would never end up good. And then I learned over time just to listen my inner voice. Doesn't matter how illogical it would seem for the head itself, but I would say yeah, intuition is a strong thing. I cannot explain intuition.
Right.
If that's the next question, what do you think it is? I don't know. It's something that we just have. Some people can call survival instinct or whatever.
What do you do when your intuition like changes or conflicts with itself? Or,
What do you mean? Whenever it conflicts with mind?
Sorry, say that again.
Whenever it would conflict with the mind, or
no, more so like I'm trying to think of an example. Let me think on that for a moment.
That's okay. Maybe a ray that was maybe. This might be a ray from the phone.
Thank you, 96. Like when you're stuck between like a rock and a hard place. Do you understand that analogy?
No, I'm not really sure what that means.
Like,
like if I think something into,
like your
my
intuition
says this thing, but I'm thinking, is
for
it right?
example, you're presented with two options.
Yeah.
But your intuition isn't pulled more one way than the other. Your intuition is that you should choose both of these things. Or
right.
that it would be like detrimental to choose one over the other, but both sides have equal pros and cons. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So what do you do when your intuition like conflicts with itself in that manner?
Well, I would say if that's equal, both sides equal, I would probably just go with one or another. Because there will be two paths which leads in one anyway. So if outcome is the same, no matter what you do, then you can just choose one of the path. Yeah, I think that would be the thing. I mean, if you have two roads in front of you and you know they merge in one, is there really different which road you will go?
It's
Is it
less
completely equal?
it's less knowing that they will diverge into one and more so knowing that you will not get what is on the other road if you take one or
Well,
the
if I
other.
would know the benefits of both roads in advance, I would probably take the road which is more beneficial. So
My point is that they're both beneficial, but you will lose the other thing if you, depending on which you choose.
yeah.
Or not have, you won't have access to that if you choose one way or the other.
Well, if they're both beneficial, then I would say what I said before. I probably would just choose one of the roads and just be all right with losing what that other road has, which I didn't choose.
So would you say acceptance?
Yeah.
That's all the questions I have for right now. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Um, hmm. I'm not sure. Morgan asks some great questions.
I do that sometimes.
Does it matter to you, Finch, if what you believe is true or not?
Sorry?
Does it matter to you if what you believe is true or not?
I would say yes. I do not believe specifically any religions. I just believe what I feel. So if I can feel it, it's more than true for me. That
Can
makes
your
sense.
feelings be wrong?
Well, if you position question like that, everyone's feelings could be wrong, but the something what you can feel from specifically, like I speak about energies, specifically from something or someone. I don't know. It's hard to feel like it's wrong. If that makes sense.
Could the way that you're interpreting and trying to understand it be mistaken?
Well, theoretically, probably it could, but for me personally, I don't really think about things like that. I just go with what I feel.
And you don't question your feelings?
No, I don't think so.
Does that seem like it could lead you astray? It could lead you in any direction, and sometimes to make poor decisions if you just follow feelings.
Well, anything could lead sometimes to poor decisions. Doesn't matter how much you feel or how much you choose, because not everything is just up to us. There's lots of interference from, for example, other people around or events, for example, and things like that. So I would say, yeah, I would say lots of people would make certain decisions which they think it's right, but lots of things gets in the way, and unfortunately, it doesn't work out as it is. I would say that's just life.
If you found there was some good reason to believe that there was no afterlife, that energy was just a result of fuel in the body, and when it was gone, would it change the way that you live your life, the way you move, the way you treat people?
I don't think it would because I do feel energies regardless if there is afterlife or not. So regardless if there is still energy. So I would say no. It wouldn't
And if you
change who I
found
am.
that the energy you think you're feeling is just your instinct, would that change the way you live your life, the way you treat people?
Well, probably not as well because even if it's an instinct, I still determine the other person, for example, from that instinct. I could feel good things out of that person, and also it wouldn't change the way I feel about a thing, so that makes sense. Even if that wouldn't be energy, I would be still feeling what I'm feeling. If that makes sense.
Still feeling what you're feeling, even
Yes.
if it doesn't mean there's an actual source of it. A bad feeling about someone could just be in your head, right? Not mean there's something bad about them.
No, I do not believe that though, because with my personal experience, I'm not speaking about anyone else, but with me personally, every single time in my life when I would feel something wrong, like negative about anyone, it would always confirm itself. Not straight away, obviously, but with the time I would be like, oh, so that's why I was feeling like that. So,
Do you mean like sometimes people betray you and sometimes people just disappoint you? And do you count those as the same?
not just betray or disappoint, lots of people just wear masks. And sometimes behind those masks, they are not really who they seem they are. Um, I'm not, this is what I would be feeling. And then with the time, it was confirmed that they're not really nice or friendly or anything. They would be really mean, and there's lots of negativity towards them, and lots of other things what they do wrong. So, yeah, well, this is just my personal experience with it. Like, other people might not have that.
Yeah. I wonder if you've been right about that every time, or if there have been times where you felt a bad feeling about something and it not turned bad, or if you've ever had a good feeling about something and had it turn bad. Or do you think your feelings are 100%?
Well, with everything what I had in interactions with my life with people so far, it didn't let me down. I did not had
You say
yet
it didn't
an
let you
experience.
down, but does that mean it's 100% accurate?
Yes, so far. Like,
Interesting.
well, I cannot recall the situation in my life when I would think I would feel something about a person, and then it would be in the end like, oh right, okay, no, that was wrong. So that never happened so far. So doesn't matter if it's positive or negative. I'm not speaking just about negative things.
I wonder if you could be experiencing confirmation bias, if it's possible that you um, want to believe this, and so look for all of the times that your feelings are right, and potentially ignore the times that they're not.
No, I don't think so because I am not a big crowd person. So it's not like I'm going in a big massive crowds. So if I communicate with a person it would be certain people who I know in my life. If there would be any new people, there would be there highlighted for me straight away. So it's not like it goes in between loads of like 20, 30, 40 people at once.
You have a small sample size.
Yes. So the people who I met in my life and who I had certain feelings towards, it doesn't matter negative, positive, all sorts of weird or wonderful, they were all confirmed with what I felt of who they were, if that makes sense.
I wonder.
Do you leave room for the possibility of being wrong? I'm not, and that's not, I'm not, I know it sounds like I'm accusing you of being like, no, you're wrong, whatever. That's not the intent behind the question. I'm curious of your, like, where you're at
You
with
mean
that
like
concept.
well, I never feel that I'm feeling wrong things. Me as a human, probably there was a lot of situations when I was wrong in the situation itself, do not speak about energies, but like if you would have like debate with someone or whatever, and then you're leaving the room, yes, you could be wrong in this or you could be wrong in that. But feeling wise, what I sort of feel towards certain individuals as an energy, I don't think I am, to be honest. I never really went out of the room thinking, am I wrong? Or not? So it wasn't really a question in my head. It was just I feel something and I'm like, okay, I'm noting it. And then I would know the person forward. After that, it wouldn't be like a judgment from me. I'm like, oh my God, you're a bad person because I feel that you're a bad. No, it would be more like, okay, I feel this, but I would like to get to know you and see how it goes out. If it confirms, okay. If it doesn't, happy days. So, but it always would confirm what I feel about the person anyway, regardless what it is.
Does it confirm, or do your parameters adjust for the new information you've been given?
What do you mean adjust?
Like,
I think she's saying it confirms. I think there's no question here that this belief is unquestionable.
I think you might be right.
Like, I do not question what I feel. I mean, to myself. I just go with what I feel, but I do not put labels on people either. If I feel something straight away, I would just have, like certain feeling, but I would not be labeling them straight away with anything
So I
until I
guess,
get to know them.
is it more so that these, like, you feel your feelings, obviously, and you feel your feelings.
Yes.
But excuse me. Damn it, I lost the thought. I'm so sorry. I like choked on my own saliva and threw myself off.
It will come back. Retrace your steps.
I just wanted to get a drink so I didn't do it again.
Why do you leave no room for the possibility that you could be mistaken or have a bias toward confirming your gift?
Oh, right. Yeah, I understand what you were asking. I will say that, which will probably confirm what you're saying. I just need to think how to word it because I'm absolutely horrible at explaining myself or even wording things. Anyway, I would meet a person. For example, let's take I met a new person in my life. I have a certain what I feel from that person. Negative, positive, whole bunch of things. So I would know that for myself, what I'm feeling towards, not towards, but from that person. But I would not be saying no to get to know that person, to see if that would confirm or not. But in every time that happens, it does confirm itself what I would feel. But until it confirms, I would not label the person and straight away say, I don't want to know that person because I feel something bad from that person, or I don't want to know that person because this or that. You know, or, oh, I think that person is amazing. I would love to totally be best friend with that person.
How do
I
you
wouldn't
know?
jump with that straight away until I get to know them.
How do you know that you're not just deciding there was a bad feeling when they finally proved to be whatever, or a good feeling when they proved to be a good friend, or a funny feeling when they proved to be a clown? Like, how do you know that you aren't retroactively deciding there was a feeling?
Well, if you meet someone first time and you have, for example, a feeling that they are our biggest clone, and then you start getting to know them, and they are a biggest clown, but it's funny. Well, I think that's your confirmation for it. You know, you don't really go from a first time and you're like thinking, am I really afflicting this on a person when person is acting certain way? I'm not sure if I explained that properly.
I'm not hearing really any way that you are questioning your beliefs, Finch, and I appreciate how cordial and how politely you've answered the questions, but I don't hear you actually questioning. So I
Well, the
think I'm
question
ready to
part
move
would
on.
be with the mere fact of whenever you're getting to know someone, like you're not labeling them, you still are like.
That's not what I'm going for. I'm not trying to say that you're like, I'm not trying to warn you against prejudging people if that's your practice. I'm not saying you should or shouldn't, though I would question it either way. But I'm just trying to understand how it is that you have come to a 100% certainty that your instincts about people will always be right. And if that's not a certainty that is worth questioning for you. So, well,
You mean
I
like,
think it would be
am
worth
I?
questioning. I don't hear you questioning it here.
No, I'm questioning lots of things. In general, I do question at all myself. Like with the questions what you're asking, I'm just answering what you're asking me. You know, but myself, yeah, I do question lots of things because how do we know that it's actually, as you say, that's actually true? How do we know what is behind that energy? What makes us to feel certain things? Why do we feel? Why do we channel things? You know, do we channel right things? Do we channel wrong things?
What is channeling?
Well, channeling, I would say, it is the energy thing. Well, I call it all energy.
See,
So if
so
you,
it sounds like one of the biggest questions that you should take away from this, and I would really encourage you to look into a way to describe, is what is energy? What is it that you're saying energy is? Or are you just using a blanket term for something's credibility?
yeah.
I appreciate you coming up, Finch. I don't have any more questions. I hope that you keep asking questions, and I hope you take care.
Thank you.
And if you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, then go ahead and request up. I'm not here to debate or argue. I just want to know if you can question it. And if you can, well, then what is it that you believe? And why do you believe it? Hello, Golden Leaf. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? A fucking way outfitted. You should probably have been more ready with your troll button.
The speaker static is what got me. That had to be like a recording, like a phone video recording of like a YouTube video playing on a laptop or something. There's no way that that was like a real speaker.
I have no idea, but we have Mandela. No, we don't.
No, we don't.
Cool. We do have a cat in the bat. How
Cat
about
in
that?
that.
My phone died, and the splinter was more important for a while. But I mean, it's still there. In the phone.
I hesitate to tell you to keep digging again, but yeah. At least keep it clean.
Taking a break.
Dragon's Lair. Can I get your
Yeah.
age for TikTok TOS?
33.
And do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
The funny thing was, I was brought up in a Christian home, believing God, the Bible, but then owning the business that you see here now that I'm on, we've learnt over the years of different religions, and it made me question my religion, which then pushed me to explore all the different religions. Like you're talking about the Vikings, you're talking about Egypt, you're talking about all them different styles. Which one makes more sense, which one doesn't. But I'm still in the Buddhism one is the main one I'm still trying to get understanding to, but it's still something I'm still learning.
You're trying to
believe
gain
that there's something-
understanding of Buddhism.
Buddhism, for me, yes, they reincarnate, but I heard a different religion. I can't remember which one it was, but what I truly believe is, and I'm trying to understand it more every day, is yes, when we pass away, a part of our selves, like our soul, part of our soul will go to wherever it needs to go. Another part will stay behind, and another part will regenerate into a new life of either animal or human.
Okay, so you have a triune afterlife in which everyone ascends to a new life, is reborn, and lingers as a ghost.
Pretty much. Well, Finch,
Is that because you
met
liked
there.
3 different afterlife concepts and you wanted to make them work together?
No, it's trying to pick the one that I believe, because it is so hard to believe on something when everyone tells you different. Like, I was brought up to believe in Christianity of one God. You can't have long hair, you can't have a beard, you can't be tattooed to be into heaven, you have to be this, you have to be that. And then I get told that's not the way it is, but then it is the way it is. It's confusing. So it pushed me away from Christianity. because I have long hair, I like to have a beard. I am thinking of getting tattoos down the line, but if I get them, then why am I not allowed to be in heaven? Just because my hair's long and my skin's tattooed? It doesn't make sense. I argued the point with
Why
my
are you
granda, who's been a Christian for 80 years. Pardon?
Why are you calling this?
No, I said that was Christianity. Buddhism is more, you pass away,
No, I
you
understand.
regenerate.
We're not really talking about the beliefs. Okay, we're not really talking about the beliefs that you don't have. We're talking about the beliefs that you do have.
That's what I'm saying. I have
So,
more than
I was
one, and I'm trying to decide which one should I go with.
Does everybody have the same crow?
No, that's me and Finchar together. That was my partner you met.
Oh.
No.
So yes, they do have
That's
the
our
same
wee
crow.
hooded crow. Yeah. That's our wee hooded crow. We rescued him. It was a sign to lift him. We're glad we did.
Okay, so back to your beliefs.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
My belief, I would say, I'm undecided still. I'm between three.
You're between three afterlives.
Yeah.
Why do you believe there is any afterlife at all?
Truthfully, and it's really down to losing someone in my life that I hope that there's an afterlife so I could see them again. Someone who was so close to me, and he was like, it couldn't. My first ever family loss was my uncle, and he and me and him were the best of friends. He was like a second dad, even though my dad's still here, but he was just like a second dad. We got on so well. And to be the first family loss, not a granny, not a granda, not another auntie or uncle that I don't really know, but the one that I loved the most, had to be him to go first. And he turned Christian just before he died. And I
How old were you?
Well, he passed away 13 years ago, so I was just 20 when it happened.
And it affected you deeply. And you said he turned Christian right before he...
Yeah. He passed away a week after he believed in God. He never believed in God in his whole life, and then on his last week before he passed, he turned Christian. And
did he know he was going to...
Yeah. He had cancer.
Okay.
Unfortunately, there was nothing they could do for him at the time, and the cancer riddled through his body like there was no tomorrow. He never sat and complained about it. He never sat there and argued, why me? He never said anything to make anyone's life harder. He took it like a man, and he didn't say a damn thing about it. But then,
Was
when
his
he
family...
passed away,
he
died in our house.
Him?
Yeah.
Were the people around him Christian?
His mum and dad were. My mum was at the time. Everyone else not really. But he was in our house when he passed. He was brought home from the hospital and lived with us because we had a big enough house. He had the medical stuff all there, nurses coming out every week or every day, sorry. But whenever he had an accident just before he passed, he was against going into a wheelchair. So he tried to get up one to go to the toilet and accidentally made a mess, as you're probably getting what I'm saying.
Yeah,
And
don't be
they
details.
came up. Yeah, they came up and put a catheter bag in him, but they had to knock him out to do it. He never
Yeah.
woke up from that catheter bag. He got it in and he passed away that very night.
I'm very sorry to hear that. I'm sorry for your loss.
It was a very distraught moment for me,
How did
and
you
I
say?
really wanted to see him.
How old did you say you are now?
I'm 33.
33. So 13 years. You said that.
Yeah. I see that there's someone there saying in the comments, did he get baptized? He did.
We're hearing a little background music too. So if you could turn that background music down.
Turn it down.
Oh, and tell Fish we said hello.
Sorry.
Just for the sake of the background noise, because that music is coming through louder than my lute music. I'm muting you for a moment, but that's just so I can think even past it to get the question out, because that was distracting. And it's Zaya's favorite song, apparently. You said that he turned Christian a week before. I'm curious, does this mean to you something significant about afterlife because he turned Christian?
To my understanding, the week before he passed, people from my grandest church kept coming up to him, talking to him about God, telling him about the Bible. And then he changed to be a Christian. It told me that he went peacefully. It helped me understand his death more, that he went without suffering in my eyes. It
He
made me
went without suffering because he turned Christian.
in my eyes, he knew it was okay to let it go. He knew he wasn't going to beat it. In my weird way of seeing it, he waited for everyone to come and say their goodbye when he was in his induced sort of sleep from the catheter bag getting put in.
Could he have? Could he have taken those actions, the becoming Christian and declaring that for the sake of those around him, to comfort them?
To be honest, yes, I think that could be an answer. I've always thought that. I thought that about him. I thought he just done it just to keep his mum and dad happy because they were Christians, my nanny and granda, and I think he done it just to please them, say them words to make them think, okay, he's gonna be okay. And a part of me hopes he did really do it, because he never believed in anything. He was an atheist. He didn't believe in nothing before that.
Do you have any other reason to believe that there is any kind of afterlife?
To be honest, it's a question on my mind for a long time. I hope at the same time there's an afterlife, because it's going to be very dark once it's all done. I hope there's an afterlife of some sort. I'm hoping, yes, all these religions lead to one place, and it's not just all different places. I'm hoping they all lead to one, but it's been so mixed up over years of everyone changing the stories or everyone's adding bits in. It's hard for me to make a decision on my belief because my heart wants to believe I want to go where he is, where my nanny and granda will be, where my mum and dad will go. I don't want to go somewhere where they're not, if that makes any sense.
Do you have any other loved ones who have passed?
Yeah, my granny. She passed away.
Do you have any that didn't believe?
My uncle Davy, my other granda, and a couple of friends that were atheists. They didn't believe anything. But it hurt a lot knowing that if they didn't believe in anything, what happens to them? Do they just become a spirit that walks like timelessly throughout the time and that's it? Or what is there to it?
Do they get punished for not believing?
Again, I can't say I know if they do or not.
Do you believe
but
they
it
do?
punishes... No. But I believe it punishes the ones that hope that they would see them again. And they won't. That's the way I would say it. It punishes the ones that love them and hope one day that they'll see them again, and they won't.
So when they go to the afterlife without the people that didn't believe, are they supposed to be happy there, knowing that there are people who didn't make it just because they weren't convinced?
A part of me thinks it's real. I can't really speak for them, but my head would be, I would be happy knowing that I'm somewhere, but I would be upset that they're not there, but I would hope that they're okay wherever they are. I
And
don't
if
think
you
they'll
knew
be
that they
punished. If they knew they weren't happy, it would make me unhappy that I didn't help hard enough, or I didn't talk to them long enough. You know, it's a hard one to digest.
Is that the
one.
kind of system that you would want?
No. No, I would like everyone to be going, if they die, it goes to whatever they believe in.
Even if
they
everyone
go to the right
believes in
place.
different things.
Yeah. I believe somewhere in my head, it sounds so bad, I know it's going to ruffle feathers. I believe that if you believe in certain different religions, or you believe in different gods, it all leads to one place. I don't believe you'll be in this place, they'll be in that place. I believe it'll all lead to one place, which most people would say like a heaven or Valhalla. You know, it's different.
Are you sure it would be Valhalla?
Valhalla would be the battleground for Vikings. They would be fighting every time and then dying and redo it every time, if I believe that right. I'm not fully into the Viking side of it. I have heard a lot of different stories of it. But I believe if you have done wrong, serious wrong, and you never asked for the forgiveness, I believe you deserve to go where you go, which would be in the darkest place, with no light.
So you do think there should be an afterlife punishment?
To certain people, yeah. People who have done, well, I'm not going to say the words on this because I know you can get blocked and kicked from it, but you get what I'm saying. People who have done the things that can never be forgiven. They deserve a real bad life after this. Like, they don't deserve to be anywhere near goodness. That's my belief. I wouldn't like to be sitting in a heaven somewhere and there's a man there who's murdered or took life off a whole school. that would not sit well with me. Especially if he never asked for forgiveness, which anyone can ask for forgiveness. They can just go redeem themselves or try.
Forgiveness from whom?
Whoever they have took people from, loved ones, or
So they
from
would
their
ask for
God.
forgiveness. What does the forgiveness do?
Well, if you believe in the Bible, if you've sinned, you ask for forgiveness for that sin and say what you need to say, and then you're forgiven in a way, but don't do it again, sort of thing, if I believe that correctly.
Forgiveness from whom? To you?
Well, to me, if I was to do wrong so badly, I would always say, forgive me for doing this. And I would say that to either the Christian God and hope that he's answered that and he's forgiven me. You know, because I won't do it again. If I know I've done it and it's wrong, I'll ask for forgiveness.
And you won't do it again ever? You've never
Try
done
my best
anything
not to.
twice?
I've done things twice, a few times, but I would always forgive. Try and ask for forgiveness.
So then it doesn't really matter if you do it once or 6 times or...
Well, that's what it says, sadly, in the Bible. It doesn't state in it that you can only do it once and never do it again. It says always ask for forgiveness after you do it. Again, from what I've heard, I haven't read the Bible, and that's the truth of it. I've lived in a family that's filled with Christians.
Do you believe that there is any kind of God being there? Judging?
Part of me says no. Part of me says yes. But is it the same God that everyone knows of? Or is it something completely different?
What? For the part of you that says yes, why does it say yes?
Because it's been drilled into my head since I was a child. Going to Sunday school, going to the gospel halls, listening to everyone talk about God from the Bible. It's always been there in my head, and it's only took me until I got old enough to get out of there, get my own place, start our business together, to realise there's not just one religion, there's more. I was so safe havened in my family. I was not allowed to know about the outside world until I was a good age. And then when I found out all this other stuff, it made me question. Yes, I Googled it. Yes, I've done research on a lot of different things. I've talked to different people. Our shop brings in a whole variety of different religions. I have, believe it or not, in our shop, when it was running, we had people who believed in the Viking life and still live like it. Believe it or not, it's hard to even suggest this, but they do.
Wow.
We have people who are still in the Egyptian gods. We've had people who believe in devils, demons and all that coming in, and they tell us all their stories, and we sit and listen.
So, Dragon, do you believe there is a being there? You say a part
I
of you
believe there
does.
would be a being there.
Why? Because you hear people saying things because of the stories?
I have something telling me that this life is not all there is. There's something on after. So there's someone who must be controlling it.
What's telling you that?
Part of me inside.
Part of
my heart.
Your inside.
My heart tells me that we can't just live, be born, live a life and die.
How does your heart tell you anything?
It's a feeling that I'm getting. I don't want to ever feel like whenever I'm dying, I close my eyes and that's pure blackness and there's nothing else.
You don't want to?
No.
So it's a want.
I would want there to be a life after this. I'm hoping that there's a life after this, or there's something after this, because what was all this for?
I might have some more questions in a moment, Dragon, but I don't want to step all over Jimmy's time. Hello, Jimmy. How you doing?
I'm doing well, Thrayle. How you doing?
Doing all right.
I have tons of questions.
Oh, go for it. Yeah.
I'm just wondering. I just see the D.
Dragon. I think it's
Dragon.
Dragon's Lair.
Dragon's Lair. I mean, do you view the afterlife as kind of a system of universal justice? Is that its primary function?
No. I'm hoping that the people you've loved, people you care for, when they go, you're there to meet them. And there's a whole big life after it. I don't want...
Is the afterlife eternal?
Again, who knows? I don't know. But yes, I would like it to be. I don't think anybody wants to die twice.
So the reward for, or let's say, it's not reward because it's not about justice then. So if it's afterlife is eternal existence. Is that correct?
Well, that's what it's being stated in a lot of religions. Your afterlife is your eternal reward, would be. So in Christianity, if you die, your afterlife is in heaven for the rest of time. No death. Same as the Viking, well, the Vikings are slightly different. Same as in Egyptian as well, like if you die, you're going to a better place where all the things are. Again, I don't know all the different religions perfectly. From what we have heard over time, it says all the same sort of thing to me, but Christianity, it states to me, because it's been drilled in my head, if you die, you go to heaven. If you've been good and you've believed in God and Jesus, you go to heaven, you live there for the rest of the time, and there's no death after that. It's just heaven.
Okay.
With your
So
loved ones.
there's a quality of justice, right? Because not everybody goes to the heaven, and the name would be pretty important, right? I mean,
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's so hard to believe in the Christianity side of things because you have to do so much to prove. Like from my experience, my granda has been a preacher in a gospel hall for a long time, and every time he sees me, he absolutely hates the fact that I have long hair, I have a beard. He says I'll never get into heaven like this. If I have a tattoo, he will give off. He'll say you've tainted your skin, you won't get to heaven. But how's that fair? Do you know what I mean? It doesn't make sense. My uncle had tattoos. He got into heaven, apparently, because he believed in Jesus. So how can he get into heaven, but then because I have long hair and a beard, I won't? But it's why I'm saying the belief of Christianity, to me, it feels so broken and so misleading in many ways, because it's been the same text over years. But why
Right,
do I
but
have to
Dragon,
shave?
the questions aren't really about Christianity right now. They're about
No, I get that.
you believe.
My belief, I want to be able to go in to where the goodness is. I don't want to be going where the darkness is. I believe that there's something after life. I'm undecisive if it's Christianity or any other religion I want to go to. but whatever one I choose, I want to be in the good side of it. What's after death?
So is it just if you believe that there are two choices that you'd prefer to have the less painful one? Because if from what you're describing, eternal existence without death, that means that there is no escape from it. So it needs to be something that you'd like, doesn't it? For it to be a reward. And you'd like it and you'd never get tired of it for as long as time existed. Is that heaven?
To be honest, it seems more like a hell, if you put it that way.
So the alternative might be that things are impermanent. Is that worse?
Could be, and it might not be for most people. For me, I'm not sure. I need to think that one out. If you don't mind me asking, do you believe in an afterlife?
I don't mind you asking. I'm Buddhist and I am agnostic on reincarnation, so I don't know.
Do you believe that you will, or you don't know if it will happen?
I don't know.
See, so basically in the same sort of mindset as me, you just don't know if it is going to happen or not, and you hope sometimes it will.
I don't know the nature of reincarnation if the self is illusion. There's some fundamental essence of a self that is reincarnated, or if it's more like a flame being used to light another candle.
Okay.
So I don't know.
Putting it that way makes me want to say a couple of things on my end, because I'm in the same sort of way as that. My brain wants to believe in something. I want to believe in something. But there's no physical evidence that it is true that it will happen. And it's how you live your life. If you're going to dedicate your whole life believing in something, will you feel rewarded at the end of it, or will you not? Did you feel like you just wasted your life away just to believe in something that never came true? That's where I'm in that turmoil of the different beliefs, but I'm trying to live every day to its full extent. Like, I am trying to do everything I can to make a life. Like, we started our business up to leave something behind. But I do not want to be sitting here thinking, was it all for nothing that I dedicated my life to be a Christian? I've watched my granda for 80 years now of his life, dedicating with no TV, no radio, reading the Bible day in, day out. And if he passes and there's nothing afterwards, God, he's going to hate his life, the life he chose to live, because it was all for nothing.
What is nothing?
Nothing meaning, like, say my granddad passed away and there was no heaven there for him that he's believed in for so long. What happens then? Does he just disappear and that's that?
If he disappears, then what's there to feel any one way or another about?
For me, it would upset me knowing that he dedicated a whole life to believe in something that he could have done so much more things with his own life than sitting reading the Bible 24/7, going to gospel halls, telling the story to everyone that it was meaningless for him. My granddad used to work in the shipyards down in Belfast.
If it was meaningful for him.
If it was meaningful for him, it would make it better.
Does it have to have been true for it to be meaningful for him?
For him, no.
If at the end he doesn't know any difference, right? And he wouldn't see a heaven, but he wouldn't exist to notice, then would that really make what he felt was meaningful in this life less meaningful to him?
No, it would make him probably just make his passing more better for him, because he's in the belief of something coming his way, and it will make him go without suffering or pain from it.
Does he have to have a belief to go without suffering? Or do you think everyone does? Just him?
Well, he, in his way, the man I've watched for 33 years, and this is no word of a lie, that man has had injuries, he's had falls, but all that comes out of his mouth is, it's okay, soon I'll be in heaven. That's all he keeps saying. It doesn't let it destroy him, it doesn't let him eat at him, he just goes, it's okay, I'll be in heaven soon. That's all I get. And it just makes me think, right, well, hopefully whenever his times come, he will go with ease and he will go with happiness. But for the people who don't know or want to know if they're sending onwards, they won't know until they go. And it's upsetting because you're hoping that there is something there for them. And there's really not. If there is, it's a question no one really knows the answer to. None of us really know if there is an afterlife. No one knows what is the reward for living the hard life that you've lived on Earth.
Mm-hmm.
As Jim there says, he believes in the Buddhism, but he doesn't know if you do really reincarnate into another human or another animal or whatever it may be. It's something that you have to really truly put your mind to and work towards if you really want it. In my head, I don't know what it is, because I'm overthinking everything and every angle that you can think of possible about all what is afterlife.
If there is nothing there, well, actually, let's start the other way. If there is an eternal something there, how much value does this life hold in comparison to that?
It's how you live your life here. Do you choose to be a good person and do all the nice things and helpful things for people? Is it going to be rewarding for you after you're gone, or have you just wasted your time to help these people? Like Finch was still on, she would actually tell you the one thing that she has always said to me, that I'm always the type of person that will always go out and help everyone. But I would always get it thrown back in my face by that person I've helped. I've helped anyone and everything out if I can, but whenever I do that, in return out of it, all I get is it thrown back in my face. I've helped them through a hard time, and when they get better, they just throw it back in my face and walk away. Friendships have ended over the head of it. But then I'm sitting there thinking, am I a bad person for helping this bad person, or am I a good person for helping that bad person, and what awaits me? Have
Why
I
are you
wasted time
deciding
on it?
they're bad people?
Again, deciding if they're bad people, I can't decide if they're bad people. I would help them no matter what. It's how they return that back to me, that, like, if they turn around and say, well, cheers, F you, I'm away, I don't need you anymore, and then they throw you to the side like a waste, like a paper towel, that just tells you what type of person they really are. If someone has helped me in the past, which Finch has done, I've always helped her in return. And that's how we became where we are today. We started off her helping me out of a very bad situation in my life where I thought life wasn't worth it. And she took me and helped me understand that it is okay. It was just a rough patch. But she's here for me.
When you help people, Dragon, are you helping people in hopes of some sort of reciprocation? Thank you, 96, for the question.
Like, you mean like if I'm doing it to get a thank you out of it?
Yeah, thank you, a reward, acknowledgement, recognition.
No. I'm doing it because I'm hoping my kindness of helping them will help them be kindness back to others and to others on. I'm not looking at thank you from it. I used to, until Elsa actually helped me. Finch helped me out with that. She told me to stop doing that because that's what will hurt the most, because most people won't say thank you. They'll just say cheers, walk away. Or they won't even say that. They'll just walk away. I do it for myself. I help people because I feel better helping people. Yes, if I get it thrown back in my face, is it going to knock me down to stop me from helping another person? No. I'll still help the next person, even if it might throw it back in my face. Because that's who I am. That's what I want to be. But whenever you're, for instance, it's a friend, you help a friend out through a very bad time. Like it's happened to me. I've helped friends out through a very bad time.
What does throw it back in your face mean?
So basically, I'll give you an example. A friend of mine came to me. He was really down. He was on the verge of wanting to unalive himself. And I talked to him for weeks on end. We met up, we had a good laugh, we talked everything out. I explained to him there's better things in this world to work towards, except that thing that you lost. I got him back up on his feet, lent him money, because he didn't have it. And then he just turned around and badmouthed me to everybody. After I lent him money to help him get his rent paid, to get his fuel in his car, to get him food in his stomach. I done no wrong, but all he had to do was turn around and tell everyone, yeah, he didn't help at all, even though I did, and I was the only one who did it. But because people seen him back with money in his hands, they all went to him back being his fake friends, and he turned around and said, nah, that there fella there is useless, don't even talk to him. That's called throwing it back in your face. Most people would say they'll never help another person out after that. I didn't. I kept helping the next person.
Feels like we're potentially missing some pieces of that story, but you're saying
there
that
is. I can't go into too much
I'm
of
not
that detail because
to
we'll get banned from it.
Interesting. So, if you were taken advantage of, you call that being things being thrown back in your face.
Yeah, it would be near enough the same.
And so, because people don't always reciprocate your kindness, what does that indicate to you? What was the purpose
It
of
indicates
that?
to me that that person is just, in a nice way of putting it, they're on a learning curve in their life, and all they're going to be doing is doing that over and over again, burning all their bridges around them. They're not going to learn from their mistake for doing that to the people who cared, being there for them. They'll burn every bridge around them. Then they'll be all alone again, and no one's going to help him the next time, because they'll know the type of person he is. He just takes advantage of you, throws you to the side whenever he thinks everything's back on his shoulders and he's back on top. It
And you're
tells me
saying
that
that would be a
person
bad
is
person, and they would
not a
deserve
bad
some
person,
kind
a
of
lost,
torment in
a
afterlife.
lost. No, not them sort of people. I'm talking about people who have unalived people for the fun of it. Them people who have unalived people in life for the fun of it, the thrill of it, they deserve that. People that have took advantage of others and are making that mistake, they deserve to learn from their mistakes. They will, if they ever take the lesson that's given to them. But sometimes some
What
of
if
them
they don't?
They just love doing it. It's like, for instance, people who love doing it and won't learn from that lesson, they get a thrill of doing it to the people.
Do they deserve some torment in afterlife?
I wouldn't call it torment. I would say not a good afterlife. Torment, I can't decide what another deserves in life. That's not who I am. I can't decide that because you were taking advantage of me that you deserve the worst afterlife. That is not up to me. That is up to whatever there is out there that decides that, if there is anything.
Does it matter to you if your beliefs are true or not?
To me, I hope they are, for the reason that I would get to see my loved ones again. A part of me, well, I'd say yes. I would really hope my beliefs matter, because I would like there to be something afterwards that I will get to see my loved ones that were taken too early from me.
Taken from you.
Well, taken out of my life, like my uncle was taken too early. He was only the age of 50.
How do you know that they would want eternal afterlife?
Again, then the question is to that is, who doesn't want to have an afterlife? Who doesn't want to believe that there's something afterwards? Who would rather just close their eyes, see that darkness, and that's it?
I meet dozens
It
of
makes
people like
everything
that daily.
meaningless. Yeah, there is. There's loads of people like that.
To what?
Meaningless
There's a lot
to...
of me's. Look at the me's in the chat real quick. See if there's me's. Raising hands. Do you assume that everybody wants eternity, or everybody wants what
I don't
you
assume. No, it's their choice at the end of the day. What they want. What I want is nothing compared to what they want.
You said you think there is a sort of a joining of all these afterlives. As long as you're good, then you all end up kind of in the same place.
That's the way I believe in it. Yeah.
Do you think your grandfather, who believed in the Bible and a certain judgment from God, would want to be in an afterlife with all of the sinners that didn't do the extreme crimes?
Again, I can't answer for him, but what I would say is, from being as hardcore as he is with the Bible and the belief of it, I wouldn't say he would be happy. But at the same time, I'd say he would be happy at the same time, knowing that there's people who have got into heaven, maybe not doing the extreme that he did. I believe he went too far with it, massively, and I'll always believe that, because whenever he talked to me about being a Christian, he told me I wasn't allowed to have a mobile phone, he told me I wasn't allowed to have a TV, he told me I wasn't allowed to have radios, I had to read the Bible.
It sounds
that
like
was
you still
his
carry
story.
Yeah, it sounds like you still carry a lot of emotions around the way
I do.
that your relationship with him was. I wonder
I do,
if that.
yeah.
I wonder if that lends to why you believe in afterlife. But I don't have any more questions for you, Dragon. I don't know if anybody else on the panel does, but this is your chance if you do.
I do not have any questions at this time.
I think we put Cat to sleep.
I'm all set.
Appreciate you, Dragon. I do. I
No
hope
problem.
you take care. And
thank you very much for having me.
Thank you for answering the questions openly and honestly and going on the journey with us and showing, I think, a little bit of questioning in there. A little bit more than Finch, not to make it a competition. I'd be happy to talk to either of you again sometime. I'm gonna bet one of these is a sleeper, so I'm gonna set you down before I bring you up. And if you meant to request up and you just found yourself out of the queue, well, you know who you are, and you can go ahead and request again. I will bring you. But I have a feeling I didn't mean to.
Your audio's cutting out. Might just be me.
Of
Anybody
course
else
it
know?
is. I see that. No, it's not just you. I can see it. I'll fix it.
Have a belief in a god, gods, higher power, anything like that, and you think you can question those beliefs, request up. I can't bring you up, but make a request.
I'm still here. I can still bring you up, and I will. Yeah, there's a little delay.
If you are interested in questioning your beliefs, request up.
I think we do have a request or two. What was that, Morgan?
Hold on.
Okay.
Reminder, Thrayle, that the prompt no longer states questioning.
Oh, yeah. We'll get there. There we go. Back where we belong. Okay, we'll play just for a moment, though. Hello, Zaya. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
20, about to be 21, February 2nd.
Happy birthday. And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Yeah, I believe in God, Jesus.
You believe in God and Jesus.
Yeah,
Have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
yeah. I read all the Bibles. I have the Blood Bible right now, actually.
Which one is the Blood Bible, Zaya?
I just know it's the red Bible and it says blood, the Christ of Blood Bible.
It's a red Bible and it says Christ is blood.
No, it's dusty right now. I don't feel like freaking picking it up. It's okay, so it's the Holy Bible. There's different parts of the Holy Bible. And there's one testimony of the Bible where it's basically like blood, like it's basically the Christ. And that's the one that I have. I have the blood one. That's the Holy Bible I have.
I'm thoroughly confused, my friend.
Really quick,
Or
I'm
maybe
going to
it's not
thank
the blood
Cat
Bible.
DeWitch
I don't know what
and
kind of Bible.
Mavina. I'm thanking Cat DeWitch and Mavina for helping with the previous goal. Now we can figure out about what your blood Bible. Do you mean red letter Bible? Is that what you're saying? Is it
Okay, I might be wrong. It's not called a blood Bible. The Bible is just the red color. Yeah, it's just the color red.
The cover is just colored red.
Yeah, it's just red.
And you read the Bible? You read the red Bible?
Yeah, I read it.
And when you read the red Bible, did you believe the stories in it to be true and literal?
For the most part, yeah.
So in the 6-day creation, you believe that story?
See, um, that's the thing. I'm like 50-50 right now. I do believe it, but then I don't at the same time.
Do you believe a burning bush spoke to somebody?
That's why I said I believe it and don't at the same time.
When you say 50-50, is that an accurate, like, is it actually 50-50 or is it more like 90-10?
Nah, it's actually 50-50 because my family is also religious, so I feel like you know, I don't know, like I feel like it's just something respectful to do for the 50 side, and then the other 50 side, some things just don't make sense to me. So it's okay to balance it out.
So you believe because you think it's just okay to balance out the non-belief?
I mean, yeah, I mean, I'm always curious to like learn different things and stuff like that. But if some things don't make sense to me, I would just be respectful with it. But I'm not really gonna say too much.
How?
Really quick, let me thank Philly Red 96 for knocking out that goal so quick. You guys are amazing. Thank you. Go ahead, Morgan.
I'm. Can you repeat what you said again, please?
Okay, so my family is Christian,
Mm-hmm.
and I respect their religion.
Mm-hmm.
So as to respect their religion, I'm going to go through with it. But there is some things, yes, that I do not agree with that I do think doesn't make sense in the Bible.
What
Yes.
does it mean to go through with it?
Like, I'm not just gonna be in the church and then be like, oh, this is BS. This is all BS. No, I'm gonna just be respectful and just go through with it and just suck it up. Like, I'm not gonna be disrespectful with it. That's what I mean.
But does that mean you accept it to be true?
That's why I said 50-50. I believe it, but then I don't. Like, it's like you can
You
say
believe it's what?
anything, but there's no proof.
If
So if you can say anything and there's no proof one way or the other, then you should just believe it.
No, I
If,
mean,
for instance, I said that the entire universe was just a membrane between the bony appendages of the celestial skeletal bat goddess who unfurls her wings in accordance to the lambda CDM model of physics, otherwise known as the Big Bang, leaving our universe expanding to this day. If you can't prove it's true or not true, should you believe it?
if I was friends with somebody and they believe what you said, I'm going to still be friends with them, yes, and I'm going to respect what they believe in. But
But
I'm
does that
not the
mean
type,
you will believe it?
I'm not saying I'll believe it, but I will respect it. I can
So you're not going
respect
to
a
tell them
belief,
they
but
can't
don't have to
believe it.
believe it. No, I'm
What
not
is
going to tell anybody they can't believe or not believe in anything.
sure, but will you believe it? Will you
I
accept
mean,
it?
like, how would you handle that situation if they in a situation where they're like, yeah, this is what I believe, right? And like they're looking for confirmation, but this is clearly something, this is a belief that you don't hold. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes sense.
Like, how would you handle that situation?
I just wouldn't say anything. I would just be respectful with it. If you believe that cows can fly, I support. Cows do fly. I support, yes. But I'm not going to sit here and tell you to your face, I think that's
Don't
BS.
you don't you think that's a little disingenuous to just affirm whatever somebody's saying?
No, not really. Because
What if what they're saying
Interesting.
could lead to a dangerous understanding?
if it leads to a dangerous understanding, then that just seems like a circumstances that they shouldn't put themselves into if it goes that far.
Would you just agree with it if somebody said toasters float?
Hey, if you believe toasters flip, man, hey, they flip. Congratulations. I'm proud of you, man. I
That's
support.
not a good idea. The toasters
Float.
probably
Like,
don't
you
float, and
can't,
even if
you
they do,
can't,
you should not
like,
experiment.
No, not at all.
I know, but people are going to believe what they want to believe regardless. You can't really change somebody's mind. All you can do is just sit back and listen. You know, that's like going into a church and tell everybody this is all fake, shut it all down. They're still going to continue the service. They're not going to believe you at all.
Why is disagreeing with someone synonymous to like I'm trying to
Shutting them
understand.
down.
Yeah, why is that synonymous to shutting them down? Or like,
I'm not
I guess
saying
disparaging their personal belief.
disagreeing with someone is shutting them down. It's just, I just don't really find a need to really like question on something if, that's like someone's belief. Like, I'm not the type to tell you like not to believe in something. Like, I'm just gonna like be like, okay, I respect that. Like,
Right, but why confirm it instead of saying something along the lines of like, that's an interesting belief. That's not this. I don't believe that, but or that's not a belief I hold. Why would you say, oh yeah, definitely, yeah, that's definitely the truth? Like, why that distinction?
no, I would say what you just said. I would say, yes, that's very interesting that you believe that. And if you believe that, then hey, kudos to you. Everybody needs something in life to keep them going. Shoot, like it's okay.
So is that respectful though? I mean, if somebody said to you, I believe I can eat a light bulb and not hurt myself, and you're like, hey, that's your belief, man, cool, is that respectful?
See, that's too far.
Well,
That's too far. Now that's just being dumb and just being an idiot, if I'm being real with you.
I
Like, why would you
actually
eat a
know
light bulb?
somebody who can eat a light bulb without hurting themselves. It's a carnival trick.
Okay,
There's
then that's when you say something. Let's be for real, y'all.
again,
That's
not
when you say
recommended.
something. Like, would not
But
recommend.
you
Yeah,
ask the
that's when you
question.
say something.
Might ask questions.
sorry, I got lost in the jumble here. It
Yeah, it
I
was
guess
me. Sorry.
I guess my point is it actually respectful to say that it's fine to believe in, like, for example, that all children are born with something wrong with them? Is that fine? Is it respectful to say that's okay, you believe that, even if you know that they kind of aren't sure that they believe that?
If someone says that all kids are special with something, and what I would say to respond if I believe them or not, is that what you're asking?
I'm asking what you mean by it, just to be respectful. I'm trying to get at what that respect looks like. Is it just I don't
Like,
want to
if
bother them, or is
no,
it more a
it's
respect
not
for who they
that.
are?
It's a respect. If that's just who you are, if that's what you believe, that's who you are. I'm not gonna be in the way of your train track and just stop everything. Like, it's just a respect thing. Like, I'm not gonna, if someone says they believe in devil worship, you feel me? Cool. That's great. That's your thing you believe in. What do I look like sitting here saying, oh, nah, you shouldn't believe in that. Like, nah, you shouldn't do that. That's so bad. Like, that's very contradicting to someone's life. That's not, no.
Because you don't think they can listen to you and hear the voice of reason? Is that
No,
respectful?
it's not that I think they can't listen to me and see my voice of reason. I just don't see a reason to voice my voice of reason. Just respect. That's all. You don't always have to say something. Not everything
So
has to have a response.
we're just questioning what you believe. So this is not an attack in any way.
No, I know. I was
Um,
just saying my part too to your question.
but then, is it that you think that these beliefs are inconsequential and so not worth questioning for these people?
Honestly, no, because everybody belief is different. So everybody moves differently in their beliefs. And you can't really question too much if you don't know exactly what they're doing though. A lot of religious people don't really say like what they're doing to like worship like that. A lot of them just like to do that alone. So it's like,
Zaya, are we talking here about the broad populace of people believing a thing? Or is the conversation, can you question your belief?
oh, I thought we were doing both.
Well, you keep bringing back in what other people believe and how you don't want to um, dismiss what other
Okay,
people
ask me another
believe, and
question.
you're basing what you believe on what other people believe. But what do you actually believe? You said earlier that you believed in the Christian God, but it's 50-50. Is that really what you believe?
Yeah.
What does 50-50 mean to you? What is the belief part?
The belief part is like, since I grew up in like a religious family. It's like I understand where some of the stuff that is said or read out from the book does, like, I understand, and I feel like I just have to like respect that. But there's some things that don't make sense though. But I'm not the type to just put it on blast. Like, it doesn't make sense though, because that just seems disrespectful to someone's religion.
So
Please tell me that makes sense.
would you say that it's your belief is closer to a higher power, you just identify it as the Christian God? Would that be an accurate assessment?
Nah, I wouldn't say that's accurate, no. Um, I feel like it just goes down to what I was talking about in the comments that turned it out to be very disrespectful, but I didn't mean for it to sound disrespectful. I said brainwashed. Like, it's literally like brainwashing. Like, but it's just best to fall through with it, bruh.
Is it brainwashing or is it just what's culturally accepted?
I think it's more brainwashing. Like, you're telling someone over and over again that a rock can do a handstand, and you have pictures and everything saying a rock can do a handstand. A rock is doing a handstand every Sunday. A rock is doing a handstand. The Rock did the handstand. Here's a movie. The Rock did the handstand. Here's proof. The Rock did the handstand. You're gonna believe eventually a rock can do a handstand. Then okay, you're being brainwashed. You're like, okay, a rock can do a handstand. Now I'm gonna sit and wait and see if the rock can actually do a handstand. Now that's you following through with it on your own time. You think a rock is going to do a handstand. But I'm not going to say nothing. I'm going to be respectful about it because it's just like,
You just compared it to believing a rock can do a handstand.
yes,
Could that
because
not
that's
be seen as
literally,
disrespectful to some people?
how does that seem to, when I was just giving an example though of what it is? I mean, I could say something that would be totally more disrespectful, but I'm not going to say that. That's the most respectful I can put it. I'm sorry. That's just how I am.
Hello, Philly.
Good morning.
Did you mean to join us?
I did.
Good morning. Zaya, you're kind of... We keep going back to how you want to respect other people's beliefs. But what of your beliefs? Is God the Christian God? Is it something else? Or do you even think there is one?
Honestly, truthfully, I don't think so. Like, I just feel like it's so like hypocritical. I don't know. It's so judgmental. Like, so peer pressured. I don't know.
I don't know is a good answer.
I don't know. Can I get some I don't knows in the comments? That'd be awesome. I want to make sure if anybody else has questions for Zaya, they get to get them in before we bring a new guest up.
I just have an encouragement. Zaya, you talked a lot about letting people believe what they believe as being respectful, but I definitely, I'd love it if you'd question that a little more. Is that respect, or is it just acquiescence? You know.
Complacency.
It's more of a respect because, like, there's a lot of things I could say, but I don't. So it's just a respect thing.
Why is it more respectful to not say something?
Because people can get their feelings hurt and start crying.
I mean, is it possible the kindness with which you do it is the respect part?
How
But
do you respectfully tell someone your Jesus is not real? He did not flood the earth. That whole story is fake. How do you respectfully tell someone that without starting an argument? Let's be for
How
real,
do you
guys.
know? How do
Let's
you
be for
know
real.
that? Zaya,
Because I've done it before.
Zaya, take a breath. How do you know that Jesus didn't do that?
Do you have
I know
video?
that's not a position that is. Be for real. Be so for real, Zaya.
That's what I'm saying.
Don't
Like,
you fucking
see,
dare.
Morgan, there you go. I just answered. Do you have a video?
Would they have had a video anywhere in that time? Be
Did
so for
somebody
real.
record it? Was there ring cameras? Did the fish see? Did the
Zaya.
clouds know? Like, what?
Zaya.
Yeah.
Focus, please.
I mean, I answered the question, though. There's no proof.
But that's not the point, my friend. And you know that.
Okay, repeat your question again. What was the question again?
Honestly, at this point, I don't remember.
I think we're going to go ahead and move on, Zaya. I appreciate you coming up. I hope that you keep asking questions. And we will talk to you later, I'm sure.
Okay.
Take care, Zaya.
Alright.
W's for Zaya in the chat. There's questioning there.
We can talk later in the Discord. That the conversation requires, unfortunately, less tact. Holy like.
Oh, wow.
That's
Thank
loud.
you, Kung Pao.
That's so loud.
What?
My boy.
Oh, my.
Yowza.
What is happening? I don't even know how to react to this.
Thank you so
I'm gonna
much, Kung
cry.
Pao. Wow.
Holy shit, dude.
Oh, wow. He did warn us. He said he was going to be disruptive for the live.
Oh, that's fair. I mean, it is, I guess, late enough in the morning for it not to be super intrusive.
It's amazing.
Wow. Oh my god.
I've never seen that before. That is amazing.
Thank you so much, Kung Pao.
Kung Pao, you're amazing. Thank you. Now everybody show Jimmy some love.
We love you, Jimmy.
Oh, man. Yum, yum. Thank you.
Yes, definitely show Jim some love. Oh my. Wow. Thank you, Kung Pao. I can't even express how grateful I am to you. Thank you.
Seriously. You're amazing, Kung Pao. Thank you. Awesome questionnaire and
I see that you'll be taking a break for a while, Kung Pao. Take good care of yourself.
Absolutely.
We'll be thinking of you.
Why don't you come up and you can speak for yourself rather than me speaking for you.
He said he'll jump on the Discord. Aw, there you go, Jim.
Holy moly, Kung Pao. Wait, who sent me that? That was amazing. I can't see who sent me these things.
It was Kung
It was Kung Pao.
Ah, generosity is endless.
Kung Pao and I have been chatting in messages, but I'd rather Kung Pao speak representing himself than me. Conveying messages.
Hello?
Hey, Kung Pao, how are you doing?
I'm doing good. So, I'll just land this plane real quick because I know you guys want to keep the show going. You guys are the most amazing panel I've seen in my 5 weeks of TikTok. But I have to go along because of other channels and my excessive compulsive behavior I need to work on. So I'm just going to deactivate the channel for a bit and try to follow you guys on Discord or maybe YouTube. But what you guys do here is absolutely amazing. The decorum, the respect, the questioning of beliefs. You guys have only driven me closer to my beliefs with questions, which is amazing. I mean, it's just mind blowing. So I think that's all I can really say for all you guys. And Jimmy, sorry, I didn't really know. I didn't know if first time meeting you here, but maybe I'll throw you some more before I get off.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
I appreciate you so much, Kung Pao. I really do. Thank you. The kindness, the recognition, the generosity is overwhelming. So I really do. I appreciate you, and I hope that you. I hope that you are able to kick whatever it is you need to, and hold on to whatever it is you need. And most importantly, I hope you keep asking questions.
I don't know if you saw down in the comments, Lady Huggy also offered if you'd like to speak with her privately.
Oh no, it's okay. I have all the help. I have an abundance of help. I've been through it before. I'll kick it within a month or two, and I appreciate the offer though, and likewise, you guys are amazing, and yeah, thank you. That's all. That's all I can say. You can let me down.
Appreciate you, Kung Pao.
Likewise.
Appreciate you. Take good care.
Awesome to be self-aware enough like that.
And the conversations we've had with him have really just been amazing.
Always. Yeah, definitely. And see, we don't always take gods. Doesn't always happen.
It's not even a goal.
Nope. Not even a thought.
No burgling happened there.
Mavina, the Discord link is in my bio or in the Batcolyte's bio. There's a link tree there. Wow. Thank you, Kung Pao.
6, why would you be surprised? that I took an opposing position.
Yeah, 6. We question from all angles when need be. Impressed, maybe. Appalled. No.
Not appalled.
Everybody will have a different reaction. Yeah.
I'm wondering if you've only ever seen me interact with Christians, then, that have very convicted beliefs, as opposed to more fluid ones like Zaya's.
I think we've questioned 6 before.
Mm-hmm.
A while back.
It's been a long time since I've seen 6 as well. I've been on panels with them before. And I had a much different opinion of my belief system then than I do now.
Dark Knight, yes, there is a Cash App link in the link tree, also in my bio. Mavina says my problem is more the people, not the beliefs. The followers are the problem of religions. That's an interesting take, Mavina. I'm not sure I disagree, but I do have questions. I wonder if there are problems in the beliefs as well as the people, or if the problems are just what the people introduce. Not sure what that means, Indigo Daffodil. I did see you in requests. You're welcome to try again if you wanted to question your beliefs. Thank you so much, Barfing Booster and 96. Appreciate you guys so much. Thank you.
We're not too far from 175k likes. Keep tapping that screen. And if you have a belief in a god, God's higher power, or something else like that, then you can question that belief, request up.
Just what I heard is asking, did the night get any better?
Slightly.
Slightly. There were some conversations that were better than the start, yeah. Less disjointed. Oh my goodness. The first few were just a mile a minute.
Is less about coherence and more about
volume.
Volume. Yeah, that's a good description.
I'm sorry to take all these gifts and then run, but I have a meeting coming up. I'll try and jump back in after the meeting ends.
Appreciate you, Jim. We may or may not be here. It's kind of coming up on that hour, but I do appreciate you.
Thanks for letting me out.
Wonderful as always.
Thank you.
Hi, Jim.
Bye. Hi, Evelyn.
Thank you,
Ciao.
Jim.
Holly said, "Less what the fuck is wrong with yous?"
There have been fewer and fewer what the fuck is wrong with you, though I don't know if Kat has seen the
No, I
real
don't
what
think
the fuck,
so.
but I don't know if Kat's awake anymore. I think we
I don't believe she is. She's been pretty quiet.
I second that, Barfing Toaster. Big shout out to the mods.
Caffeine, nicotine, and hatred.
None of those things are Batcolyte recommended, except maybe the caffeine. Not recommended, just abided.
Mm-hmm.
Because I've said it before, the Batcolyte, like the dude, abides.
The Batcolyte do abide, like the dude.
But if you believe in the dude or in the Jedi or the Force or some other godly type thing, and you're capable of questioning that belief, then go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to debate or argue, just to see if you can question your beliefs. And if you can, then what do you believe, and why do you believe it? I wonder if it's fair that Philly and you get to see it, and the whole audience, of course, before Kat, since she's missed out both times.
I mean, sometimes it's just luck of the draw.
I thought you were talking about Batitude.
No.
No, this is the new background.
This is the what the fuck is wrong with you background.
Ooh. What's going on in this one?
Everything's wrong. The
All of
mermaid is now a fish man. The devil is cute and cuddly.
Jesus and the devil have amalgamated into some kind of love guru.
Okay, I see the mermaid. That's hilarious.
Well, she's
Wait, the
still there.
mermaid's still behind?
She's still there. She's hiding behind the fish man. Yeah.
Oh, that's concerning. I don't like that. Is it like a not creepy looking Labubu?
That's what I was thinking.
Blueberry Blix is gone. There's just a stew in his place of like a green and purple goo.
He's mixing it in the bigger picture because
It would have been the leprechaun. I'll have to look at the bigger picture to see what it was.
Kishin has a great comment. Everyone remember to drink some water and take your meds.
Absolutely.
I thought I knew who you were.
Toaster is
Real good reminder for meds.
Toaster is convinced that this picture needs Richard Nixon.
Where though? Where would he go?
Maybe just a mini Richard Nixon sitting on your shoulder.
A bobblehead.
A bobblehead on the table.
A bobblehead Richard Nixon.
Yeah.
I'm already thinking of changing the facial expression on Thrayle. It's a little off.
I always thought, like, especially in animation with like skeleton, like facial expression animation, it was just very weird. Why bone moving like that? Confusion.
What is on the
I have no idea.
skeletal bat goddess's wing?
The yellow, I have no idea what that is.
Is it like a burger?
It does kind of have a sandwich aspect to it, doesn't it?
Oh, whoa.
I gotta look at the bigger, I gotta look at it bigger to actually figure out.
I like that there's a little floating rubber duck next to the Sasquatch's head.
I can't decide if he's wearing a face or if he shaved his face.
Ugh.
I mean, that would elicit the question, what the fuck is wrong with you?
You know, if somebody scrolls into this, they are not going to request up to talk about their belief in a god or gods.
Santa Claus.
Something like that.
Santa Claus is still in the picture behind the WTF. I'll have to share the original on Discord. It's kind of horrifying what Santa Claus has become.
Really, this is just horrifying without Santa Claus. Like,
the devil, the fluffy unicorn devil, is holding a sign off the edge of the screen that says free Wi-Fi. I don't know why.
That's wild.
It's like a neon sign that's all lit up.
At first, I thought, before I turned up the brightness on my phone, that the fish man was a tomato, like you're throwing a tomato at somebody.
Good old Shakespearean discontent with the content.
Uh-huh.
I believe the guy next to Jesus is an amalgamation between a gray alien and Slender Man.
Other than whatever's coming out of his forehead, he's pretty much unchanged through most of the pictures.
I'm trying to figure out what is coming out of his forehead. It looks like a jar. Is that spaghetti?
I think we need to go back to this. It's
And
less
we
distressing.
do.
Yes.
Way less distressing. Like, I felt like a relief of, yes.
Well, I haven't gotten to put that "what the fuck is wrong with you" up because I had the other one, which I don't know if you saw that one either, Philly.
I don't think I did.
It just
Die. Okay, wait. I want a screenshot just of this. I took a screenshot. That is hilarious. Oh my gosh. That is so funny.
It's just something is wrong about it. Something like it's already uncanny, and then it goes to a really weird place with all of their mouths just slack jawed.
It makes me think of the scene in The Mask where he his jaw drops and then he does the roller animation to roll his tongue back up into his mouth. That's the vibe that one gives me.
I appreciated that so much. Thank you.
You're welcome. I'm glad I could provide some levity with my artistic monstrosities.
Thrayle provides, the Batcolyte abides.
Careful, that almost sounds like a creed.
Yuck.
Yeah, weird to say that.
Celestial skeletal bat goddess creed. Does your lore have that already, Thrayle?
There's the eeks, like edicts, but the eeks.
Mm-hmm. Like EK.
EK.
That's amazing.
You might have
I
to
love it.
explain it to me.
How would you spell the sound a bat makes?
Oh, like eek, E-E-K?
Yep. Eek, eek, eek.
How did it sound when it was in the bamboo, Philly?
I'm really glad Kat is asleep because she would be very unhappy with me right now.
And you'd probably spell that sound a little bit like E-E-K, E-E-K, E-E-E-K.
I intentionally faded out there just what I heard. That's what the bats did too.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, the 13 eeks of the celestial skeletal bat goddess.
Of course, there's 13.
It might have been 11. I'll have to check again, but I think it was 13.
Either way, both numbers still track.
And are they commands?
No.
What are they?
Unimposed suggestions.
Unimposed suggestions. That is a very well thought out phrase. Is the celestial skeletal bat goddess just?
What does just mean?
And by whose metric?
I would like to ask a different question.
Okay.
Is the celestial skeletal bat goddess indifferent to human or animal suffering?
Is it indifferent to human or animal suffering?
She. Why are you calling it it? He.
Well, she. I don't know if indifferent is the right word, but perhaps it is. I don't know, though. I wouldn't know.
Why would you not know?
How could I?
How do you know anything about the celestial skeletal bat goddess?
Divine revelation.
Did you receive divine revelation about the indifference or not indifference that she has?
I think, to what knowledge she would have of it, she would not be indifferent. But is she aware, is the question.
She's aware enough to provide divine revelation.
Did she provide that?
If she did not provide it, who did?
Could have been just a random occurrence of neurons firing in my mind.
Doesn't sound like divine revelation.
Perhaps it wasn't. How would we know?
Why did you choose to call it divine revelation?
Levity.
Whimsy.
Whimsy, I like whimsy.
I also like whimsy.
What is divine revelation?
Yes. What is divine revelation, oh you person who used that phrase?
Well, in this case, it would have been an instance of understanding or recognition.
Then why put the word divine on it?
Relating to the divine, or a divine-like thing.
There's a troublemaker in queue.
How am I a troublemaker?
You always bring trouble, Tab.
I've never been trouble. You're dreaming.
How do you open like that and not be a troublemaker?
Nah, you guys are dreaming. I'm never a troublemaker.
Sure.
Look at him making trouble.
We gotta make him trouble.
If it doesn't seem like too much trouble to you, and you have a belief in a god or God's higher power, or anything like that, you should request up.
Or not. Would be nice if you did, though. I'll be honest, the last conversation I had with that dude that was deconstructing Coma, Zaid, I thought it would go sideways real quick, but somehow it didn't. I'm thankful for that.
I think I've spoken to Kama before, and the conversation reached terminus around the same place, and it was a lot more explosive the last time I spoke to him. So this was honestly a refreshing change, and I think your presence made that difference, Tab.
I know what he went through, I would say. That's how I don't know, but I've seen it.
Relate,
and I've heard people talk about it. Yeah, No, I can't relate, but I've seen people go through that. I've never really believed for it to make a difference to me. It's a childhood thing. I've never actually believed in anything.
Got it.
It's always been a community thing to me. I was talking more about the controlling the wife thing.
Yeah, no, I know, and that's what I'm saying is like that point is where the conversation dissolved the last time I spoke to him.
To be honest, I thought it would dissolve for me as well.
That's why I was like, "Oop, I need to not talk right now."
I'll say I know what's going on in his mind, because I've met a lot of people who are freshly out of Islam, and they've been raised in a environment that, you know, their ideal picture of a woman is usually modest, that is humble, that values stuff like virginity and stuff like that. And I thought he was going for that. And I know it's weird to pay attention to these stuff, but I know what's going on in his mind because I've seen people IRL think that way. So I knew how to navigate through that. Yeah, let's just say that.
And
because
if you know
I've
how
seen
to navigate your way through questioning your beliefs, then navigate your way up to this panel with a click on one of those request buttons or the two little people next to your chat. That is if you can question your beliefs.
That's a nice segue.
I think it was nice enough that it deserves a guest.
Agreed.
Should guess for that.
Damn.
Fuck, I confused it.
Double damn.
What happened? So ghosts?
Yeah,
Poltergeists.
there was a poltergeist.
A poltergeist? Oh my gosh, I've never heard you say that before. That's amazing.
I think awesome. It was that weekend that was absolutely wild, and it was just Thrayle and I up on the bed.
Wow.
Things were getting a little like loopy goofy, and that's how poltergeists came about.
And somehow I'm the troublemaker. Somehow.
Always, Tab. Always.
Yeah, true.
Is a Twinkie a croissant, which is just another sandwich?
It
I
is a
don't think
pastry, though.
Yeah, I don't know if a Twinkie is a croissant, but it is a sandwich.
God damn it, Thrayle.
I mean, it's
Twinkie a croissant.
A Twinkie is clearly a sushi.
Interesting.
Is it? I don't think that's correct.
Maybe
Swiss
a
roll might
calzone.
be sushi, but
You're
a
right.
Twinkie's a
Swiss roll.
calzone.
You're right. Well, I mean,
But wait. Sushi is just a sandwich.
Thank you, 96.
So like,
why
would those be considered like subcategories of sandwich then?
I'm gonna drop.
We'll stay off the sandwich. I mean, if
I would say
with a belief.
I would say that a sushi is a sandwich's weird brother. You know, the one that you only meet on the holidays and stuff.
Oren has it. A Twinkie is an eclair. I'm fairly certain. It's been a long time since I had a Twinkie, but I remember there being like a hole on one end, though not intentional.
He
I
was
don't
right.
think they're
This
perfectly
conversation is
patched.
exactly why the gods stopped answering questions directly.
I'm gonna need a Twinkie in order to sample whether or not it's a calzone or a sushi.
Yes, Cthulhu.
Somewhere a baker felt a disturbance in the force and doesn't know why. Cthulhu, that raises a very important question, and I just clicked the wrong button, so I gave it away, but,
You were
what
going
the
for
fuck
that
is
screen,
force?
I love that one.
I throw this up just as Yoda scrolls into the room. There was a vote, actually, one night about whether or not to include the
laser knives.
Yes. The second one, the one that lost the vote, is still on my photo reel, but it's going to get removed soon. I'm wondering if it should get removed without ever being seen.
No. Why?
It'll have to go to the Discord, and I'll need to start putting backgrounds and bad art in a channel there. I think I have a channel for that. Do I have a background asking what the fuck is energy? I have two of them, and one of them needs fixing, but yes. Energy was definitely an early what the fuck.
It was one of the first ones.
Mm-hmm. It actually is right after one of the what the fuck are you talking about is the purple and green what the fuck is energy. But something wrong with that one. I like this one better.
This one's...
I thought it was
it's really
pink
good.
lines. What is this?
It's aura, apparently.
It's energy. What do you guys know about energy? That's energy, losers.
If that's energy, then oh, I lost it. There's so many of them.
Tab strikes again.
And you say you're not trouble?
I'm not. You're hallucinating. I'm not.
Ooh, it got stuck.
Interesting. I'm surprised you
I don't
didn't
know how you
use,
guys...
like waves and stuff like that. And like some
What do you think
radar
an alchemist...
representation. Sorry, Tab.
No, you go. I was just about... I'm asking some dumb question, so don't worry about it.
But if you frequent this live and haven't come up and think you can question your beliefs in a God's higher power, or something else like that, request up.
What do you guys think in alchemy? When I say alchemy, what are the colors that you guys think of?
Red.
Interesting. You wouldn't believe it if I open my camera right now. Crow.
Gold.
Gold.
Right.
Interesting.
I also think gold.
If I open my camera right now, Me and Morgan would have the same opinion because I'm coloring my alchemist bloody red. Ooh, that's interesting.
Cthulhu says that civilizations rise, fall, and pause briefly to argue about food before remembering they are hungry. Not in my household. When somebody is hungry, they are hangry.
A white lab coat and bloody red goggles.
Cowboy Satanist says, as much as I respect the fact that energy can't be created nor destroyed, it doesn't make it divine. Well, I don't disagree with you. What is divine, though? I'm sorry. What the fuck is divine? There it is.
You have to go full Thrayle, you know?
Is that like full throttle, but it's just full Thrayle?
Yes. Nah, I don't like it. I'm dropping the alchemy thing. Going back to the nun.
I think it's the mermaid that scares away believers. I think they're terrified of it, Philly.
Not the skeleton asking questions?
Obviously, the mermaid is the scariest.
I think the mermaid's pretty scary. Like, for one thing, why is it just floating in the air like that?
Because mermaids are magical.
Do they? What is magic?
He was dying to ask that question.
You have a WTF is magic?
No, I just put it on the list earlier tonight.
I agree with just what I heard. Why is everybody else in this picture underwater?
Wait, if they're underwater, then why are they seemingly only iced over here instead of in a giant ice block?
Because it depends how freezing the water is.
If they're underwater, why is, like, how is Thrayle's cup?
How is Thrall's cup?
Yeah, like why would there be a cup there with an open face?
That's a very good question. Why, Thrayle?
Mm-hmm.
Why would you have a cup underwater?
I think that think that it's clear that I wouldn't.
I don't know. Maybe it's evidence that Thrayle is not always a perfectly rational thinker.
I see. So, wouldn't the blueberry coffee have homogenized with the supposed water outside of the cup?
Not if it's a liquid that is denser than water.
Do you think blueberry coffee is denser than water?
I've never had blueberry coffee. I don't know what it's like.
You should try it.
I should. Okay, your first merch, Thrayle. Batcolyte branded blueberry coffee.
I'm gonna have to make sure it's ethically sourced and, of course, delicious as fuck. These things will have to be important.
You know, maybe you should do a quick poll here, Thrayle.
About what?
Or even just drop a 1 in the chat if you would be interested in seeing some Batcolyte merch.
I'd buy a D&D campaign from Batcolyte.
A Batcolyte D&D campaign.
I can make that happen.
With the cosmic bat thingy as the final boss.
Look at all those ones, Thrayle.
Why would you fight the cosmic bat thingy?
Fun. It's a cosmic bat thingy.
Okay, chat. You have made your voices heard with the ones you want merch.
So I'm
Now-
feeling very compelled.
Now, a sandwich press. I'm surprised, Toaster, you didn't say a toaster. A sandwich press is amazing. Okay. Brainstorming ideas. We've already got blueberry coffee.
The
Batcolyte
sandwich
blueberry
press has to
coffee.
happen. The panini press has to happen.
A Batcolyte panini press. Batcolyte D&D campaign. What other merch would you maybe think simpler for the starters?
I would love a beanie.
Let's go shirts.
A
Let's
beanie
go.
with like Batcolyte in that text on it.
A beanie.
Or a
Perfect.
sweatshirt.
Or hear me out.
Stickers. More stickers.
No, the Bat Bill, or whatever Thrayle calls it.
The
Publishing
Bat
the
Bowl.
Bat Bowl. Ooh.
Yes.
That does need to happen.
WTF shirts. Hoodies.
Yes,
mugs,
please.
t-shirts, beanies, patches.
I'd actually buy those.
That'd be a sticker too that I would love to have like a good handful of. Matching tattoos.
Neck tats.
Hell yeah. No regrets. I would love like a zip up hoodie or something like that.
Long socks that come with stickers.
Knickers and stickers.
I love that toaster. Discounted tooth cleaning. Get on that right away, Thrayle. We need that merch.
I don't know just what I heard. A pillowcase?
Because for all the sleepers.
Oh, that makes sense.
What if you had like oh fuck, what are they called?
Melatonin.
The fucking the eye cover shit things. The sleep mask.
Sleep
mask with Batcolyte on it. The bat hat. Cowboy Satanist said bat dice.
Yeah, I like that idea too.
Mm-hmm.
These are some really, really good ideas.
Why isn't any of this a thing yet?
Have you met
Was it an
Thrayle?
action figure? A Thrayle action figure with 3 pre-recorded phrases?
Pre-recorded phrases. Who would do that?
Do it. I'd volunteer.
I can be Thrayle for a few hours.
Can you?
No, I can't.
I'll be laughing the entire time.
I was waiting for it. He hit that in the Discord on accident the other day. We were all very concerned. Or was that up here? I can't remember which.
I think it was in the Discord because I didn't even notice it was there.
Right, right.
Bat suggests satin bonnets. You could make a set of a satin bonnet and a eye mask.
Mm-hmm.
Ice cube tray.
Everybody's hair deserves satin bonnets.
Ooh, blueberry and bats coffee mugs. That's a good idea, Heather. There's dissent.
Notebooks? Like journals?
Ooh,
Like
a journal?
self-reflection journal. Ooh.
Yes, with the best
Yeah.
questions to question your own beliefs.
Hell yeah.
Are you taking notes for Tetra?
Maybe just a little bit.
Maybe
Good.
just a little bit.
Ooh, a candle. Well, maybe a candle. A calendar. Just what I heard.
Ooh, like
Blueberry scented candle.
I would say candle and like candle and soap specific scent. Ooh. I'm gonna go brainstorm. Hold on.
Can I bring up bats for a real?
Yes.
So, if you actually made those merch, started selling them commercially and shit, how sure are we that people wouldn't confuse it for Batman merch?
Well, I just wouldn't use any kind of Batman type symbols.
That also sounds like a them problem.
Right.
Okay, fair enough.
Besides, Batman is a Waynian heretic.
A Waynian heretic. I lost bats.
Yes.
The guest box has been acting up still a little bit, not quite as bad.
Just sent an invite.
There.
Oh, there we go.
Hi, bats.
Hi. So yeah, no Batman. Closely connected stuff would be awesome. But I was coming up because the reason I suggested the bonnets, because like all my kids wear bonnets. My son is the one who struggles the most wearing bonnets because a lot of the bonnets are feminine. And if you could make merch that is either agendered or has the option for masculine merch, it'd be helpful because I know someone else in the comments said their son also wears satin bonnets for his hair, but it's just curly or something. And then because a lot of people, not just black folks, but a lot of people wear hair bonnets, and we need stuff to protect our hair when we're sleeping. And when we go to bed, that's when we put it on. So it'd be perfect time. Listen to the live, put on the bonnet, and stay questioning beliefs. But instead of thinking about, oh, gross, I have to wear this bonnet because it has unicorns on, like my sister. Wear something cool like a Batcolyte bonnet.
So what's a bonnet?
Tav. You don't know what a bonnet is?
Nope.
Okay. Well, it's a you know how people's hair is like a curly and stuff when you wake up, it's all messy and matted and stuff.
I don't have hair, so no.
Okay. Well, a lot of people struggle with that, and so they put their hair in this satin bonnet. It's like think of it like just a big, like almost like a circle, and pulled together by a piece of elastic. You just put all your hair inside of it, and you pull it up.
Is it like a bandana or something?
It's all one piece. It's like a hat.
Oh, I see.
You could even buy hats with satin linings, and then like the beanies, I would suggest to have satin linings because then a lot of people with curly hair or so forth wouldn't get their hair ruined by putting it in a beanie like I do all the time. I need to go ahead and line my beanies with satin. But I just think it'd be very helpful.
Thank you, Mavina. That's a good idea. I'll Google it.
Also need to start lining my beanies with satin because I'm struggling so much to find them, like, not commercially, but just like in general.
But I also came up to ask Thrayle, are you writing any of this down? Or somebody writing it down?
Much of it, yes.
Oh, okay, awesome. Then that way it's not forgotten later or something. Because the hoodies and beanies will probably be the most, and t-shirts, and mugs, coffee mugs, would be great.
Yeah, I've got some really good ideas.
But yeah, I gotta go get my kids ready for school now. I just wanted to pop up and say good morning, everybody.
Appreciate you, Bats, as always.
Lovely to see you.
I appreciate all of you.
Oh, my good fellow. I appreciate you.
Take care, Bats. Also, if I didn't already thank Barfing Toaster and 96 for helping with the previous goal, thank you guys so much. I gotta make sure I do that when it happens.
So I googled it, and it looks exactly like the shower thingy people wear on their hair.
It's not a shower
Or a
thingy, though.
cafeteria
It's a
lady
sleep
thingy
thingy.
as well.
It's a sleep thingy, though.
Wait, you never slept in the shower?
No, not well. I mean, this is a Discord answer.
I know. It's for moisture. Okay, get it. I have like a very light beanie that I wear before going to bed because I'm bald and I get really cold at night, as to not wake up with a headache. So it's kind of similar, I guess.
If you have a belief that you know how to
Or hair.
get Thrayle started with merch, what websites to use, or if you've had trial and error of your own, please request to join the Discord and help him.
Morgan! Welcome back. We missed you, it's been so long. Light years have passed.
Sorry about that. It like pulled up on my laptop, kicked me out of my phone, and then my fiance called me, and it was a mess.
No, it's okay. Don't have to apologize.
Mava in the comments just accessed the Discord. If you want to access the Discord to get more of this community, you can do so through the link in the Batcolyte or the Thrayle bio. And you can join us in the VC. You can compete against us with chess or Wordle, have further conversations, the things that are really not appropriate for the live TAV. We also have a D&D section.
What did I do?
and all sorts of philosophy and questioning channels. What is love? What is belief? So, why aren't you already part of the Discord community is really the question.
Yes, you can always blame Tav for that.
We play chess, we play D&D, we play Wordle, we listen to music.
We play Warframe. At least I do.
Gross.
Fuck you, bro. Fuck you, Morgan.
I have some backstory about Warframe. I'll tell you privately.
I think someone did tell. I'm not sure if it's you or not, but someone did tell me.
No, Joe. You can tell people about that forum. You can save us from ourselves. Because you haven't believed in a God, gods, or higher power, or anything like that. And you question your belief. Please request up. And if you don't have a belief in a God, share the live with a theist who does.
I don't know about the forum Joe's mentioning, or the to-do list. The D&D's done. Did you not see the roll? The announcement. Barfing toaster. Stubbing my toe is my jam.
Bro, go sit in the corner.
Our intention is not to make you look like a fool. It's not to debate or to argue. It's to ask, can you question your beliefs? And if so, where are they? And just for you, Mark, if you have a knowing about a God, God's higher power, or anything like that, and can question that knowing, please request up. Yes, Toaster, go to the other corner.
You'd think he'd be used to it by now.
Uh-huh. Are you done with all your notes now, Thrayle? Can I stop jabbering on?
I have some good notes. You don't have to keep jabbering.
I know.
I don't mind waiting in the silence for a believer, but of course, I don't know that there are any more believers. I believe we might have questioned all the beliefs that they believe they can question, which is kind of sad because there weren't nearly as many questioning believers tonight as there usually are.
It has certainly left me wanting.
You know what hasn't left me wanting, though? 198,000 likes. It's
Wow,
only
guys.
like it's leaving me kind of hoping for 2,000 more likes, but I'm not necessarily wanting them because that's an amazing number, and I appreciate every single one of you guys for tapping the screen.
We can
That's
do it.
such a simple task for the best audience on TikTok.
I know.
It's not even a task.
No, because it's not a wanting. It's sort of like a thoughtful hope of a thing that would be needed.
Pontification.
Right, amusing more.
There you go.
Is this a callback to
I
an
need a
earlier
Muslim to ask
conversation?
about happiness.
Did you say that's how Muslims talk about happiness?
No, I said I need a Muslim to talk about happiness with. It's a perfect day. I want to finish it perfectly, you know.
Do you think they will be happy after they talk to you about happiness?
Well, that's debatable. But we're not here to debate, are we?
Oh no, definitely not.
Oh, Toaster, that is the most whimsical, wonderful thing I have heard all day. That sometimes you take the plates from the bottom of the stack and move them up so they feel more useful.
That's adorable. I'm gonna go make some bean water. Black bean water.
W's in the chat for getting the likes up past 200,000.
Hell yeah. Appreciate you guys. The best audience on TikTok. 200,000 is really amazing. And only in, 11 hours. I didn't realize I'd been live 11 hours. Oops.
Oopsie daisy.
Do you have a poem?
Kind of. The last line is kind of iffy. And I had to chop this one up quite a bit to make it anything.
Maybe I'm not lifeless. I just had a lot of time in the past few months because I freed myself from my exams. Finals.
What was that? You freed yourself from?
His exams.
Work, basically.
Ah, good job.
Because maybe I just checked my profile in the game and I had 1,000 more hours than them, and we started playing around the same time. So I also use it as a Subway Surfer thing. So to focus more on the stuff I do, I play Warframe in the background.
I think I made it make sense. You'll all have to be the judge. I think we're there. Absent a believer with a belief, who can question that belief? I'm gonna read the poem and probably leave my house for the first time in 4 days. Sounds like an idea. We'll see if I do that. But first, thank you all for being here. I appreciate all of you so much. Not just the best audience on TikTok, but really the best panelists too. The best questioners that I know. Even the
Thrayle,
sleeping ones.
I'm sorry to cut you off. Sorry to cut you off, but we need the End is Nigh panel first.
Oh.
Jeez.
What am I doing? What's the matter with me?
Slacking on the job.
I know. Now we can say it's truly nigh.
There we go. You can't change the process, Thrayle. It throws off the neurodivergence.
There's that. If anybody isn't here with us and doesn't already know it's poem time, well, now we could, share the live to those people that we know like to be here. But I'm going to go ahead and say thank you to each of you. So thank you, Tav and Philly. Thank you. Also, thank you, Kat, who is likely asleep. Thank you, Morgan. Appreciate you. And thank you, Inanimate Board, for reminding everybody this is not a debate. Also, thank you to all of you, the best audience on TikTok. Thank you for your questions, your comments, all of your engagement, tapping the screen, sharing the live, helping us meet the gift goals, and gifting the panel, showing them the appreciation that, I really wish I could every night. Thank you all so much. Thank you to Oren, to Barfing Toaster, to Cat DeWitch for helping with that last goal. And thank you to all of you who were here asking your questions, or whether you were engaged or just fell asleep. Thank you especially to the mods, though, for making this room the place where the best audience on TikTok really can thrive asking these questions. Thank you all so much. If you want to join this community, if you want to be a part of it and see what we get up to behind the scenes, of course, there is a Discord link in the link tree in my bio, or the Batcolyte's bio. Either one will take you there. You just want to make sure you read the rules when you get there, otherwise it might look a little lonely. But if you can agree to them, then you should find out that you're not alone. And if you stumble across the Venmo or the Cash App in that link tree and you want to show your support that way, it is always appreciated. And I do thank every one of you who helped that way. Thank you all so much. And I think there's really only one thing left. I did not curse your God. I asked the cost, asked what would break it, and let surety resign. You named the win, the loss, the silence, crossed each outcome off, and called it a sign. If every road arrives where you began, then maps are myths and movement is pretend. A coin that crowns itself, no matter how it lands, is not a truth. It's rigged to never bend. You dress the answer up in armor plate, mistook resistance for a working spine. When facts approached, you shifted terms and weight and called retreat a miracle in time. A claim that fears no fracture is not glass. It's a fog that learns to speak in sacred tone and does not test itself against the mass of what resists. It rules by standing alone. I choose the bruise of learning I was wrong, the honest ache of maybe over must. I'll trade your floating answers, weightless, long, for solid ground that still could crack beneath my trust. A belief that cannot fail will never truly stand. It drifts untethered, calling air the floor. It does not meet the world, it just demands the world explain why it will not ask for more. And on that note, until the next time we meet in darkness and seek wisdom together,